This young man is Sano Haruto, a hunter with a class nicknamed Managopher, and as you can see, he's also part of a party raiding a dungeon. But the problem is, even though he's a hunter, Haruto acts like a support with the sole ability to buff others with mana. Today, after defeating the Golem King with his teammates in a low-level dungeon, Haruto was so exhausted he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. But before he could even catch his breath, another man from the party approached him and said with an annoyed tone, "Hunter Sano, during this purge today, you didn't contribute much, did you? So why are you getting up to help dismantle and clear the way?" Haruto obediently agreed and quickly got to his feet. The other hunters looked at him, some with curiosity, others with contempt. They started gossiping about him, not even bothering to lower their voices. Isn't he the type who has a critical attack ability? Why does he only know how to stand back and support? Oh please, he doesn't have many skills, but in reality he has an endless supply of mana, didn't you know? He can create infinite mana. The other guy was so shocked he shot up, exclaiming, "Wow, that's basically the strongest skill there is, isn't it? How is that strong? Mages can also absorb mana from healers, and it's only when fighting bosses that you need a large amount of mana like today, otherwise, he's useless." The other guy continued to mock him, his tone dripping with a contempt that he couldn't hide. No wonder he's been raiding dungeons for 5 years and still hasn't reached level 30. These conversations Haruto heard every word of. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry, but he was actually used to being whispered about behind his back like this. But no matter how low level a hunter is, they still possess abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. Therefore, Haruto was already stronger than most of humanity, and he also possessed an incredibly resilient will. So despite what others gossiped about him, Haruto swore that he would never give up. Everyone always assumed that his skill was only about creating mana and transferring it to his teammates, but in reality, his ability was much more special than that, and Haruto had never revealed it to anyone. He possessed a unique skill called copy and paste. Just like now, after picking up that rice ball, a virtual window appeared in front of Haruto with a message. "Do you want to copy the target?" Along with the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+C. After pressing it, another rice ball fell from mid-air, just like magic. This was his special ability, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, which allowed him to copy and duplicate targets. It was an ability he had never heard of before, so after discovering he had this skill, Haruto had very high hopes when he awakened as a hunter. However, he quickly realized this ability was useless, because any duplicated items he created would disappear the moment they left his hands, as if they were illusions. Therefore, he couldn't copy money, nor could he sell the equipment he duplicated. Sadly, copying equipment was also restricted by level. For example, since he was at level 29, he couldn't copy an item from a level 90 hunter. Haruto's ability to create infinite mana, in other words, his nickname of Mana Gopher, was actually just him infinitely copying the small amount of mana he possessed. The copied mana wasn't disappears and can be transferred to other hunters. Haruto had also tried using this method to copy skills, but the process required a bunch of miscellaneous conditions. For example, he needed to land the finishing blow on a high-level monster, which were all practically impossible conditions to meet. Haruto was extremely dejected. If he could just gain a few more levels and copy some equipment, he could have joined any hunt he wanted, but Haruto just couldn't seem to reach level 30. While furiously munching on a rice ball to vent his frustration, Haruto scrolled through the news on his phone and he saw a trending article with the headline, "The longsword Kalizia has arrived in Japan." Haruto's eyes immediately lit up. The longsword was a weapon that possessed 2 special skills and had a defense-enhancing effect. The reason this longsword became the only special item of its kind was because it possessed its own level. The moment the sword is used, the wielder's level would jump to 200. And on top of that, it was incredibly sought after because anyone who reached level 30 could use it. Even though he hadn't reached level 30, the moment Haruto saw the longsword, he began to fantasize about the future. If he could copy this sword and become a level 230 high-rank hunter, then hunting high-level monsters would no longer be a problem. Haruto immediately made that weapon his #1 priority. According to the information in the article, the longsword was on display in Japan for the next week, but its durability was only at 10, so even if it were copied, it could only be used for a few more hunts. Because of that, it was no longer suitable as a weapon, so the decision was made to exhibit it around the world to make money. For Haruto, this was a golden opportunity. If he could just touch the sword one time, durability wouldn't be an issue. He could copy it and use it permanently. Now the most important problem was accumulating enough experience to reach level 30, and so, Haruto went back to hunting. After getting kicked out of the Great Sage Guild, he had joined an organization of unregistered dungeon hunters to act as their mana battery. Today, the whole crew went to hunt the giant king spider's den, and Haruto continued to do his job of transferring infinite mana to the other hunters, allowing them to unleash their full power on the boss. In the process, Haruto ran into a cute junior hunter named Ikaga Aoi. Although on the surface, Aoi always teased him about his level, Haruto knew deep down that he was a good guy. They had known each other since their days in the Great Sage Guild, and he had also joined this organization of hunters, specializing in clearing unregistered dungeons because he was a total money fiend. Even though unregistered dungeons were extremely dangerous since they weren't reported to the Hunters Association, it was also why Haruto had the chance to team up with high-rank hunters like these. He and Aoi barely had time to catch up before they had to get back to the job at hand. The dungeon boss, the King Spider, was right before their eyes. He even had a proper name, Alessa, a level 80 monster. The instant he saw it, Haruto felt a terrifying sense of danger. He had a feeling that a single swipe of its leg would be enough to send him to the afterlife. Haruto couldn't help but gulp nervously in tension. Seeing this, Aoi took the opportunity to poke fun at him. "Senior, you're just a spectator. You're not the one fighting, so what are you so scared for?" After saying that, Aoi's tone shifted to a serious one, reminding him, "This monster is actually pretty easy to take down, but we still need to pay close attention. Because once you get caught in these spider webs, all your movements will be sealed." Aoi also reminded him to be careful with the eggs in the nest, because if they provoked its children, the spider would become even more aggressive. A king spider that enters a berserk state is much more terrifying than other types of monsters. Nika Kanaga, a hunter with the mage class in the group, who was as ugly in personality as he was in appearance, suddenly yelled, "Why do you have to explain so much to a tourist like him? Are you a tour guide or something? We don't have enough time. Don't do such useless things anymore." Aoi gave an awkward, apologetic smile, while Haruto was visibly angry but couldn't do anything. The mage was still resentful, grumbling and calling Haruto useless as he walked, and it was this very attitude that led the party into a serious situation. Because he wasn't watching where he was going, the mage accidentally kicked a rock. This rock just so happened to hit a spider web, waking the king spider. Opening its eyes to see so many visitors, it immediately greeted them with what could be called a fatal attack. The hunters with defensive abilities on the front line did their best to fight back. They had originally planned a surprise attack while the king spider was asleep, but now they had no choice but to fight. Their party had already assigned roles beforehand, so after the initial shock, everyone quickly calmed down and got into position. Their perfect teamwork made the progress of taking down the monster go quickly. The new Haruto watched from the side, extremely satisfied. He felt that if everything went smoothly, after this monster was defeated, he could leech enough experience to level up to 35, no joke. When cornered, the king spider suddenly backed away. The tank at the front quickly realized its intention to shoot webs and yelled for everyone to get behind the pillars to avoid the attack. The mage wanted to take this opportunity to redeem himself, so he stepped forward to show off his skills. His ability was fire magic, which was perfect for burning the spider webs. However, the opponent was a level 80 king spider, not as easy to deal with as a mere common spider. His fireball was actually blocked by a spider web. His pride wouldn't allow it to happen, so he continued to gather mana to prepare for an even stronger attack. Wait, Haruto noticed something was wrong and shouted a warning. "You idiot. What if you break its eggs?" The team's tank also realized the problem, but it was already too late. The fireball spell had left the mage's staff, and while the spider was still standing there, its fragile eggs were all shattered by the magic. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. At this rate, the spider would soon go berserk. They couldn't fight back anymore, and the one to pay the price first was none other than the mage, who was hit by a web shot. "Senior, get behind the pillars." Aoi shouted anxiously to Haruto while running. "When that thing enters its berserk state, it'll shoot webs everywhere." The mage was tightly bound by the web, unable to control his staff or cast any more magic. Watching the king spider getting closer and closer, he panicked, first begging it to spare him, then loudly telling it to get lost. But of course, none of it worked, because right after, an extremely loud scream was heard inside the spider cave, estimated to be over 160 decibels. Then, Haruto, unable to run away in time, was also hit by an attack and got tightly wrapped in a web, to the point where he couldn't breathe. Haruto cursed under his breath. To ensure his safety, he had only ever participated in low-level dungeons, never expecting that just for the sake of leveling up once, he'd have to face this level of danger. In the blink of an eye, the spider charged right at him, and as its leg came down, Haruto instantly felt a flesh-tearing pain. It was a completely fatal blow, yet for a level 29 hunter, he was still alive and kicking. This could be explained by his own skill, which wasn't entirely a limitation, because even though the items he copied and pasted could disappear, he himself would never vanish. So right before entering the dungeon, Haruto had copied himself, just like in a game. Every time he died, his next copy would be pasted and the old body would disappear. Haruto watched with his own eyes as his old body was torn to shreds by spider silk, and no matter how many times he'd seen it, he still couldn't get used to it. But in the current situation, besides that trick, he had no other way to stay alive. He kept struggling with a monster and himself like this, mainly to distract it. However, The Spider King's power was on a whole other level. Haruto had copied and pasted several times, losing several lives, but still couldn't weaken it. Suddenly, he heard a familiar, trembling voice cry out, "Help me." It was Aoi. He was still alive. Haruto didn't want to just stand by and watch, but honestly, he didn't even know what he himself should do anymore. However, he glanced over and saw the spider charging towards Aoi. If he just abandoned him now, he wouldn't be worthy of the title senior. With that thought, Haruto was instantly fired up, grabbing his dagger and charging forward to slash straight at the Spider King's leg, and then, while tumbling amidst the opponent's attacks, Haruto suddenly received a notification stating that he had leveled up. Although he didn't understand why he leveled up before clearing the dungeon, now the matter of him sending that spider monster to the next life was just a matter of time. Because by dealing a little bit of damage each time, copying and pasting a few hundred more times would be enough to accumulate enough damage to destroy it. It was indeed late, because it took Haruto 3 days to successfully defeat the Spider King, after dying and reviving more than 50 times, copying and pasting with all the weapons he brought, plus a few items from his teammates here. Thanks to this battle, Haruto's combat skills had become much more proficient, while the opponent had no healing or recovery abilities. So in the end, it still failed. After defeating the boss, Haruto leveled up rapidly and also received another reward. However, he didn't bother to check what it was, because getting Aoi out of here was more important. But just after carrying him a few steps, Haruto was knocked down by a swarm of spiderlings. Looking at the aggressive level 30 mini-monsters in front of him, he was truly speechless. First the mother, now the children. He himself was fine because of his infinite revival ability through copy and paste, but if Aoi got hit, he would be done for. So in a moment of desperation, Haruto hugged Aoi tightly, using his own body to shield him from the attacks. He squeezed his eyes shut, ready to accept the flesh-tearing pain that was about to come. But just then, a master appeared and took care of the spider swarm. Even though he couldn't see how that person fought, Haruto still knew it was a master, because the skill they used was Hellfire. That was a fire attribute skill and a form of fire magic. At the highest level, the number of mage-type hunters who could use this skill could be counted on one hand, and if Haruto remembered correctly, in Japan there was only one person known as the Magic Swords Woman of the Blue Spear, who was also ranked 5th in the Japanese hunter rankings. Nanas, are you two the only ones left alive? Nanas asked. Yeah, just bad luck, Haruto replied while helping Ao up, after which she carefully observed the dungeon's condition. The spiderlings had hatched, which meant the spider eggs had been broken earlier and the king spider had entered a berserk state, and the high-rank hunters in the group had all perished, yet a low-rank hunter like Haruto was still alive and even had time to save Ao. To clarify what had happened in that unregistered dungeon, Nanas took Haruto to the Japanese Hunter Association for questioning. After a thorough interrogation, he was finally released, but the item dropped by the king spider was to be confiscated to be reported to the higher-ups. Haruto was shocked. The high-rank hunter team had been completely wiped out, and what's more, they had participated in an illegal dungeon raid, and he was part of it. He had paid extra to tag along. Yet Nanas was letting him go so easily. What more do you want? She answered coldly. The association turns a blind eye to low-rank hunters using their earnings to join raids with high-rank hunters, especially for the purpose of leveling up. It's only natural for hunters to want to get stronger. And while this might lead to some negative consequences, it's still an effective way to develop a hunter's abilities. Before Haruto left, Nanas also informed him that the item dropped by the king spider he defeated would be converted to cash and transferred to his account within a few days. But he coldly refused and requested that they transfer it directly into Ao's account. Haruto's indifferent attitude made Nanas very suspicious, because it was a large sum of money that few hunters could refuse, especially a low-rank hunter like Haruto, who needed resources to get stronger. She felt that he was definitely hiding something, but she couldn't figure out what it was just yet. After leaving the interrogation room, Haruto revealed a cunning smile. How could he possibly not want the item dropped by the boss? It's just that, before Nanas confiscated it, he had already copied and pasted countless duplicates into his inventory. To understand this, we have to go back a few hours, to when Haruto had just successfully defeated the monster. The item he received was the giant king spider's adhesive. According to the system's description, this item had a powerful adhesive property just like the giant king spider's silk. Haruto couldn't help but feel disappointed, because this thing was basically just superglue. He couldn't believe he had risked his life just for this useless item. While he hadn't yet found a use for it, Haruto went ahead and made copies just in case. After the process was complete, he took out the original giant king spider's adhesive to examine it again, but this time, it suddenly vanished right from the palm of his hand. Haruto looked around in shock, and then a system notification immediately popped up to clear up his confusion. The giant king spider's adhesive has been merged with an existing skill. The Ctrl+V skill has been upgraded. This notification was even more shocking, because this was the first time Haruto had ever heard of his paste skill being able to be evolved. He had always thought it was just a simple skill with a limited use, never imagining it could be upgraded. It seems the item dropped from that king spider was compatible with the paste skill. This means if he finds an item compatible with the copy skill, it can also be upgraded. Then, after evolving, Haruto's paste skill unlocked 3 new skill options. First, he could copy a target and then paste it for a desired duration. Second, he could paste the target anywhere for a certain period of time. The final option was that he would not be stuck by the giant king spider's webs. Haruto thought the other options were just useless junk, but they turned out to be quite useful. He decided to test the first option right away. Now, the cloned object wouldn't disappear even if it left Haruto's hand, which was considered his biggest breakthrough yet. A full minute had passed, and the spider cocoon was still there. Haruto couldn't hide his excitement. He would create as many copies as possible. 30 minutes, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, they wouldn't disappear. After testing his new ability, Haruto became even more thrilled, feeling like his life had turned a new page. From now on, he would become filthy rich, a hunter living at the top of society. He had also leveled up, so now all he needed to do was copy and duplicate the longsword Kalesia, and everything would be set. 2 hours earlier, on the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo, an escort vehicle was cruising down the road. The driver was Morgan, a level 112 hunter and a member of the International Hunter Association. The other person was Ares Hill, a level 113 mage, also a member of this International Hunter Association. Ares, how many times have you been to Japan? Twice. You once said Japan is your mother's homeland, right? What does her homeland have to do with me? Although Morgan seemed talkative, Ares always gave curt replies. This time, the longsword was brought to Japan to complete its international exhibition tour. Ares had joined the escort team to take the opportunity to search for a few things in a dungeon. While the two were talking back and forth, the car began to pass the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. This was the first time Morgan had seen a dungeon right on the sea, and he couldn't help but lean over to look. How romantic, he praised. What nonsense are you talking about? If it collapses, it'll be a huge disaster. You're so boring. I haven't done anything to you. Why are you always so grumpy with me? At the same time, at the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon's Access Management Office, the guard on duty was Shota Satoru, an attack-type hunter at level 21, and also a member of the Great Sage Guild. Satoru kept yawning, complaining that managing the dungeon was too boring. His colleague next to him saw this and reminded him, "You monkey, take your job seriously. You only got in here through connections. You know." Just then, something fell on Satoru's foot. It was a slime. At first glance, it looked cute, but his colleague's face immediately paled upon seeing it because his slime casually wandering outside the dungeon was definitely not a good sign, and what he feared came true very quickly, because right after that, something solid slammed hard into his back. When they turned around, they discovered it was an incredibly ferocious orc. Even though he raised both his sword and shield to block, the air was soon filled with the stench of fresh blood. Those were the chaotic events that happened 2 hours ago, while in the present, our protagonist Haruto was still chilling, completely unaware of what was happening. It seemed like he was very satisfied after beating that king spider and raking in a good amount of skill points. Just a little more and he would reach level 50. Hunters, who surpass level 50, can more easily join dungeon raid parties, because aside from dungeons for a low-level dungeon for beginners, the mid-tier monsters in it are all over level 50. However, in mid-level dungeons, hunters can gain more experience points and rewards, and over time, rare items might also drop. That's why hunters from level 50 onwards can level up quite easily. Haruto was still basking in this happy feeling. Even more surprisingly, he was also considering whether to auction off the giant king spider's adhesive, because last time he had copied quite a lot of it and it no longer disappeared as easily as before. Then, suddenly, the sound of thundering footsteps echoed. Haruto turned his head to see a group of people rushing toward him from the opposite direction. "Make way." They hastily pushed him aside. What terrible luck! Why did the dungeon suddenly collapse? Haruto only managed to overhear a few pieces of information. It seemed the Zenbo dungeon had collapsed and monsters had escaped from within, and the vehicle transporting the legendary sword to the exhibition had also been caught in the chaos. The last piece of information seemed to be the most important one. The item Haruto was targeting, the long sword, Kalesia, was in danger. Therefore, the International Hunter Association had also issued an official request for cooperation. Some hunters had quickly gathered on the rooftop of the Japan Hunter Association building. Their top priority was to protect the vehicle transporting the longsword, and it was Nanas who had given that directive. Additionally, because the situation occurred so suddenly, they also had the mission of protecting the civilians. While Nanas and her teammates were preparing to board the airship, they were distracted by a young man who was trying to rush forward despite being held back, and that person was none other than Haruto. "Hunter Nanas, please let me go with you. I've already seen the plan you're deploying." Nanas seemed surprised to see a low-level hunter like Haruto here, but it couldn't be helped, because his target was that longsword. Since Nana's still found many things about Haruto puzzling, in the end, she still agreed to let him come along, despite knowing full well his actions were 100% motivated by his own agenda. The other hunters on the airship all wore very serious expressions because it hadn't even been 3 weeks since they stabilized the Zenbao dungeon, yet it had collapsed. Only Nana's expression remained unchanged, as she constantly ordered her subordinates to do their utmost to prevent the aftermath of this incident and avoid a repeat of the disaster from 15 years ago. The Great Catastrophe from 15 years ago was something Haruto also knew very well. It was a shocking event that occurred simultaneously all over the world, a dungeon break on a scale comparable to a natural disaster. That year, the world was plunged into fire and smoke after a full-scale monster assault with countless casualties. Just recalling it now sent shivers down everyone's spine. The underlying reason it happened was that when monsters in a dungeon are not subjugated regularly, they gradually grow stronger, causing the dungeon to become saturated and eventually collapse. At that point, the monsters would escape the dungeon and slaughter innocent people, creating a living hell on Earth. People call these events dungeon breaks. It was in the disaster 15 years ago that Haruto lost both his father and his mother. He had never told anyone this, because he himself couldn't believe it. But during that event, he saw a supernatural being from another dimension. It was that very being that cursed him with his copy and paste ability. That creature had called this curse a gift and said only one thing, which was 20 years. He also didn't know what it wanted, whether it was the skill's duration or his own lifespan. Even at this very moment, the grains of sand in the cursed hourglass were still falling. Back then, that creature appeared because of a great disaster, which means when it appears again, history will repeat itself with another catastrophe. From now until the deadline it gave Haruto, there are only 5 years left. But now that he knows how to level up his skills, he can absolutely become the strongest hunter and find a way to stop that disaster, while also removing this curse from his life. However, to accomplish such lofty goals, Haruto first needed to successfully replicate the longsword Kalesia. At that moment, on the Rainbow Bridge, everything was in chaos. Monsters had begun attacking civilians, causing a series of chain reaction traffic accidents. The screams, combined with the sound of crashing cars, threw people into an even greater panic. Satoru, as a dungeon management employee, also had to pick up his sword and fight. However, their side didn't have enough manpower and quickly lost the upper hand to the horde of monsters. Even he himself, a level 21 hunter, was being constantly threatened by a swarm of goblins. Fortunately, his burly colleague was always by his side and had saved Satoru several times, even though the man was quite rough, just like the sword in his hand, and always contemptuously called Satoru a rich kid. But just a moment ago, he was the one who saved him from the orcs and that last goblin. "I'll definitely repay you, senior," Satoru thought to himself. The other guy was getting very anxious, because relying on just a few dungeon management employees like them was not enough to stop this battle. However, all communication and information exchange were being blocked by the dungeon's electromagnetic waves, so they couldn't dare to hope for much reinforcement. He just guessed that quite a few people had noticed the anomaly and were on their way here. The problem was, they needed to cross the bridge to reach the support team. Satoru looked at the now desolate bridge with some hesitation. "Do we really have to go through there?" "We have to. It's better to go than to stay here and offer our lives to the monsters." The two of them started running for their lives across the perilous bridge. Meanwhile, at the location of the vehicle carrying the precious longsword, a level 190 Bear King was relentlessly attacking. Since it was a beast-type monster, its size was far superior to the other monsters. The vehicle was under constant attack but could still barely hold on because Ares was currently using her defensive magic. Moreover, her defensive magic was considered top tier. Even a level 400 monster would have a hard time putting a single scratch on it. However, right after that, something far more terrifying than the Bear King appeared, something that Ares believed even the highest level defensive magic would be useless against. On the airship, even before they could approach the Rainbow Bridge, Nana's subordinate had already spotted it. Even someone as calm as her broke into a cold sweat upon seeing that creature, because it was Kessia, the most powerful monster boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. "Everyone, get ready," Nana shouted in horror. At that moment, Kuya suddenly opened its mouth, then unleashed an incredibly terrifying blast of power. The shockwave it created could be said to have shaken the entire city of Tokyo. Haruto was terrified when he saw this scene. That monster blew away the entire bridge just by opening its mouth to breathe. At this rate, he didn't know if his beloved longsword was still safe, because the dungeon boss had appeared. Nana's had to immediately order a change in the battle plan. The entire association would take over this area. After everyone had landed from the airship, she finally remembered Haruto's existence, who had vanished without a trace, but Nana's wasn't too concerned. For a level 29 who had survived at the feet of the Spider King, this level of chaos probably wasn't enough to take his life. Nana's put Haruto out of her mind and activated her first, very familiar skill, Hellfire, a blue flame. shot out from her serpent spear, surrounding Krisha and creating a massive threat. This was the second time Haruto had witnessed this skill, and he felt it was just as breathtaking as the first time. This further motivated Haruto to copy it in the future, no matter what. As for him, thanks to the web shooting skill he copied from the giant Spider King, he had also safely landed. No matter how magnificent Nana's hellfire was, Haruto's only concern at the moment was the long dragon, sword, Kalesia. But he didn't expect that this chaos was already part of the calculations of another mysterious group, and their goal was also to steal the long dragon's sword. Although Crazy's appearance was unexpected and the monster could take anyone's life, their captain was quite certain that Nana's and the members of the Hunter Association could subdue it. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to steal that treasure. Meanwhile, Haruto was still cautiously moving across the bridge filled with monster corpses. Looking at the fatal wounds on them, he was quite sure that this was the work of another group of hunters. The most notable issue in fighting this type of monster is that they usually travel in packs. For some reason, Haruto had a very bad feeling. It's okay, just run. Suddenly, someone's shout startled. It turned out to be the young master, Satoru. He didn't know where this guy got the motivation to stay here and fight the monsters. His colleague was severely injured and completely unable to fight anymore, and even though he advised Satoru to listen to him and run, Satoru stubbornly refused. Haruto hid behind a car to observe the situation. Although he didn't know them well, he still recognized that these two were hunters from the dungeon incursion management office. He also saw the other guy's injury. At first, Haruto tried to convince himself not to get involved in other people's business because he didn't have much time. But then his earlier bad feeling became a reality. A pack of level 15 wolf monsters had gathered and was approaching. Even though they were low-level monsters, when they attacked as a pack like this, their strength was no different from that of a high-level monster. Satoru clearly saw his difficult reality, but he still stubbornly gripped his sword, saying he couldn't leave because his senior was injured while covering for him. "Senior, now it's my turn to protect you." These words made Haruto pause. He remembered the scene of himself carrying Eiji in the giant Spider King's dungeon. Haruto's compassion flared up again. How could he possibly ignore this situation? At first, when the wolf pack surrounded Satoru and his senior, he was still able to barely take down a few of them. However, their numbers were too large, and they attacked all at once, so he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. While Satoru was busy fighting the wolves attacking him head-on, another one had silently approached him from behind, and by the time he realized it, it was already pouncing. At this speed, Satoru would be had no chance of dodging. Then Haruto appeared like a god, using his own body to knock the wolf off its original attack path. His appearance made Satoru very grateful, but the problem wasn't solved yet because of the wolf pack that was growing larger by the moment. Satoru didn't want to involve an innocent bystander, so he told Haruto to leave quickly. He would hold them off himself, but he never expected to run into a guy even more stubborn than he was. Looking at the ferocious wolves, Haruto suddenly broke into a sly grin. He knew what he had to do. With that thought, Haruto opened his inventory and took out the giant king spider's adhesive. He had originally planned to auction it off, but using it in a spectacular battle like this seemed well worth it. Haruto continuously copied and pasted the spider's silk, launching it over and over, tightly binding one wolf after another, eventually piling them all up. He had successfully subdued the wolf pack, but he only gained 2 levels, so he looked disappointed. Haruto's only consolation was that the spider's silk technique was quite useful against monsters that attack in packs. Just by using it, he could practically win without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, the kid Satoru had been staring at Haruto without blinking. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of skill he had just used. How could he take care of so many bloodthirsty wolves in a single move? Satoru was so astonished he forgot to even say thank you. Finally, it was the injured man who spoke up first. "Thank you so much for saving us. You must be a member of the rescue team from the Hunters Association, right?" "No," Haruto replied sheepishly. "Well, they did come on the same helicopter, so it wasn't exactly a lie." "Then I'm sorry, but could you take him with you?" The man continued his request. But before Haruto could answer, Satoru started protesting vehemently. He didn't want to abandon his senior in a time of crisis, even if it meant dying in battle. He wanted them to be together. "This kid, it's safer to go with him." The man was at a loss for words, not knowing how to persuade the boy. Haruto stood to the side watching the drama, silently thinking, "Oh wow. This scene was like, if my senior doesn't make it, I'm willing to be buried with him." However, he couldn't agree to the man's request, because after all, he only knew how to copy and paste. Taking the boy along would only put him in more danger. Haruto had no other choice but to open his inventory and take out a medium-grade healing potion for the injured man. "Even if you can't fight, I guarantee this potion will help you recover enough stamina to move to another location." You shouldn't linger here any longer. The man seemed astonished, even asking Haruto in return, "Why would you give me such a valuable item?" "Because you have to survive and return with your junior," Haruto replied, speaking as much to himself as to the other man, and the image of him now, through Satoru's eyes, was insanely cool. In his view, Haruto was now no different from a hero. Therefore, he decided to bow a full 90 degrees in gratitude as a sign of his utmost respect. "My name is Shota Satoru, and ranked Dungeon Guardian. Please, at least remember my name. One day, I will definitely repay you for saving my life." Haruto was about to leave, but these words made him pause. Instead of one day, he felt Satoru might as well repay him today. So, Haruto asked him to help find the transport vehicle, the long sword of the International Hunter Association. But because he was hopelessly bad with directions, Haruto's target was the vehicle carrying the sword, which was still being attacked by the King Bear. Ares was exhausted from continuously casting defensive magic, so she decided to put it to sleep. Moji teased her for being a hunter who always used non-violent methods, saying she was no different from a priest. But this time, before they could even start bickering, a new threat arrived. Moji, with his sharp reflexes, quickly drew his sword and sliced a hidden weapon in half that had just been thrown at them. He had also predicted that someone would try to take advantage of the chaos to steal the long sword. However, when the opponent revealed themselves, even the ever-calm Ares' expression changed. The mysterious group of thieves attacked the moment they appeared. Not to mention their strength, their sheer numbers alone overwhelmed the two of them. But Moji still maintained his chill demeanor. Even though he was just an escort, the power of a hunter over level 100 was not to be underestimated. In fact, after blocking the first blow, Moji even wanted to charge in for a counterattack. Ares was so scared she lost her composure, quickly shouting to stop him, but it was too late. Moji suddenly collapsed to his knees, blood endlessly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He himself didn't know how he had been hit. Ares rushed over. "They're using some kind of item to prevent mana absorption for a period of time. If you keep fighting, you'll die." The mage here is quite sharp. The leader on the other side spoke up, but it seemed less like a compliment and more like a taunt. "We're not underestimating you. This is just how we do things." "This is how you do things," Ares found it ridiculous. "Using a poisonous item strictly forbidden by the International Hunter Association, and you don't even hesitate to use it on other people." "Fine, if that's the case, I'll make sure you regret this." Before she could finish her sentence, from her fingertips, a yellow light appeared, a sign that she was casting a spell. But the group of criminals wasn't scared at all and even looked down on her. "What can a mage who can't even use mana do? Anyway, you should just shut your mouth." They split into two groups, one to deal with Moji and Ares, and the other to steal the sword. But just then, because Ares' magic had been nullified, the King Bear woke up, immediately, using its claws to sweep away all obstacles in its path. The army of thieves, which had been numerous, was turned into a pile of gore under its claws in an instant. Their leader, seeing the situation was bad, hastily retreated to save his own life. And then, the bear began to approach Ares and Moji. "You can't put it back to sleep, can you?" Even though he already knew the answer, Moji asked anyway, hoping for a miracle. "You should know the answer to that, right? We can't use mana now. I knew your non-violent methods would get you in trouble one day. Looks like today is that day." "You're right, but there's one thing you're mistaken about, Moji." Ares suddenly rushed forward, trying to cast her magic. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't use her skills because she couldn't absorb mana. Moji was scared out of his wits, but Ares was already in a difficult position. At this rate, she was charging straight into the enemy's claws. Even Ares herself had given up, only regretting that she couldn't apologize directly to her companion. That's all. Then, right at that moment, Haruto appeared with his copy and paste ability, using the same old trick. He used the adhesive from the giant spider king to bind the bear king's limbs, then rushed forward to wrap it into a cocoon. Because the substance was extremely sticky, the more the bear struggled, the tighter it became entangled, until it finally collapsed to the ground. Haruto added another victory to his name, taking down the bear king in a single beat. Satoru's group, who had followed him, witnessed this scene by chance. They could only give him a thumbs up to praise his absolutely insane performance. "Senior Haruto, you're seriously the best." Satoru's voice was like a megaphone. "When exactly did I become your senior?" Haruto gritted his teeth and yelled, "We're clearly the same age. You saved me and Senior Sakabe. From that moment on, you became a senior in my heart." Satoru's eyes seemed to sparkle as he looked at Haruto with an expression full of admiration. He knew that nothing he said would get through to Satoru anymore, so he decided to just ignore him. Haruto took a few steps forward to ask about Ares and Moji's condition. Ares seemed to still be in deep shock after what she just saw, so she didn't react to Haruto's question at all. Moji, on the other hand, used his sword to stagger to his feet, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you here for the sword too?" Haruto quickly waved his hands and said he was here to help them guard the sword and had no ill intentions. However, Moji had just survived a harrowing robbery and nearly lost his life, so he wasn't about to trust him so easily. Hearing him mention the robbery, Haruto finally noticed the bodies scattered around and let out an "oh." It turned out they were the ones who wanted to steal the treasured sword, but were unlucky enough to be sent to the afterlife by the Bear King. In that case, he had the bear to thank. If those guys had succeeded with their heist, he would have never had the chance to get close to the long dragon sword. However, figuring out how to explain this to Moji was a real headache because the guy looked ready to swing his sword at any moment. He could bind a monster in a single move, but he wasn't so sure about a hunter with formidable combat skills like him. While Haruto was still considering his words, Satoru yelled at the top of his lungs, "Wait a minute. Why are you two repaying kindness with hostility? He went out of his way to help, he even saved your lives, and now you're treating him like a thief." With that, Satoru took out his ID card to prove his identity. He's a member of the Japanese Hunter Association, and Senior Sakabe and I are the hunters in charge of managing this dungeon. Nice. This was the first time Haruto found Satoru's interruption to be useful. Seeing that Moji seemed to be calming down, Haruto decided to push things along a little more. He took out 2 intermediate healing potions from his inventory and gave them to them, although it pained him to part with them for the sake of copying the long dragon sword Kalesia. This investment was worth it. Both Moji and Ares looked at the potions with incredibly complex emotions, especially Ares. She kept glancing from the Bear King to Haruto, and it was unclear what was going through her mind. Just then, several more helicopters appeared overhead. It seemed the rescue team from the 5 guilds had arrived. Satoru was grinning from ear to ear, thinking they were finally saved, but Sakabe seemed less certain about it. Because in reality, not every hunter was compassionate enough to go around saving people, for example, like the people from the Great Sage Guild, for instance. At the same time, Nanas, the leader of the hunter squad, was still fighting the monster Seizia. Because it was about to enter its 3rd phase, a wide area firepower assault, she had ordered a halt to the attack. Moreover, the support guilds had also arrived, so Nanas' top priority was to buy time for the civilians to evacuate in time. "Is this how you handle such a pathetic dungeon break, Hunter Nanas?" Just as Nanas gave the order to support the evacuation, she heard a sarcastic voice from behind. She turned her head to see a familiar face. It was Shirosaki Masato, a level 503 dark mage and the guild master of the future guild. The look on his face was incredibly smug. He had just appeared and was already casting a massive magic circle to annihilate Seizia. Seeing this, Nanas' expression changed drastically. "Stop it right now. If that magic of yours doesn't take it down, it will." Before she could finish her sentence, Nanas was cut off by Masato, who interrupted. "If I worried about trivial things like you, how would I have achieved what I have today? The last time. Also at this Duyanba bridge, only you and the Hunter Association participated in stabilizing the dungeon. Let me tell you, that incident really ticked me off. That's why this dungeon break event has Masato so excited, he wants to finish it himself. Seizia and take all the loot dropped by the monster." With that said, Masato immediately activated his Mystic Thunder skill. Lightning immediately came crashing down. Nanas quickly ordered everyone to evacuate. That lightning was something even a monster as huge as Seizia couldn't withstand. If tiny humans like them were hit, they'd be obliterated. The Mystic Thunder of Masato destroyed the middle section of the bridge. Haruto managed to escape thanks to his Silk Fang skill, and he also used his adhesive in time to catch the other 4 people and the truck carrying the long swords. Otherwise, they all would have fallen into the river. Right after climbing back onto the bridge, the first thing Haruto saw was a set of massive, sharp teeth. When he realized it was Seizia, he was so scared that he clamped his mouth shut. But then, Haruto noticed it seemed to be unconscious, apparently subdued, already. Right after, Masato leisurely descended from above, hovering in the air right in front of Haruto with a proud and arrogant demeanor. "What's this? There are still survivors over here," he asked nonchalantly. "Looks like just some low-level hunter, but you did well." Haruto didn't want to respond to such condescending words. His gaze fell upon the badge pinned to the man's chest. He had seen that symbol before, so he quickly recognized it. It belonged to the nation's 3rd-ranked guild, Future. "You look like you're from a support guild, but shouldn't. Your objective be to rescue civilians and stabilize the escaped monsters." After a moment, Haruto finally spoke, his first words a challenge to the man. "Rescue civilians and pacify monsters? Look over there. The civilians, who are still alive, have all been evacuated," Masato replied dismissively. The reason he landed here was because of a troublesome cry. It didn't belong to Seizia, but to the Bear King that was bound tightly in spider silk. Masato just needed a glance to know this belonged to the giant Spider King, and with a simple flick of his finger, he could make the thing that was supposed to be unbreakable snap apart. Along with it, the Bear King's body was sliced into 100 pieces. To say he wasn't scared would be a lie. Haruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the man make short work of the entangled, level 200 monster, trapped in the king's spider silk in an instant. After the Bear King was taken down, Haruto, as the one who dealt the most damage to it, received a considerable amount of experience points, and the continuous sound of level-up notifications caught Masato's attention. Humph. Is that the sound of leveling up? Were you the one who caught that furry beast just now? Sorry, did I accidentally steal your kill from you? Masato's tone was dripping with contempt, and he didn't even bother to hide his disdain as he mocked Haruto out loud. The reward for landing the finishing blow on the Bear King was a bear claw, which Masato tossed towards Haruto as if giving charity, saying he didn't need it, so he was giving it to him. Even though the other party was a level 503 hunter, Haruto still couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. He opened his mouth, about to talk back, when Nana's appeared looking anxious. Seeing that Haruto was still alive and well, Nana's let out a sigh of relief. It seemed her intuition was correct. The recent series of dangerous events couldn't take Haruto's life. As for Masato, after seeing that the two knew each other, he automatically assumed that Haruto was a member of the Japanese Hunter Association, which made him find the boy even more of an eyesore. The rescue team is guiding the civilian evacuation. You should head over there now. If that dragon wakes up, it will launch a series of wide-area attacks. Nana's couldn't be bothered with that jerk, so she turned to warn Haruto. He found it hard to understand. While Kuya was unconscious, wouldn't it be better to just finish it off? But Nana's just shook her head regretfully, saying that it was impossible, because boss monsters, or field bosses, are classified by their ability points, and when their life energy, or HP for short, drops below 30%, they activate their special move. This special move has two forms, Berserk and Wide Area Attack, both of which cause the field bosses to start attacking indiscriminately. Low and mid-tier field bosses usually enter that Berserk state. In that situation, you just need to be careful with them, and the Berserk state doesn't necessarily have separate phases. However, a field boss of Kuya's rank has a very high amount of HP, so it can activate both special moves, Berserk and Wide Area Attack, which means subduing it must also be done in multiple phases. Phase 3 begins when the field boss perceives a threat to its life. It's rumored that they will unleash incredibly ferocious attacks, like an atomic bomb, powerful enough to completely destroy everything in the vicinity. Right now, this Kuya is in Phase 3, absorbing mana from the surrounding area and erecting a protective barrier. During this time, no matter how powerful the attack, it will be useless. Therefore, the only option is to quickly evacuate the civilians to avoid casualties. Just as Nana's finished speaking, Kessia suddenly opened its eyes. She clicked her tongue in exasperation. This monster woke up even sooner than she had imagined. Masato, however, remained extremely confident, wanting to turn Kessia into his own personal reward item before the shockwave could even be launched. Hunter, I believe you can survive this shockwave too. Nana's phrased it differently to warn Haruto to be careful, but Masato just found the whole thing laughable. How could he possibly survive? If you really kick the bucket, don't go blaming us. After all, a low-level hunter dying in a dungeon is just like a civilian dying in a traffic accident. With that said, both Masato and Nana's charged towards the monster, leaving Haruto all alone. He silently stored the Bear King's claw in his inventory. His mind now. He had only one thought, the guild master of the future guild, right? I didn't originally plan for this, but it looks like I'll have to. Take him down before you do. You bastard, Shirosaki Masato. Just watch me get my revenge for what you've done. Just then, Haruto pulled Satoru and Ares up, then said he had a favor to ask of Moji and Ares. Their lives were all in danger because Caesar had entered its third phase. To save everyone, the only way was to take it down before it unleashed its area of effect attack. Haruto wanted to be the one to do this, and the prerequisite was that he needed the longsword, Kalisa. Haruto also swore on his honor that he would return it to its proper place after defeating Caesar, but to be honest, this mission was not going to be easy, especially when facing someone as stubborn as Moji. He felt that the idea of Haruto defeating Caesar was impossible, and that he was just making up a story to steal the sword. Ares also refused his request, but it was because unlocking the transport vehicle required an immense amount of mana, and right now, both she and Moji couldn't use mana as they had been poisoned by those robbers. Moji was stunned to hear what Ares said, because it was no different from saying that if she had enough mana, she'd be willing to open the transport vehicle and let Haruto borrow the sword. Coincidentally, mana was something he had in spades. After all, his dungeon alias was Monaji F. Sir. and with his skill of infinite mana regeneration, Haruto caused an abundant flow of mana to course through Ares' body. By herself, she broke the seal on the transport vehicle that was hanging suspended by that spider silk, and Haruto quickly dashed toward it. Watching his retreating figure, Moji was still confused. Ares, why did you do that? If you go soft on him and something happens, what then? Don't worry. Earlier, he only restrained the Bear King. He didn't kill it. Moji sighed deeply. Just that alone was enough to sway you? So naive. At that moment, Haruto had thrown open the transport vehicle, but then another unexpected thing happened. The captain of the sword-stealing gang from earlier suddenly appeared behind him. It turned out that after his initial plan failed, he had been secretly following Haruto and waiting for this moment. Haruto couldn't react in time and was stabbed through the abdomen by his opponent. Ares' group saw the whole thing from the bridge, but there was nothing they could do, because the vehicle was still hanging in an extremely dangerous position. After being run through by the sword, Haruto immediately fell to the bottom of the vehicle. That scoundrel followed him, his filthy hand reaching for the case, holding the treasured sword. But just at that moment, the spider silk holding the vehicle snapped, because its owner had been killed, causing it to be nullified. The vehicle immediately lost its support and fell straight into the river. Of course, with his main character plot armor, there was no way Haruto would die in such a pathetic way. Just like previous times, he had already made a copy of himself, waiting for the moment he took a fatal blow to activate it and save himself. The thief was startled when he saw Haruto appear behind him once again, and jumped in fright, and before he could even react, Haruto had drawn his sword and run it through his chest. I'm the type who holds a grudge. I always repay my debts, and if someone attacks me, I will absolutely strike back. Those were the last words the thief heard before he collapsed. After all that trouble, Haruto finally managed to get his hands on the Calysia longsword he had dreamed of for so long. Haruto eagerly tried to copy it, but the system sent a red alert, stating that his level was too low to perform the copy. This item, Haruto felt like he'd been slapped hard across the face. Was the system messing with him? It was clearly stated that at level 30 he could equip the longsword, but he was already level 50. Before Haruto could even react to this, from behind him, a voice rang out. That was a close one, kid. I almost brought shame upon the face of the Blood Tower Guild, you know. Haruto didn't even have time to turn around before a long gash was cut across his back. It turns out that Bastard was still alive. The reason was that he possessed a pretty decent healing skill. The longsword in his hand was once again snatched away by his opponent. Sorry about that, but I'm the type who holds a grudge and never tires of revenge. To ensure you never see tomorrow's sun, I'll use this dream sword of yours to finish you off. As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed Haruto hard with the Calysia longsword once more. This time, he hadn't managed to copy his body in time. Haruto felt his consciousness fading away, but he's the main character, after all. A main character can't just have his story end here, right? Sure enough, a system notification popped up right after, stating that the Calysia longsword had merged with its wielder, and its abilities were being copied and absorbed. Haruto immediately felt his mind clear up again. Although he didn't know what that merge meant, he then absorbed the sword's passive skill, which increased his defense by 35%. After that, Haruto also gained its first unique skill, Lifesteal, and its second unique skill, Berserk. Additionally, since Haruto's HP was now below 25%, the longsword immediately activated its protection mode to defend him. Simultaneously, the second unique skill, Berserk, was also forcibly activated. At that same moment, the monster Kuya also began its area of effect attack. The situation was so dire that even that guy Misato couldn't maintain his Chiyu high form any longer. Nana's was still struggling to fight back, but the power gap between them was too obvious. Just then, an immense power surged up from the bottom of the river, and before either Nana's or Misato could even process what it was, Kuya was sliced in two by that power. The monster had been defeated, and the purge was now complete. That night, the news on TV was all about the monster breakout at the Duyanbao Bridge. Although there were casualties and significant damage, the Hunters Association and the various guilds successfully brought the situation under control within 2 hours. The Dungeon Access Management Office was being heavily criticized by the public for its lax procedures. At the headquarters of the Japan Hunters Association, everyone looked grim and tense. To break the silence, Fuwatoku, the chairman of the association and a priest-class hunter, had no choice but to speak first. Everyone, now is not the time to be wearing such sour faces. We need to review and discuss how Kuya was taken down. I heard that the association purged the Duyanbao Bridge dungeon 3 months ago. So why did this situation occur? The one who responded next was Takochigu, a level 701 swordsman and the guild master of the Mao's Guild. Just because it was purged doesn't guarantee it won't happen again. This time, it was Shota Makoto, a healer-class hunter at level 67 and the guild master of the Great Sage Guild, who spoke. After Makoto voiced his opinion, The entire room immediately erupted into an uproar. Everyone thought he should keep his mouth shut because a large part of the responsibility for this incident also belonged to the guild. The Council of Sages for not managing the dungeon properly. They also grumbled and threatened that after this matter was resolved, they would definitely submit a report to transfer the responsibility of managing the Bridge of Whales to another guild. Nanas was also present at the meeting, but the noisy arguments seemed to have nothing to do with her, because she was busy wondering if Haruto had managed to escape the disaster, because she still hadn't had time to see him again. Suddenly, Gu rudely slammed the table and stood up, then asked in a menacing tone, "What I want to know is, the last time a boss monster appeared, it was usually 5 months, right? If you, Hunter Nanas, were at the scene and couldn't handle Kuya, then what?" Hearing her name called out, Nanas snapped out of her thoughts. She copied what Gu had just done, and slammed her hand on the table with all her might. The table, already rickety after Gu took his anger out on it, now had to endure Nanas' force as well, and it shattered into pieces. Masato, on the opposite side, seemed to have anticipated this, so he had already activated his shield and continued to calmly sip his tea. The others who weren't as quick could only endure the shards of the table flying right at them. Nanas' action was like giving Gu a taste of his own medicine, which made him furious. If this wasn't a serious meeting, the two of them would have probably started tearing each other apart. Guildmaster Takechi said, "It seems my member has behaved rudely. I apologize on her behalf." On top of that, Chairman Toku also spoke up first, so Gu couldn't really settle the score with Nanas and could only mutter, "How insolent. If you keep showing off like that, sooner or later, you'll get yourself killed." Facing pressure from the guild master of a top-tier guild, Nanas, even as a woman, showed no fear, calmly standing up and saying, "They say seeing is believing, and I find that a demonstration is the quickest way to convince you, so please don't misunderstand. The skill I just used was a reward from the recent defeat of Kuya. It's called Shockwave. Guildmaster Shirasaki, you also contributed to taking down Gokeshia this time. You can vouch for me." Masato was still calmly sipping his tea when he was suddenly dragged into this by Nanas. Under the gazes of everyone in the room, he almost choked on his tea. "Ah, well, I didn't really have time to see what the reward was, but I don't think she's lying." Since Masato had spoken up, Chairman Toku was quick to put him in the spotlight by praising his contributions to this disaster. The entire room immediately gave Masato a round of applause. Like a first grader who answered a question correctly, Masato just gave a forced smile on the outside to get it over with, but his eyes remained locked on Nanas. He knew she still held a grudge against him for jumping in and interfering, and for not even getting anything out of it. Therefore, Masato swore that he would get his revenge, not just on Nanas, but he also had to find the mysterious figure who took down Gokeshia in one blow, snatching the kill from right under his nose. Nanas didn't want to linger in this noisy, chaotic place any longer, so she made an excuse to leave early. Regarding the cause of the recent breakout, she also proactively took responsibility and would investigate it herself. In addition, Nanas bluntly stated that she also wanted to question the guilds for their delay in sending aid. As soon as these words were spoken, several guild masters started looking away, not daring to meet her piercing gaze. But then, before Nanas could leave, the meeting room door opened. The person who appeared was Moji, now dressed in a stylish suit with his companion, Aries. Perfect. Looks like the meeting isn't over yet, huh? Moji introduced himself and said that he brought important news that he wanted to announce to everyone. The news was that the purged sword, Kalizia, had been stolen during the chaos, and because the incident occurred while it was being transported to an exhibition in Japan, Moji requested that the country's Hunter Association must assist in finding the sword as soon as possible. Of course, he also brought an official request for cooperation from the International Hunter Association. As soon as Gu heard this, he immediately spoke up to Object, even though he wasn't directly at the scene. He was second to none when it came to gossip. "Wait a minute, I heard that when the transport vehicle was attacked, you guys unsealed the vehicle yourselves." "It's true we did that, but it was with the cooperation of Hunter Shota Satoru from the Great Sage Guild and Sano Haruto of the Japan Hunter Association," Aries replied. Her words made two people jump in shock. They were the guild master of the Great Sage Guild and the chairman of the Japan Hunter Association, but Guild Master Odo recognized Satoru as a member of his guild, while Chairman Toku couldn't find any reports about a hunter named Sano Haruto in his association at all. When Nanas heard the familiar name, her hand unconsciously clenched into a fist from the tension. Masato saw this expression of hers and couldn't help but let out a cunning smile. It seemed his chance for revenge had come even sooner than he thought. Masato immediately spoke up. "You're talking about the person who bound the Bear King with the giant king spider's silk, right? On my way here, I also met him, and surprisingly, I too was convinced that he was a member of the Hunter Association. In that case, shouldn't we ask Hunter Nanas about this?" Moji once again pointed towards Nana's because Masato had intentionally, as if by accident, mentioned that she and Haruto knew each other. Moreover, it was Nana's herself who had agreed to let him board the association's rescue helicopter. At the same time, the thief had brought his prize, the longsword Kalesia, back to his master. His master was Hosaki Takumi, a hunter with an attack-type class at level 301, and the guild master of the Black Guild, Blood Tower. Holding the sacred sword in his hands, Takumi couldn't hide his excitement. So this is the sword that people say can raise its owner's level by 200. Perhaps it recognizes its master by fingerprint, huh? This is amazing. Spending hundreds of millions to stir up that dungeon was totally worth it, he muttered. At that moment, the thief finally realized that the person behind this whole affair was his own guild master. Just then, Takumi mentioned that the entire raiding party had been wiped out, with only the team leader remaining. He thought his boss was about to blame him, so he fearfully bowed his head. I'm sorry. I ran into a weirdo during this operation, but please rest assured, he's definitely dead now. Takumi pondered for a few seconds, then tossed a bag of money in front of the man, saying that it was a reward for him and for his fallen comrades. Once this was over, he would be free to do whatever he wanted. The team leader received the money and thanked him profusely, but before he could even grab the money and leave, Takumi burst out laughing. But this mission was a failure, wasn't it? He flinched. Huh, what are you talking about? This sword is only part of it. What kind of fool would sell it for just 1 million? You were also planning to make money off this sacred sword, you. He didn't know what on earth Takumi was talking about, but he knew those words meant Takumi intended to kill him to keep him quiet. In a panic, he grabbed the bag of money and tried to run, but the sword in Takumi's hand had already swung, and just in an instant, the living, breathing man in front of him was sliced in two. Because of this, the durability of the Kalesia longsword dropped by another 2 points, from 10 down to 8. Takumi clutched his head with a bitter smile. Man, if this thing breaks before I can get it repaired, I'm in big trouble. Elsewhere, after a nightmare about the mysterious creature that had cursed him with this ability, Haruto woke up in terror. Before he could even calm down, something suddenly jumped into his arms. Senior Haruto, you're finally awake. You wouldn't wake up, and I was worried sick. It turned out to be that annoying kid, Satoru. Haruto felt the kid was just overreacting, but according to Satoru, the scene back then was truly terrifying. After Haruto finished off that monster, a huge pillar of light suddenly shot up from the sea, and boom, the shockwave threw everything into chaos. Just then, a man lying in the next bed who overheard their conversation sat up and asked, "Were you guys at the Bow-Wishing Bridge dungeon?" Only then did Haruto notice that both he and the annoying kid were wearing hospital gowns. It seemed they had been brought to the same hospital. After hearing the man's question, Satoru excitedly recounted the entire story to him from beginning to end. Haruto couldn't get on this kid's wavelength, so he got out of bed to take a little walk. He may not look like much, but he's the one who saved you, Hunter Sanoa. Haruto stopped in his tracks. It turned out Sakabe was also in the hospital bed right next to him, though his injuries looked much more severe. According to Sakabe, Haruto had disappeared, and it was Satoru who insisted on saving him at all costs. He even pressured the Great Sage Guild's recon team. The incident caused a huge commotion. In the end, they found Haruto unconscious on the seashore. Haruto felt that something was off. Sakabe said Satoru had pressured the Great Sage Guild's recon team to find him. But could a mere dungeon access manager do something like that? Thinking back, Satoru's last name also seemed to be Shinoda, and the guild master of the Great Sage Guild is Shinoda Makoto. Could the two of them be related? No way. The thought had barely appeared before Haruto dismissed it. This is real life, not some drama with a plot twist like that. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Japanese Hunter Association, the situation was still very tense. Nana's, Chairman Toku, along with Moji and Ares, had gone into a private room to talk. The other two announced that after the transport vehicle incident where it fell into the sea, Haruto had died. There wasn't the slightest change in Nana's expression, which made Moji extremely suspicious. You don't seem very surprised, do you? He probed. Well, hunters are still human. They can be on the verge of death at any moment. Nana's calmly lifted her coffee cup for a sip. Moji sighed, feeling that she and Haruto really didn't have any relationship at all. Regarding the proposal to cooperate in finding the sword, Chairman Toku had also agreed and promised to do everything in his power to support the retrieval of the Kalesia longsword. Ares didn't beat around the bush either, directly asking Toku for a few high-ranking hunters to help, as she already had a lead on the sword's direction. Because the Kalesia longsword is not a bound item, meaning an item that can only be used by certain people or a user who meets certain conditions, and it's engraved with a pattern used to identify the rank of Ares' wielder. Can sense and track that pattern, and she also knows that someone used this sword about an hour ago. Hearing this, Nana's frowned slightly. There was no prior information that they could investigate and track using that other mark. It seems this was the real reason they agreed to lend Haruto the sword. Ares continued, The most important issue is the sword's durability, which was down to a mere 10 units. Because someone just used it, that durability has certainly decreased. If this continues, it will definitely disappear from this world. Oh, so the only clue is to find your mother, Ares. You went missing during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, right? Nana suddenly spoke up, and her words left the two people across from her completely stunned. How do you know? Nana's held up the file she had been flipping through, which was a classified dossier on Moji and Ares. Do you think I became a captain just by luck? We also know that Precious Sword is a memento from your mother. As Nana said this, Ares suddenly shot to her feet, her previous arrogant demeanor gone. She bowed 90 degrees and earnestly pleaded with Nanas. Hunter Nanas, please help me retrieve my mother's memento. After leaving the chairman's office, Nanas' mind was filled with thoughts. She felt that Moji and Ares were still hiding something. Furthermore, she didn't believe what they said about Haruto because she knew he wasn't the type to die so easily. Suddenly, Nanas heard someone call her name. Turning around, she saw it was the guild master of the Great Sage Guild, Makoto. Not one for small talk, he must have sought Nanas out for a reason. And what Makoto wanted to say was to invite her back to the Great Sage Guild. After hearing him out, Nanas could only sigh and let out a sarcastic smile. The number of dungeons is increasing daily, yet the major guilds that are supposed to manage them are off, establishing their own private companies. They only care about their personal pleasures, focused on making money from the dungeons. As for this recent breakout, if it's traced back to the Great Sage Guild's negligence, the entire guild will have to take responsibility. That's why I won't be coming back. Besides, there's still a lot to do with the association, Dad. Now here's the big twist. Who would have thought Nanas is the guild master's daughter? Makoto knew she would react this way, so he just chuckled. Actually, I have something else I wanted to discuss with you. Before you leave, you should stop by the Central Hunter Hospital. The Central Hunter Hospital was where Haruto was recovering, and right now, he had snuck up to the rooftop to check his status. Regarding the dragon sword Kalisha, although he couldn't replicate the sword itself, he was able to absorb all of its abilities. This turned out to be a much better deal, because if Haruto had copied the sword, pulling it out in every fight would be impossible to explain. On top of that, the sword's unique skills are incredibly useful, especially that Berserk skill, which activated at the perfect moment. However, it activated right before he kicked the bucket, so he had to endure soul-crushing pain. But thanks to it, Haruto was able to finish off Kezia, that terrifying monster over level 400, in a single blow. Looking back, Haruto couldn't believe he pulled it off. After defeating Kezia, its shockwave was also absorbed by him and automatically converted by the system into the skills Frequency Resonance and Natural Wave. The Giant King Spider's Silk skill also reached level 2, and the best part is that he can now use it. Frequency, Resonance, or Natural Waves simultaneously with this skill. Haruto never thought his copy and paste skill could reach a level where it could absorb and combine other skills. It was truly a blessing in disguise. After absorbing the Sacred Sword, he officially became a high-rank hunter at level 276, which was truly miraculous, because just a few days ago, Haruto was a good-for-nothing who couldn't break past level 30. Now, he had to find the bastard who stabbed him in the transport vehicle, almost killing him. Just as he was thinking about this, Haruto suddenly heard a familiar voice, loud enough to pierce his eardrums. Why do you have to make people worry so much? I told you to run away immediately if the situation looked dangerous. Haruto recognized it was the hunter Nanas, a person who was always so cold and yet she was making such an expression. Haruto quickly hid to the side to eavesdrop on who she was talking to, and as a result, he then heard an even more familiar voice. It's your fault, sis. It's your fault for not properly stabilizing the dungeon correctly. Nanas was so angry she was speechless, while Haruto was shocked by the scene before him because the person arguing heatedly with Nanas was none other than Satoru. More importantly, he even called her sis. Come to think of it, both of their surnames were Shinoda, but he never expected them to be actual siblings. Nanas and Satoru had a huge argument, and it was then that she remembered Haruto. So, is Hunter Sano safe too? Where is he? How should I know? Go find him yourself. Hearing his name, Haruto instinctively tried to run away, because he was afraid that Nanas was here to settle the score after discovering he had faked being a member of the association and tried to steal the sword. So, Haruto decided to turn and run, but before he could take 2 steps, he ran into a chest as hard as a rock, nearly breaking his nose. Looks like you're still alive and kicking, Chang Ha, you sword thief. The person standing in front of Haruto was Moji. The 3 words, you sword thief, he even emphasized especially, which was enough to show the extent of Moji's fury. Moji immediately grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. He was furious that Haruto had successfully led him by the nose with his fake association member identity. Haruto really wanted to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding, but Moji gave him absolutely no chance to speak. Back then, they all saw him get stabbed by that thief, but now he was alive and well without any signs of serious injury, so he assumed that he was an accomplice of that bastard. The situation got even worse when Moji, with a gaze that seemed to be on fire, began to draw his sword. Just then, Ares appeared to stop him, but to no avail. Moji didn't intend to use a skill, but he wanted to make the guy who tricked him pay dearly. Haruto really didn't want to activate his skill here, but he couldn't just stand still and take the hit. And the skill he used this time was frequency resonance. The moment the tip of the sword was about to touch Haruto's fingertips, it suddenly shattered into 100 pieces. The commotion just now caught the attention of both Nanas and Satoru. They ran over just in time to see Haruto use this move. Nanas recognized it at a glance. The move was just like Krisha's shockwave. To say she wasn't surprised would be a lie. Not to mention how Haruto could even use this skill. His completely different aura compared to the day the disaster happened was enough to make her see him in a new light. The perspective shifts with the appearance of another character. Arisa Sara. She's a member of the girl group. But her life is completely different from the other members. Because after the show ends, instead of taking the company car, she drives her own luxury car home. As she was leaving the parking garage, Sara nearly crashed into another car blocking her way. She got so mad that she rolled down her window and then started yelling, "Are you blind? Where are you looking when you drive?" The person inside the other car got out, carrying a massive suitcase. It was Takumi, the guild master of the Dark Guild. The moment she saw him, Sara went silent. Takumi slowly walked over, slammed the suitcase onto the hood of her expensive car, and then stuck his head through the window. Did the show go well? Now, shall we head into the dungeon? If she wanted things to go back to normal, she had no choice but to obey. On Haruto's side, after Nanas stepped in to resolve the situation, Moji finally decided not to settle the score with him. Although still fuming, the four of them, Haruto, Nanas, Moji, and Ares, began to follow the trail of the sacred sword. But when they arrived, all that was left was a scene of devastation. "Looks like we were too late," Ares said sadly. "Does that mean we have to wait until that person uses the sword again?" Nanas asked. But before Ares could answer, Haruto remembered something and exclaimed, "Ah, the Blood Tower. I just remembered. The culprit who tried to kill me mentioned that name. He said he came from the Blood Tower Guild." Nanas had never heard of it, so she immediately guessed it was a secret dark guild. Moji seemed to be losing his patience, as he knew the sword wouldn't last much longer. But Nanas already had a solution for the slim lead Haruto had just revealed, because she knew someone who was very well informed about these kinds of things. As for Sara, the fact that Takumi sought her out proved her identity was anything but ordinary, and indeed it was. Just like Haruto, she was one of the people blessed by a mystical being during the catastrophe 15 years ago. At first, Sara thought she had only awakened abilities like other normal hunters, but it turned out she possessed a unique skill. It was called Undo Control Z, which allowed her to revert a target to its previous state. It was a skill that could be used on both people and objects. After that, Sara started buying broken or discarded luxury goods, restoring them, and selling them in pristine condition. And even though it wasn't a restoration or healing skill, she could still make money by healing injuries. However, the amount of money she could earn with this skill was limited, while Sara needed a lot of money, because her parents, victims of that great disaster, were in a coma and staying in a hospital with less than ideal facilities. Sara had tried to heal them, but she couldn't restore them to their original state because she didn't have enough mana to use the skill. Without mana, all she could do was restore minor injuries, and mana was a form of energy that only hunters could control. Therefore, to get some mana, Sara risked her life entering dungeons with hunters from a very young age, acting as a porter and errand runner, and when needed, a healer. But for someone like her who hadn't awakened a hunter class, entering a dungeon was like walking into a tiger's den unarmed. It was always fraught with danger. However, what pained Sara the most was the contempt from the other members of the party, because after every raid, she would always ask each person for a little bit of mana instead of payment, and every time, Sara was mocked, despised, and looked down upon until one day when she was covered in injuries and utterly desperate. When she had grown sick of this curse-like skill and just wanted to give up on everything, she met someone. That person was Takumi. Back in the present, Sara had no choice but to bring Takumi to her home. Looking at the room, which was cramped and so simple it looked impoverished, Takumi couldn't hide his surprise mixed with a bit of mockery. "Where did all the money you earned get burned away to? I never expected someone as famous as Sara of If to be living a life like this. I bet no one would think you order takeout for all 3 meals and eat whatever you want." Takumi kept rambling on about how Sara eats whatever she desires. While other female idols desperately try to lose weight and maintain their figures, Sara can eat to her heart's content, because even if she gains weight, she can restore herself to her previous state. After rambling for a bit, Takumi started to bring up the first time they met. Back then, even with someone dying right in front of her, Sara only thought about stealing the person's valuable items. At that time, he had called her a thief and boasted that he and she were the same kind of person. After that, they signed a contract. As usual, Takumi would gather enough mana and give it to Sarah, and she would then help him restore the items he needed. However, this time Takumi demanded that she enter the dungeon with him, even though the contract restricted this, because he wanted Sarah to restore that treasured sword to its original state, and that process would consume a colossal amount of mana. "Sarah, this will be the last time you have to enter a dungeon," Takumi said cryptically. "Don't tell me you mean you found the infinite mana regeneration item and it's inside that dungeon." Sarah immediately lost her composure. "No. However, if you go, there's a chance it might appear. I know our contract restricts you from entering dungeons, but just this once. Enter the dungeon with me. This will be the last time and the reward will be worth it, right?" Returning to Haruto's group, the person Nanas had just mentioned as knowing all the information was none other than Masato from the future guild. Although she really disliked the guy, she still had to take Haruto there. On the way, he found it very confusing because logically, the two guilds always competing for the #1 spot in Japan, Moss and Great Sage, should be the ones with more information. They only have expert knowledge on dungeon clearing and management, whereas Masato knows a lot of other inside information. And just as expected, he really did know about the Blood Tower Dark Guild. It all started with the Giant Ogre's Heart, an item known for its ability to grant infinite mana regeneration. It's a very rare item that appears in the Ogre's Snow Mountain dungeon and only drops after defeating the hidden monster, the Giant Ogre. In order to search for that item, the Future Guild mobilized a massive reconnaissance team to gather information, and during that time, Future encountered the Blood Tower Dark Guild that Haruto mentioned. Specifically, Masato found a hunter recruitment notice with a very low view count from the Blood Tower Dark Guild. They needed to recruit 30 people at level 90 or higher with optional equipment, so Masato immediately guessed they were preparing manpower to conquer the Ogre's Snow Mountain. After that, he started to investigate further and learned that this Dark Guild was even worse than he had imagined. They commit theft and assassination, regardless of whether the target is an influential person or a hunter party clearing a dungeon. And because they are a Dark Guild, they also don't care less about being scorned by others. Haruto listened intently to Masato's words about the so-called item that could infinitely regenerate mana, which he didn't need since he had that ability too. But it was indeed an eye-opening item. According to Masato, someone clearly wanted to monopolize it, and if someone truly possessed this item, then what did it have to do with the longsword Kalizia? At first, Haruto thought they stole the sword to defeat the giant elf, but the sword's durability was clearly low, and it couldn't be swung many more times, so he quickly dismissed this theory. After a discussion with Masato, Nanes concluded that the Blood Tower Guild was targeting the giant elf's heart. That's why they wanted to form a team to clear the giant elf's Snow Mountain dungeon, but this time, Ares spoke up in protest. She didn't think it was logical, because ever since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, no one had ever found that item. "How do you know?" Haruto asked. "I can't go into specifics, but I was once very interested in this dungeon and researched it myself. After all, the giant elf's Snow Mountain is still a notorious dungeon, known for its difficulty, and it has been listed as one of the classic dungeons that hunters avoid at all costs. A few hunter groups occasionally search for hidden dungeons, but they've all given up on this place. What could be in that dungeon that would make veteran assassins form a team to conquer it?" Masato revealed a cunning smile, seeming very interested in this matter as well. "When do they depart?" Haruto asked again. Masato shrugged, indicating he didn't know for sure, since the hunter recruitment was already over, so they might have already left a long time ago. Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. It seemed the enemy had planned this long in advance, which is why they orchestrated the sword theft so precisely. Since there wasn't much time left, Nanase demanded they head to the giant elf's Snow Mountain immediately. Coincidentally, the Future Guild had a specialized assault team that could depart right now. When she mentioned this team, Masato's expression immediately changed. "Who told you that? We don't have one. But I heard that the Future Guild has an on-call assault squad, and that squad is on par with the Hunter Association's assault team, right?" Masato shook his head repeatedly. This girl really could dig up anything, but he didn't want to get involved in something that didn't concern him. Besides, inside that dungeon, the weather was extremely harsh, so why would he have any reason to send his own troops into a place like that? And then, by some twist of fate, Nanase still managed to force Masato to dispatch his troops, and what's more, he himself had to go with her. Right up until the moment they faced the army of level 40 stone golems, Masato still couldn't understand why he was in this god-forsaken place. These stone golems weren't actually that strong, but they had to destroy their cores to finish them off for good. If not, they would just keep regenerating, which was quite troublesome. Masato's troops fought valiantly, but the enemy kept regenerating, so he still had to step in himself. Masato's magic was no joke. He could stand in one spot and use his wand to make all the stone golems explode, causing their life cores to fly out. His soldiers just had to smash those cores before the stone golems' bodies could regenerate. Haruto had, witnessing this whole scene, I have to say that even though Masato seems arrogant and unlikable, His power is truly impressive. Honestly, it doesn't hurt to let him be the hero for a bit, as long as those stone golems are dealt with quickly. According to Ares, after entering the elf's Snow Mountain dungeon, they have to eliminate as many stone golems as possible, because that's the condition to encounter the mid-boss, the Snow Mountain Golem. According to her previous research, this dungeon is a sensor-type dungeon, different from a normal one, which is usually divided into zones like a mob zone, a mid-boss zone, a main boss zone, or a final boss zone. In a normal dungeon, if hunters know the way, they can go straight to the final boss area. However, in a sensor-type dungeon, the condition for the next area to appear is a formula, like a plus. B plus C equals D, which means they have to finish farming the mobs to unlock the mid-boss area, and so on. And if even one of the necessary conditions isn't met, the remaining areas won't appear. Ares suspects this is due to the influence of the Great Disaster from 15 years ago, which messed up the dungeon's processes, so that's also the reason why the hidden dungeon inside the elf's Snow Mountain has never reappeared until now. To be honest, Ares is also not certain about the condition for the mid-boss to appear, but after careful research, she feels that farming the most mobs is the most viable method. Plus, they also have to hurry, because if the reward item from that monster is the key needed to open the next area, then the Dark Guild members are definitely targeting it too, so they need to get the key to the hidden dungeon before them. Haruto couldn't care less what the Blood Tower's purpose is, but he is determined to retrieve the longsword Kalesia to return it to Moji and Ares, so he also starts to join the fight against the stone golems. This time, Haruto decides to use the giant Spider King's silk combined with a special move Shockwave. The spider silk binds the stone golem's legs tightly, while the shockwave shatters them into small pieces, watching Haruto deal with these mobs with relative ease. Masato's soldiers are surprised when they see him using the giant Spider King's silk from a low-level dungeon. They never expected that something seemingly useless could possess such incredible power. Ares isn't slacking off either. She and Moji team up. One uses magic to separate the stone golem's cores from their bodies, while the other neatly shatters all the cores with a sword. Among the stone golems, there are some that are even larger and more aggressive. When Masato's army can't do anything to them, that's when Nana enters the fray. The power of Japan's top 5 hunter is not just for show. Just like Haruto, she was also rewarded with Kezia's shockwave skill, because she was the one who dealt the most damage at the time. With just this one move, Nana effortlessly took down the giant monster. Is everyone alright? Nana glances around. It seems no one is injured. Yes, we're fine, thank you, Captain. It seemed like nothing special, but then Nana suddenly spots a familiar back. Very familiar. This person, despite being covered from head to toe, was eventually recognized by her. It's none other than her pain in the neck, little brother, Satoru. Wait, how did you get here? Nana snaps. Satoru doesn't back down, and immediately retorts, oh, what? Am I not allowed to come? I came here as a member of my senior's team. Him, your senior? Nana's asked skeptically. It turns out that back at the hospital, Satoru had thrown all sorts of tantrums to get Haruto to take him along, including lying on the floor and flailing about. Satoru even used the excuse that Haruto had a terrible sense of direction and might get lost in the dungeon. To prove he was useful, even though Haruto wasn't going alone and obviously wouldn't get lost, the kid threw such a massive fit that he ultimately had to agree. Besides, the boy was also great at navigating, so he might actually be useful. After hearing Satoru explain that Haruto himself had agreed to let him come, Nana's could only hold her head and sigh. What was Hunter Seno thinking? He's a low-rank hunter himself. Who can he possibly protect? She mumbled. Unexpectedly, her little brother overheard her, and Satoru immediately retorted, Don't look down on Mr. Sano. I saw it clearly back then. Neither you nor Guildmaster Shirasaki was the one who cut that monster in half. It was him, Satoru asserted firmly. Seeing how he defended Haruto, Nana's really didn't know whose little brother he was anymore. However, what Satoru said wasn't entirely baseless. Meeting Haruto again this time, she herself realized he was completely different from when he was in the second spider's lair, right after landing on the bridge. Moreover, the skill he was using was Kezia's shockwave. If Haruto wasn't the one who finished it off, there would be no reason for him to possess this skill. But she truly couldn't comprehend how a low-rank hunter like Haruto could have sliced a formidable monster like Keishia in half. Putting that aside, Nana's and the others continued to fight, but she never expected that the members of the Black Guild they were searching for had already infiltrated their own ranks. At that moment, Takumi and Sara were hiding from a distance, scanning the situation. Meanwhile, his subordinates blended into the chaotic attack squad, using stealth to hide, stealing the final blows, and simultaneously looting both mana and items. High-rank hunters like Nana's and Masato were indeed incredibly powerful, but because they were so strong, these guys weren't afraid of anyone. Therefore, they didn't focus much on honing their precision skills. In contrast, The members of the Blood Tower Black Guild often faced situations where they had to fight stronger opponents, so they had mastered their stealth and weapon concealment skills to the highest level and were rarely ever detected. Takumi was truly worthy of his title as the guild master of an organization full of cold-blooded assassins. His method of clearing dungeons was both effortless and efficient. This was also the guild's primary modus operandi. He and Sarah just had to stand by and wait, as the mana farmed by Takumi's subordinates was all transferred to the device in her hand. It was a mana generator, a luxury item. To fill a single mana bar, one had to defeat at least 100 minions. However, to restore the long sword Kalesia, that amount of mana was still not enough. To do that, they had to defeat the boss monster of a hidden dungeon. Although a hidden dungeon had never appeared before, Takumi had heard from many people that there was an incredibly strong barrier inside it, and the only sword that could break it was the longsword Kalesia. Sarah seemed skeptical, wondering where Takumi got this information, but he couldn't be bothered to answer. To him, Sarah's only job was to restore the sword. "Don't ask so many questions," he said. Sarah could only sigh. "It's been a while since I've been in a dungeon, so I'm a little nervous. But your strategy this time is so stealthy and... how despicable." After hearing this, Takumi's expression immediately darkened, and Sarah, seeing this, quickly tried to backtrack. "Don't mind what I said. As long as the contract is in place, I don't care what you do." In truth, she didn't like Takumi's scummy methods at all, but to save her parents' lives, Sarah also wanted to get her hands on that infinite mana regeneration item. Down below, the situation was growing increasingly tense, and Haruto was starting to lose patience because the number of stone golems they had wiped out had reached 200, but the condition to unlock the next area was still unclear. Suddenly, he noticed a stone golem core that was completely different from the others, and out of habit, Haruto was about to copy and paste it, but the core in his hands suddenly shot away, burrowing straight into the ground. The ground began to rumble and shake. Masato landed right behind him. "It's starting." "Huh? What's starting?" Haruto asked, confused. "The extermination of the stone golems is complete. Next, the intermediate golem will appear." The golem from the heart of the mountain has arrived. This intermediate golem is level 150. It appeared in an extremely ferocious state, immediately attacking as soon as it identified its enemies, and because it was so massive and its boulder attacks were relentless. Nanus' strike team was having a hard time. Even Haruto, who was no longer a low-level hunter, was being completely overwhelmed. In this situation, of course, high-level hunters like Masato had to step up. A single strike he unleashed split the giant golem in front of them into 1,000 pieces, instantly revealing its life core. But before his subordinates could even celebrate, the creature quickly regenerated before they could even deal with its core. Masato attacked again, but this time the result was the same as before. Failing to seize the opportunity twice made him furious, but Haruto came up with a plan. What if, at the exact moment Masato separated the opponent's core, he then used the Spider King's silk to immobilize it? Wouldn't that work? They quickly gave it a try, and Haruto actually managed to catch the core with his spider's silk, but the silk was quickly buried under the large rocks that were regenerating the golem's body. The giant spider silk didn't work as he had hoped. While Haruto was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly heard a shout, "Hunter Haruto, get back." Haruto retreated instinctively almost at once, and then Nana's unleashed her ultimate skill on the monster. This was the third time Haruto had witnessed her hellfire, and every time it was just as impressive as the first. The entire giant golem was engulfed in a stunningly beautiful blue flame. Nana said that melee attacks were useless against this thing. They had to melt it. Masato, having had his spotlight stolen, couldn't hide his annoyance. "I know that. That's why I was trying to think of another way. Otherwise, we'd be coughing up blood, trying to melt all these remaining rocks." Haruto looked around. They had defeated over 200 stone golems, and the number of rocks that had broken off their bodies was immense. He remembered that before they set out, Ares had warned them about how terrifying this intermediate golem was. It was the most troublesome and terrifying part of the sensor labyrinth. The way the sensor labyrinth worked was that it revealed the next area when certain conditions were met, and the next area that unlocked would change depending on the previous one. When the condition for defeating the regular stone golems was met, the core of the intermediate golem would appear, with the rest of its body forming from the remains. The stone golems would gather and regenerate into the body of that intermediate golem, meaning they would have to fight. With the rest of the stone golems they had just struggled so hard to defeat. The usual outcome for previous hunter parties was complete mental exhaustion, or even the entire party being wiped out. Compared to a normal dungeon, this intermediate golem was as difficult as a final boss. It was then that Nanas came up with an idea, the same method she had just used, which was that if they couldn't break the core, they had to melt all the stones so it had nothing left to regenerate with, but the rocks, making up the golem's body, were truly numerous. Nanas melted them, consuming a lot of mana, and quickly became exhausted. The problem was, while her flames were still burning fiercely, the intermediate golem suddenly vanished, only to reform. right behind Nana's. She once again used her hellfire on the opponent, but maintaining this was too draining, and not a good strategy. Haruto understood this clearly. He wanted to use the power of the longsword Kalizia, but if he did, Ares would notice immediately. But if they maintained this stalemate, they would never be able to destroy the core. In this deadlock, suddenly, Haruto remembered something he tossed in his inventory and never used. It was the Bear King's claw that Masato had thrown to him on the Bridge of Groans. This treasure item granted 2 skills. First, the ability to hold any target in place for a certain period of time, and second, the ability to approach any target and inflict damage upon it. Haruto smiled in satisfaction. This was it. The key to breaking the stalemate was right here. He immediately used his copy and absorb skill. The first skill was loaded into Control V, allowing Haruto to bind the target more tightly when using the giant King Spider's silk, while the second skill was loaded into Control C, allowing him to pierce the target, absorbing 15% of its HP and MP. After acquiring the new skills, Haruto eagerly charged forward, hoping everything would go exactly as he wished. Meanwhile, Nana's was still sticking to her plan of melting the golem's body. Moji and Ares both looked quite concerned, because no matter how skilled a hunter Nana's was, if she kept unleashing hellfire like that, her mana would soon be depleted. Under the effect of the blue flames, the golem's body began to disintegrate. Nana's once again used her hellfire to add to it, but this time it backfired. The golem went berserk and charged at her, wanting to counterattack. The hellfire was no longer effective, which meant Nana's mana had reached its limit. However, before the intermediate golem could even touch Nana's, it was tightly bound by Haruto's spider silk. This time, he used an exceptional amount of spider silk, wrapping it tightly into a giant cocoon. Nana's, save in the nick of time, was overjoyed and shouted Haruto's name. At that moment, Masato couldn't hide his astonishment. His reaction was just like everyone else's. They couldn't believe the giant king spider's silk could be this effective. Seeing him dazed, Haruto shouted a reminder. Guildmaster Shirosaki Masato, please attack again. Being called by his full name, Masato was startled. Huh? But didn't you? See, attacking is useless. It'll be different this time. I can stop the core from moving. We don't have much time, so hurry up, Haruto said urgently. Being ordered around by him, Masato gritted his teeth in anger, but in the end, he still unleashed his magic to attack once more, along with a threat in case Haruto failed, or he would give him a sound beating. Masato's magic pierced through the thick layer of spider silk, destroying the body of the intermediate-level golem. Large rocks scattered in mid-air, and its life core was exposed. Haruto seized this opportunity, using his spider silk, the ultimate version of his giant king silk, reinforced with the claws of the intermediate king bear, locked down the core, and this time, his plan succeeded. Not only Masato, but even Nana stared wide-eyed at this scene, but thinking back every time they fought a boss. Haruto was always there at the crucial moment. It turned out she really couldn't keep looking at him as just a low-level hunter anymore. Using the king bear's claws was a strategy that only a hunter like Sano could come up with. Ares was also full of praise, and the attack team cheered continuously upon seeing this miraculous sight. It seemed that besides Satoru, no one else believed that Haruto and his seemingly useless spider silk could perform such a miracle. In contrast to their joyous celebration, Takumi and Sarah looked as if they were choking. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop, collecting mana to accelerate the plan and begin the operation. After putting on his mask, Takumi ordered all of them to get into position, ready for battle. What's going on? Is the situation so serious that you have to step in yourself? Sarah seemed alarmed. That's right, because of that strange guy. Getting the key from the core might be a bit more troublesome. You should also get ready, Sarah. After receiving the order, Sarah quickly stood up on the white snow. Satoru, at this moment, was using his stealth skill, hiding behind a large tree to observe, and he began to wonder to himself, what should I do? It looks like the one who seemed to be the leader has left. What is that girl planning to do with all the mana she collected? Should I report this to my senior? Just then, Haruto handed him a stone and said, take this. It's a high-level stealth skill. Satoru was surprised. What? Are you sure it's okay to give me something so valuable? He scratched his head and declared, this job is that important. Satoru's jaw dropped in surprise. An important job. His expression turned serious. Shota Satoru, this time you don't need to fight the monsters. Instead, use your stealth skill to follow them. If they find a hidden dungeon, let me know immediately. We're going to hijack their plan. Remembering his words gave Satoru more courage. He thought of Haruto once more and reassured himself. That's right. Nana's and Guild Master Masato are over there. And most importantly, Senior Sano is here too. His voice rang out in surprise. I'm the one who has to destroy it. Masato turned and affirmed. Yes, since you captured it, You should be the one to destroy it. Nana smiled and said, "That's right, because this is Hunter Sano's achievement." He raised his sword, getting into a ready stance. "All right, I'm really doing it then." Haruto was a little surprised. "This is the first time I've been treated like this. It feels strange. I've finished copying it, now let's destroy it quickly." Then he plunged the tip of his sword straight into the red orb, causing it to crack. The orb immediately shattered into tiny pieces and vanished. A notification message appeared briefly. "Mutated Golem has been defeated." After that, a series of level-up notifications appeared around him. Next, another system notification appeared. "You have received a reward item for destroying the mutated golem's core." A golden key appeared, falling into Haruto's palm. It was the key of the sealed heart, which opens the door to where the giant golem's heart is sealed. He held the key up high and shouted, "I got it, the key to the hidden labyrinth." I'm so happy for Haruto. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. How does it feel to be one step closer to your mother? Aries looked confused. It's just a key. The real challenge is just getting started. While everyone was chattering excitedly, Haruto was just focused on looking around. He whispered quietly, a command, making a notification window appear. Status check. A smile immediately appeared on his lips. He couldn't help it. Whoa, nice. With the upgrade from the long sword, I'm at level 285 now. That's almost as high as a high-rank hunter over level 300. The day I can solo isn't far off now. Haruto jumped for joy under Masato's helpless gaze, who turned away and muttered, commenting, celebrating so pathetically after just beating a mid-tier boss. Nanas chuckled softly. And who was it that just struggled with that mid-tier boss? Then, feeling teased by her, he quickly retorted, I wasn't struggling. Suddenly, a series of loud explosions erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Mo and Ares had to quickly dodge to avoid getting hurt. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, dozens of sharp spikes shot up from the ground. On the black spikes were lines of red text. Masato shouted loudly, "That's the sign of a colossal monster's appearance. This is bad." He urgently ordered his team, "Everyone, get behind my shield." But before he could finish, another explosion went off, breaking their formation, and at the same time a pillar of red light appeared, illuminating the entire sky. After the chaos came a deathly silence as several people had been killed. A man slowly walked out, speaking. "It was expensive, but the power is undeniable. It's true that money can buy you anything. Just have to throw away a bit of conscience." The man speaking was Takumi. "It's as easy as flipping my hand." He let out a breath, constantly muttering, productivity, productivity. Suddenly, another decisive sound rang out, catching his attention. "Found you." The notification window appeared again at incredible speed. Web weaving. A series of huge threads appeared in front of Takumi, and from within them, Haruto charged out with his sword. "Give it back," he shouted as he charged forward bravely, Kalish's dragon longsword. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Takumi gloatingly launched an attack on him. "You might have stopped the explosion with those webs, but that wasn't the only trap I prepared." He furiously struck Haruto's stomach and sighed. "You almost ruined my entire plan." He mercilessly threw Haruto far away, sending dirt and rocks flying terrifyingly, and shouted, "Hunter Sano." She immediately raised her weapon, and a surge of blue power erupted around her body. Prison blast. Ares didn't have time to think. He rushed forward. No, Nana's. But she was held back by Mo. "Stop. You'll get hit too." A blue vortex aimed straight for Takumi, who was standing not far away. This vortex was so powerful it cracked the ground wide open. Suddenly, Nana's coughed, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. She planted her spear into the ground and collapsed, coughing dryly. Masato looked over and hurriedly ordered, "Hunter Sonoda. What's wrong with Nana's? Use a healing skill, quickly." Rushing to her side, he panicked and shouted, "Guildmaster Shirosaki, don't use mana." She quickly explained to him, "The gas prevents mana absorption. It was probably released at the same time as the pillar explosion earlier. This is a cowardly strategy they use to neutralize high-rank hunters." She couldn't help but wonder. Meanwhile, a black liquid was bubbling on the ground. Why would they use something so dangerous? Like this, Takumi turned his back on the badly injured Haruto. Time to be productive. Masato gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Unbelievable. He was utterly stunned by Takumi's strange footwork. It's Shadow Morph, the highest level stealth skill. Wasn't that skill supposed to have been eradicated by the previous generation of hunters because it was too dangerous? How could he have it? Takumi calmly turned his head, looking around without a word, when he suddenly noticed the key that had fallen right next to Haruto. Next to Haruto, he slowly picked up the key in silence. A small notification appeared. The key that seals the heart had transferred to the current owner. Takumi let out a soft laugh. Mission complete. However, he didn't seem very satisfied. He quickly grabbed the boy by the collar, and Takumi growled, a red light flashing on his mask. "We have to kill him right here," Haruto managed to say mockingly. "I was just thinking the same thing." The man was momentarily surprised. What? He's still conscious? The corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. "Well, it's a good thing the one who stole the longsword is a piece of trash like you." A bunch of threads shot out and wrapped around Takumi. To his surprise, the threads gradually grew thicker and denser, swallowing his scream. Ah! A notification panel appeared along with sharp spikes protruding from the threads, using giant spider's silk. Activating the skill, one claw of the Bear King, and jagged, sharp fangs protruded along with the tightly wrapped threads, just like a giant monster. Takumi's followers began to panic. "What? Leader, that skill. Isn't that the skill he used to defeat the mutated golem? Maybe we should get out of here too." Haruto slowly walked forward with his sword. "Your mistake was touching my longsword." His voice rang out calmly. "Release the giant spider's silk." However, his expression quickly turned to surprise. Where Takumi should have been, there was no sign of him at all. He appeared from within the shadow, sighing softly. "Whoa, that was a close call. That's the first time I had to use a skill like that." Takumi shouted loudly like a psycho. "If there wasn't a shadow in there, I would have died for nothing. After almost getting killed by such a lame skill, I finally understand why the hunters I've killed died with such regretful expressions like that. But anyway, you're going to die here today." A brilliant light suddenly radiated from Haruto. "Hey, you know my nickname, right?" He stood up straight, making the light even more dazzling. "People call me a mana battery because I share my mana with my teammates. This is the first time I've tried it from such a long distance, but it still works." Takumi was surprised. "What did you say?" He coldly made a statement that surprised the man. "It means your life ends here." Masato, standing to the side, also shouted loudly. "I don't get what's happening, but I'm overflowing with mana right now. I'm going to destroy your Blood Tower Guild, right here and now." At that moment, a red magic circle appeared in midair, carrying with it black lightning bolts, powerful ones. Takumi cursed inwardly. Honestly, Shirosaki Masato's wide-area black lightning is the nemesis of Shadow Morph. Takumi's Shadow Morph. He couldn't escape. This is bad. He quickly turned his head to the side and ordered, "Arita-Sara, do it. Reverse it." Her response was a mysterious green light. Then the mana potions resting on the ground quickly had their caps open all at once, and they became pillars of light converging on a single point under Sarah's manipulation. She gritted her teeth, trying to reverse it as her leader commanded. A notification panel appeared, issuing a command: "Reset and restore." The golem's snow mountain labyrinth to its original state. The stone fragments gradually dissolved as if time itself was reversing. A notification announced the dungeon was resetting and returning to its original state, and the whole world suddenly began to shake violently. Whoa, what's suddenly happening? The dark blue lightning and fierce winds threw the group into even more of a panic. What is this airflow? Amid the chaos, someone immediately spoke up to explain, "This isn't a normal airflow. The remaining golems are." Before everyone's eyes, the golems gradually began to piece themselves back together, they're reassembling. "Look!" Nana's eyes filled with astonishment, while Masato, also surprised, hesitantly spoke up, "Don't tell me." He looked into the distance, where the golems were slowly emerging from the thick mist. Is the dungeon resetting? A golem charged forward frantically, startling him, its fist quickly colliding with Masato's shield. "Damn it, that gas is preventing everyone from absorbing mana." He glanced at his teammates, thinking to himself, Masato has to maintain the shield to protect the members, but like this, they can't fight the golems. At this rate, everyone will die inside the protective shield. Is there a way? Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred that made his eyes widen in surprise. Nana's green tornadoes flared up once again, wiping out the golems. Masato's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Hunter Nanas, how are you?" She glanced at him and said seriously, "You heard it just now, didn't you? Hunter Sano's nickname." Nana's voice was firm as she mentioned the nickname, Managopher. However, Masato didn't quite understand. "So what?" Ares, while healing, continued for her. "He possesses the ability to infinitely regenerate mana and transfer it to his teammates. Clearly, this is a unique skill of Hunter Sano." A seed of doubt immediately began to sprout in Masato's mind. "It's unbelievable." He stared intently at Ares' hands as she healed Haruto. Only priest-class hunters should have that ability. So why can Hunter Sano, who isn't even a priest, do it? He glanced over at Nanas and Mo, who were fighting with all their might. High-rank hunters like him and Nanas require a huge amount of mana to activate their skills, and it's not just limited to the two of them. He's sharing mana with everyone here, sharing his own mana. In such a short amount of time, Masato gritted his teeth. Infinite mana regeneration? I've never heard of a unique skill like this before, but if it's real. Then his mind began to race with his own calculations. Instead of searching for the giant golem's heart, a better way is to Make Hunter Sano join Masato's guild. Suddenly, Nanas's voice rang out, catching Masato's attention. Now everything is clear. She charged into battle while speaking. Everything, even what happened at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, was the work of the Blood Tower Guild. Mo, who was blocking a blow from a golem, turned his head and shouted, "The important issue right now is that the dungeon has already reset. If they reset the dungeon again." But Ares' voice cut in, denying that theory. "No, I don't think that's possible. The reason the hidden dungeon hasn't been cleared until now seems to be due to a logical issue with the dungeon." She focused on her task while slowly explaining, "I don't know if they've realized it, but right now, the probability of the hidden dungeon appearing is 100% certain." As soon as she heard that, Nanas's gaze turned several shades colder. But there's also something strange compared to before. She calmly took down a golem and continued, "The number of golems appearing is fewer now." Masato quickly realized the problem. It's because the strange golem that Hunter Nanas melted wasn't reset. "I need to resolve things here quickly so I can track down those bastards from the Blood Tower." But still, these things weighed heavily on her mind. If that was all, it wouldn't be a problem, but let's assume this time is also like the dungeon upheaval from before. If they repeat that method, then no, that can't be possible, right? Meanwhile, Masato couldn't help but worry about Haruto, and it suddenly occurred to him, is Hunter Sano okay? I hope he wasn't taken out by those guys, right? In a corner of the snowy mountain, a giant spiderweb cocoon lay still on the ground. Haruto emerged from the cocoon, his body covered in wounds, releasing the giant spider web. Damn it. His eyes were now filled with rage and frustration. That bastard, Takumi, suddenly appeared after a frigid gale. He didn't hesitate for a second, rushing forward and shouting, "Stop right there." The two swords quickly clashed, creating a sharp sound. The man looked at him and chuckled. "What exactly do you think a low-rank hunter can do, huh?" Despite Takumi's taunt, he stubbornly gripped his sword. "Huh, this low-rank hunter you're talking about is the one messing up your entire plan." He once again used the king's giant spiderweb to bind the man's hands tightly. Takumi swung his arm, breaking free from the webs, and growled, "This web is as insignificant as an insect. Let me make it so you can never use this thing again." With that, he plunged the sword in his hand into the ground, knocking him far away. A flash of light appeared along with the man's sky-shattering roar. "Longsword Kalesia, rank release." Haruto squinted, quickly wrapping himself in spider webs. He had used the webs to escape last time, but as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he marveled at the power of Longsword Kalesia. It's truly terrifying, but thanks to that, Haruto now knows how to use its power. Haruto planted his sword in the ground to stand up. Where did he get such rare information? I couldn't completely block that attack. Maybe I should chase him down and make him spill everything. However, the unfamiliar scenery around him threw him into confusion. By the way, where is this? Good grief. A vast expanse of white snow. How am I supposed to know where I am? Around that time, at the Japan Hunter Association, golden sunlight shone on the skyscraper. Toku leaned back on the sofa, reassuring Makoto, "There's no need to worry too much." Guild Master Shota, the future guild's master, Shirosaki Masato, is with them too. Makoto crossed his arms, speaking seriously. "The biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild is really pulling all the strings. We don't know much about them." Go quickly agreed. "Absolutely. Even high-rank hunters are as good as dead if they get on their radar, and there's no way for us to gather more information." He paused for a moment, then tossed a tablet onto the table. "But our Mouse Guild has found a few things." He explained and recounted the story to the other two. "The reason they're making such a big move this time is because of the presence of Starfy, the multinational global hunter guild." Toku's eyes widened, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Starfy. Even Makoto, sitting next to him, couldn't help but be curious. Why would a world-class guild like that be in a small place like Japan? And involved with a dark guild, no less. Go lowered his head, his voice a few shades deeper. It's hard to imagine what the scene inside the dungeon is like right now. However, 15 years ago, during the Great Disaster, only a dungeon collapsed. He recounted the terrifying scene from back then with a slightly trembling voice. When the golems managed to escape, they were more horrifying than the demons of hell. He paused for a moment, then continued, "The one who sealed the golem's Snow Mountain dungeon at that time was one of the world's strongest priestesses, Nishihara Tomoka from Japan." Makoto rubbed his chin in agreement. Yes, if Hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed herself back then. Go looked directly at the other two and discussed seriously. The heart of the giant golem was sealed in a hidden dungeon, and to this day, it remains a fatally attractive item to everyone in the world. He thoroughly explained the operating principles of those two guilds. Both guilds are the type to use any means necessary to achieve their goals. I'm not surprised they formed a team to conquer the golem's Snow Mountain. Besides, Aries Hill from the International Hunter Association is Nishihara's daughter, right? Makoto quickly spoke up. We all understand this clearly. So, aside from the matter of the Collegia Longsword School, she also had a plan to investigate the death of her mother, Hunter Nishihara. However, Go denied it. No one has ever acknowledged the death of Hunter Nishihara. This made the other man even more surprised. What did you say? Hunters who go missing in a dungeon and whose bodies are not found are all declared dead, right? Yet you're saying someone who's been missing for 15 years still hasn't been officially declared dead. Go picked up his tablet, glanced at a list, and replied, there were survivors that year. A hunter who returned from that dungeon about 5 years ago also claimed to have seen Hunter Nishihara. Makoto's eyes widened. He asked back in surprise, what? Is that really true? The man affirmed in a low voice, because Starfield has blocked the news, it's hard for us to know for sure, but at the very least, this is the truth. The interesting thing is that in that dungeon, there are countless. Suddenly, a young man burst through the door and shouted, Sir, Chairman, something's happened. Go turned his head irritably. What is it? We are in an important meeting. The young man grabbed the remote and stammered, right now the dungeon break is. As soon as the TV was turned on, the roar of a golem could be heard. The reporter at the scene was hiding behind a wrecked old car, speaking rapidly. Do you all see this? A dungeon break is currently in progress. His voice grew more urgent in the face of the current chaotic situation. Right now, it's happening right in the city center. This whole area is filled with panicked screams and the sound of crumbling buildings. The moment Ghost saw it, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger. Those are the golems from the Golem Snow Mountain dungeon. Impossible. Could it be that the dungeon that was just recently conquered has collapsed? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, a group of people was trying to cross a blizzard. Sarah looked at Takumi, who was clutching a piece of paper in his hand without saying a word. Finally, she spoke up. Is there a problem with the plan? This is the first time I've seen you injured, Kurosaki. Do you need me to heal you? The man glanced at her with a challenging tone. If you're so curious, why don't you check for yourself? Takumi said as he tore it in two. Sarah's eyes widened. This is it. The entire group stopped in front of a large gate as the man calmly announced, the hidden dungeon of the Golem Snow Mountain. Sarah, meanwhile, was gazing at the gate, mesmerized. She could finally collect the heart of the giant golem. Takumi led the group aggressively across the precarious suspension bridge that spanned between the two mountains, while Sarah watched intently. Using his stealth ability, he stood quietly in a corner, carefully observing every detail until the entire group had passed. He then slowly moved to follow them, tailing the target who had already approached a mysterious cave at the end of the bridge, a place where Takumi's group was just a stone's throw away from entering. This made Satoru unable to hold back his surprise, muttering to himself, so this is the hidden dungeon. The people following him also had their faces covered, carefully concealing their identities. After taking a few steps, they felt that something wasn't quite right, and reached out to gently examine the barrier. Suddenly, a sense of unease grew within him, and he immediately reported to the guild master. There's some kind of barrier here. Hearing this, the guild master also slowly approached, lightly touching the barrier and thinking to himself, Starfield truly lives up to its name as a world-class guild. Their information is unbelievably reliable. A memory surfaced in Takumi's mind, and he thought, this must have been sealed 15 years ago by a great mage and the strongest hunter, Nishihara Tomoka. Moreover, it was something he had always cherished with a lifelong desire to obtain it. The giant golem's heart from the hidden dungeon. Just thinking about it, his eyes narrowed with determination, and then he suddenly called out to everyone. Next, Takumi didn't forget to instruct them. Prepare to break the barrier carefully. Don't let your guard down and stay alert of your surroundings. Everyone obeyed, responding crisply, understood. After giving his orders to the group, he turned to the woman and commanded, Sarah, revert the long sword field settings. However, before Arita Sarah could even react, his gaze turned sharp, and he frowned, saying, wait, it seems a little rat has been sneakily following us. These words only confused her more, leaving her standing there bewildered. From his position, Satoru heard every single curse word from him, which made his heart nearly leap out of his chest as he thought, what an idiot, daring to use stealth to tail the blood tower blade. His face turned pale, completely drained of color from fear, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, Senior Haruto, he's in big trouble. Without another word, Takumi aggressively charged towards the source of the sound, shouting, you're really ticking me off. The Weeping Rabbit of the Snow Mountain, a golem that lives near the mysterious narrow tunnels of the Snow Mountain, a level 30 golem. A rabbit-shaped monster that is always hungry and aggressive. Defeating it yields a mana stone. This couldn't help but surprise Haruto, who exclaimed, huh? I didn't know there were other monsters besides golems in here. Just then, he saw it get punched. A new element had appeared and knocked it out with a single blow. Right, near the Weeping Rabbit's location. A very eye-catching red gemstone also appeared. Seeing this, the Snow Mountain Golem walked over and gently picked up the stone. Then, for some unknown reason, it suddenly ran quickly towards him, its face full of innocence, and its eyes affectionate, as if it had a question that needed answering. Haruto knew just by glancing at it, and patted its head, asking, "Are you asking if you can eat that stone? Go ahead, little guy." After receiving permission, the golem of the Snow Mountain popped it into its mouth and chewed happily, making him let out a sly chuckle. "I've already copied it anyway." At this point, Haruto clenched the treasure in his hand and marveled. Who would have thought that the core of a variant golem would have this ability? The core of a variant golem can create a golem by pouring mana into it. Skill 1. Create a level 1 golem. Exactly as the user imagines it, the second skill can create a level 1 transformable golem armor, and the third skill allows sharing of reconnaissance and scouting abilities with the created golem. The higher its level, the farther the user can control the golem. His joy at this moment was so immense that his smile became twisted and distorted. I was a bit disappointed when I realized I couldn't absorb any skills with copy and paste, but this item is also fantastic. If the core can create a single golem, then what happens if I copy and paste it? Haruto's face beamed with a wide, toothy grin, thinking to himself, now I can easily create an entire army of golems. This is absolutely amazing. It means from now on I can enter dungeons without needing a party. But the way it was looking at him left him a bit baffled. The Snow Mountain Golem can reach level 10, can freely change its shape and form, and shares its senses with its master. Moreover, Haruto was a bit concerned, since it was only at level 1. I wonder how big it will get when it reaches level 10. If it gets too big, that could be a problem. Suddenly, something unexpected happened that made Haruto, who was about to grin from ear to ear, widen his eyes in shock. The Snow Mountain Golem seemed to detect something unusual, and it fiercely raised its fist and lunged at Satoru. Having just arrived only to be suddenly attacked, he screamed in pain, "Ouch!" At that moment, his eyes suddenly turned towards Satoru, his face filled with shock as he yelled his name. Just then, Satoru, who had just been suddenly attacked by the Snow Mountain Golem, was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Just like that, Satoru looked at Haruto as if he were a life raft and jumped directly onto Haruto, wailing, "Wah! Senior Haruto, I thought I was a goner for sure." After Satoru provided the information, the two of them immediately rushed over. Haruto couldn't contain his anger, yelling, "Damn it! Have those bastards from the Blood Tower found the hidden dungeon?" Well, in reality, he thought this was actually a good thing. Seeing Satoru suddenly caught up in this mess, he couldn't help but feel guilty and blame himself, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't think they would so easily find you. It was the highest level stealth skill, so I let my guard down." However, Satoru immediately shook his head, denying it. "No, I was in a different location, so I was fine." But the person they found must have been a hunter from the future guild. The person they actually found and dealt with on the spot was someone else. I managed to escape safely. At this, Haruto narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Guild Master Shirosaki. I thought he didn't bother making a proper plan, but it turns out our goals aligned perfectly by chance. After all, it's clear I can't let my guard down around the Blood Tower Guild." Satoru then seemed to remember something important and revealed, "By the way, among them there was a girl." This made Haruto's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaimed, "Huh, a girl?" Satoru firmly confirmed it, "Yes." It seemed like she was concentrating mana into some bottles and started doing something, and then the dungeon was reset in that very moment. He had gripped his sword tightly, but he was trembling with fear and didn't dare to rush out, so now he felt extremely ashamed, saying with a choked voice, "I thought about stopping her, but you told me not to act. To be honest, it's because I was too scared. I'm sorry." Seeing him so dejected with tears welling up, Haruto patted his head to comfort and praise him. "It's okay, you did a great job." Satoru sniffled for a moment, then suddenly remembered an important detail and quickly recounted it. That's right, that girl looked very familiar. He had seen her somewhere before. As he said that, his gaze suddenly became a bit wary and suspicious. He asked with curiosity, "And by the way, is it okay for that thing to keep following us like this?" Haruto knew full well what he was worried about and simply replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. That's my subordinate." Hearing this, Satoru's eyes lit up. He spoke with full admiration. "Huh. A golem is your underling. Does that mean you can control all golems? Senpai Haruto, you're amazing." Very quickly after that, they moved to a hiding spot to observe from a distance. Satoru still kept reminding him, "The hidden dungeon is just across the bridge, but those people over there are hiding and guarding everywhere. If we make a rash move, we'll get caught immediately." At this point, he fell silent for a moment, then suddenly proposed with a serious face, "Satoru, go get Hunter. Nana's and Guild Master Shirosaki here. This left him bewildered, and he immediately asked, "Huh? But that means you'll have to stay here alone, senpai. Besides, you know the enemy has the long sword." But Haruto just calmly patted the snow mountain golem's head and replied nonchalantly, "You don't need to worry about me. I have a way to monitor their every move from here." In the end, he had no more arguments and had to agree dejectedly, "I understand, if you say so, senpai Haruto." Before Satoru left, he carefully handed him an item with instructions, "Take this too," which made him ask with curiosity, "Is this the core of a transformation golem?" At that moment, seeing Satoru as excited as a child, he couldn't help but shout, "Is it for this golem?" This startled it, making it glance at him. Just as expected, Haruto just gave him a few more important instructions. "From now on, it will be your subordinate. You like it a lot, right? Don't be fooled by its appearance. Its combat ability is quite high, so it will be pretty useful." He was so happy he could cry, asking in disbelief, "Again, just to be sure, senpai Haruto, are you really giving me such a valuable item?" This made him feel a bit exasperated as he replied, "I guess so." Then he swallowed the words he was about to say. "It's valuable, sure, but I have a whole bunch of them." Just like that, in a flash, Satoru seemed to gain a new motivation, excitedly running off and declaring strongly, "Thank you so much, senpai Haruto. I'll make sure to bring her and the others here as soon as possible." Haruto couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor, thinking in disbelief. He's a member of a big guild, but he's pretty naive. It's probably because Hunter Nanas has shouldered most of the responsibility. Getting back to business, he had also secretly identified the right moment. And now, it's time to create a new subordinate. No sooner said than done, using the core of a transformation golem to create a new one. During that crucial moment, Haruto was always watching carefully, because he figured that if it could create a golem based on his imagination, then he would give it a little mana. Finally, after a period of waiting, this golem began to undergo a powerful transformation, while Haruto remained engrossed in his observation. Just a moment later, the system issued a notification. Transformation Golem Core, Skill 3, can share reconnaissance and scouting abilities with the created golem. He couldn't believe it, his eyes widening in amazement, joyfully, exclaiming to himself, "Wow, this thing is top tier." With its reconnaissance and scouting abilities, the golem quickly flew to the place where Takumi was. As for Haruto's task, it was just to focus and observe carefully so as not to miss any important details. Through the transmitted images, he could vaguely make out a girl next to the guy, and then he realized it was that girl. Satoru wondered, what is she doing with the Kalizia longsword? Faced with this series of strange actions, Haruto couldn't look away for even a second, fearing he might miss something. Soon after, Arita Sera's action came to an end, leaving her looking bewildered, her eyes wide in contemplation. On top of that, the system issued a notification, Ctrl+Z, restoring the durability of the Kalizia longsword to its original state. Then, the information window for the longsword appeared, a sword forged from the soul of the dragon Kalizia. It requires level 30, adjusts the user's level to 200, and automatically applies, combining upon use. Unique skill 2, a passive skill, increases the user's defense by 35%. Unique skill 1, Bloodthirst, absorbs 15% of the target's stamina, vitality, and mana. The passive skill, Unique skill 2, Berserk, automatically activates when the user's HP drops below a certain percentage. All of the user's stats and level are doubled, including the user's exact level. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 day. Just then, a moment later, the durability was displayed at 6%. However, that number quickly blurred as significant fluctuations began to appear. And yet, in just an instant, that figure became incredibly faint, then shot straight up to 100, a record-breaking feat. Along with it came a system notification. Ctrl+Z, the durability of the Kalizia longsword has been restored to its original state. Durability, 100%, a 94% increase. At this point, having completed the restoration process, Asura was too exhausted to stand and collapsed to her knees. Restoring a sword like that had drained too much of her strength, leaving her panting heavily from exhaustion. However, her reaction greatly pleased him, and he exclaimed in a voice full of praise, "Excellent." Takumi's face couldn't hide his delight as he held the powerful sword, a cold smirk playing on his lips. All right, durability is no longer an issue now. Meanwhile, Haruto, witnessing this scene through his spy golem, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment, thinking to himself, "You've got to be kidding me." The durability of the Kalizia longsword was completely restored. Can a skill like this actually exist in the world? Just then, a thought flashed through Haruto's mind. Wait a minute. No. If that's true, then that girl, she's just like me, a possessor of the system's gift curse. A number 6 slowly appeared, flashing in a jarring red color, before quickly changing to the number 100, its cold, glaring red color signaling a game-changing transformation. The system, after reaching 100, immediately turned green. The screen displayed the text, "Notification." With the key combination Ctrl+Z, the durability of the Kalisha longsword has been restored to its original state. And remarkably, this incredible reversal pushed the durability all the way to 100%, a fresh increase of over 94% without any issues. This development hit Haruto like a ton of bricks, leaving him gaping in shock, so surprised he started muttering to himself. He couldn't believe it. I never thought there was someone else besides me who's also bearing the same curse. It was hard to tell what he was feeling right now. On the other side, Nana's was growing weak from the cold and exhaustion. Her pale face and ragged breathing sparked a few thoughts in his mind. Considering that the longsword's durability was reset, does that mean she has the ability to revert any object to its original state? In short, it's a type of power that's the complete opposite of mine. But he quickly thought, if that's the case, I'll just copy that skill. The blizzard was intensifying, and Haruto was also growing tired. He couldn't delay any longer, yet he still hesitated. But can I really copy it? I wonder if I can acquire the skills of others. I'll have to find out. If asking for help is useless, the sky will still be white with snow. The only thing he could see now was the striking red of Nana's coat. With great determination, Haruto told himself that he had to make her his ally. Both of them were exhausted, but that guy Takumi wouldn't let them rest for long. With unconcealed killing intent, he growled in a low voice. The time has finally come for me to destroy the sealing barrier of the hidden dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword plunged forcefully into the hidden dungeon's barrier. Like the seal itself, the scene before them was bizarre enough to make one's skin crawl. In the bone-chillingly cold landscape, there was only a blazing red area like the barrier Takumi had created, like a separate world that no one could touch. That barrier was like a writhing centipede, coiling together like chains, forming a tight bond. It was difficult for anyone to enter, let alone think of escaping. Its terrifying power made Nana's feel a searing blast hit her straight in the face. She screamed in pain and quickly used her hands to shield her face. As for Haruto, he also recognized the source of this incredible power. His deep-set eyes reflected the only source of light coming from Takumi, and he realized with a shock that it was the barrier of the hidden dungeon. Ignoring the two bewildered people, Takumi arrogantly held the key, unable to hide his smile. He muttered, "If it weren't for the information from Starf, we would never have been able to break the barrier with this key." He slammed the sword into the center of the barrier, speaking as if recounting and boasting of his achievement. It was created 15 years ago by the great mage hunter Nishihara. That's why this sword is necessary to even hope to break the seal. Nana's tensed up and asked loudly, "What do you mean?" Takumi slowly turned his head, gave a savage smile, and said calmly, "The original owner of the sword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He went missing in this dungeon 15 years ago. The hunter Nishihara established a barrier that could only be broken by her husband's sword, so that all other people would have no way to enter." Everyone was stunned by this information. Really? Nana's, and perhaps Haruto as well, both thought the owner of the long sword is the world's top-ranked hunter, the sword master Frederick Hill. His wife is the great mage Nishihara Tomoka, and their daughter is Miss Ariso. So that's why she was so obsessed with that sword. Takumi couldn't care less what the two of them were thinking. He was in a great hurry to break this barrier seal. He plunged the sword forcefully down into the barrier, shouting, "All right, let's break the seal. Now." With that, he yelled, "Long sword Kalija, release your power." At the same time, he poured all his energy into opening the barrier. The barrier immediately unleashed a suffocating torrent of magical energy. The earth and rocks seemed to be swept up by that immense power, shattering into pieces. That deathly red color felt like a sea of blood, drowning all the faint life around it. The small birds that had bravely endured the cold blizzard were now incinerated by that searing red glow. Both Haruto and Nana's instinctively hid behind a large nearby rock, using its weight to brace themselves. Haruto squinted to avoid being blinded by the light, cursing helplessly in his mind. A level 1 golem can't withstand this assault. If the durability of the long sword Kalizia hasn't been restored, it shouldn't be able to release this much sword might. But he didn't have time to think much, as the barrier was already opening. The chain-like barrier trembled violently for a moment, as it too struggled to withstand the attack from that power. The scene was like a torn page from a comic, because the other side of the barrier was like another world, dark and deep, like a sealed jar, with no visible path or end in sight. The towering Takumi suddenly seemed small before this spectacle. Unusually small, but being an arrogant and conceited man, he just sneered and muttered, "I never expected the entrance to the hidden dungeon to be a spatial projection." She must have been in agony. Well, I don't care. After 15 years, the hidden dungeon of the Golem Mountain has returned. With that, he shouted, part command and part morale boost. Everyone, it's time to hunt for the heart of the giant golem. As soon as he finished speaking, they all silently stepped into that dazzling dimension, gradually vanishing as if signaling a perilous journey ahead. Haruto was so worried he bit his lip, unsure of what to do. Should I follow them? He thought impatiently, silently cursing Satoru. How long are you going to make me wait? Meanwhile, in southern Italy, at an S-rank dungeon, the scene was chilling to the bone. The thick, metallic stench of blood hung in the air. Blood, corpses, and the cold, dark dungeon created an atmosphere so deathly it was nauseating. The last surviving soldier was barely breathing, using the last of his strength to grit his teeth and say, "You could have just killed me. Why did you have to take everyone else's lives?" His opponent casually flicked a finger. He showed indifference and inhumanity in every gesture, and spoke in a flat tone as if it were a trivial matter. "If I did that, I'd be a murderer." His voice was deceptively innocent, but if the entire squad is wiped out, people will just think it was a dungeon accident. After that flick of his finger, the poor soldier's life was extinguished. The horrific scene was so gruesome one could only turn away and retch. Once again, that inhuman system displayed its cold, pre-programmed text, Control A. When the skill user dies, the skill will be transferred to the next user. In short, this was an ability that grew stronger by stealing the lives of others, and this man had just absorbed the full power of those poor soldiers. He let out a grunt, trying to assimilate the immense flow of power. Instantly, a glowing red mark on his neck became more distinct, and his entire body radiated a disgusting aura, his face slowly warping into something inhuman. It was all as if pre-programmed. Control A, all has been selected. Those unfortunate soldiers were like obsolete inventory, packaged up with just a single Control X command, cutting all selected targets. They, all of them, vanished as if they had never been there, as if they had never existed. Human life was so pitifully cheap in that moment. A steady sound broke the silence. A blonde demoness with a bizarre appearance clapped her hands, her cold voice ringing out. "It seems the Control A skill has improved, hasn't it? The scale has certainly expanded compared to just erasing them one by one." The man replied emotionlessly, "The only annoying part is that I have to take the target's life to stop the curse from killing me. But what really ticks me off is that no matter how many times I use the skill, it never evolves. It's driving me insane." The demoness stepped closer and chided him. "Didn't I tell you before? The skill won't change until you reach the target. The only skill that can be acquired and upgraded without killing an enemy," she paused for emphasis, "is Control C," the mysterious man said in frustration. "We've been searching for that guy for 10 long years and haven't found a single hair." "Does Control C even exist?" he asked hopelessly. The blonde demoness gave a cunning smile and explained, "It's a little different in our dimension. I'm certain this world has one person holds it, and Control F is for finding those with the Control C skill, right?" The other guy calmed down, pulled up his hood, and muttered, "Now that you mention it, what about Control Z?" The other person replied, "Based on the information we've gathered, currently within the Blood Tower Guild, there's a report about breaking the ceiling barrier created by Hunter Nishihara. Both of these guys have the Control Z ability. Revenge is important, but remember to secure the giant golem's heart. This is an item that helps those who possess cursed skills unleash their optimal power." "Understood," the other person replied, and the two of them vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, inside the dimension, the Kurosaki party was slowly exploring. After walking for a while, Masato started his usual irritable act. He yelled, "What the hell? Did we rush all the way here just to see a snowy wasteland like this? There's not even a trace of a fight. Are we going the wrong way?" he asked suspiciously. The clever Haruto replied, "They haven't been gone for long. Your intuition is really reliable." As those two guys vanished without a trace, the others began to analyze. Based on the situation in the cave, it seems there are no monsters here. Since there's only one path, we'll catch up to them soon. They started to pick up the pace. As they ran, Nanas asked Ares, "Can you guess where they got their information?" Ares didn't answer right away. She hesitated. "This is just my personal guess, but their backer is probably Starfield." Her face gradually grew serious. Nanas reacted as if she'd been shocked, shouting, "Starfield." And this inadvertently made everyone worried, including Haruto, who turned around. She asked in disbelief, "The #1 international guild in the world? They're working with the Blood Tower?" Ares spoke awkwardly. "I think the reason might be because of my mother." Haruto overheard everything and had a realization. So this is the root source of the information the Blood Tower obtained, the Rainbow Dungeon, and stealing the Long Dragon Sword. He started piecing the facts together and worriedly realized they had planned everything. He timidly glanced at Ares, thinking to himself, so their target is maybe not, but if it really is. He was very conflicted. Haruto came to a serious conclusion. Their target isn't the transforming golem's key, but you yourself, Ares. Masato started urging them on. Hurry up. If we grab one of the Blood Tower Guild members and force them to show themselves, it'll be faster. He was also quick-witted. He realized, if Starfield is backing them, then the fact that Kai can use the teleportation technique and the other things that are left. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "We'll catch him and make him confess everything himself." Everyone picked up their pace, including the clumsy golem who now also roared, "Wait for me," and started running with a rumble. Masato approached Satoru and asked curiously, "I've been noticing for a while now. What's that thing you're leading around?" Satoru replied cheerfully, "It's a subordinate that Senior Haruto gave me." Nanas asked curiously, "Why did you give Satoru such a valuable item?" Haruto was caught off guard and stammered, "Huh? Well, because it's valuable, I gave it to him. Giving him a bodyguard is the only way to be sure." He didn't notice, but a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Nanas' lips. Suddenly, beneath his feet, a surprising source of light emerged. Haruto was taken by surprise, not understanding what was happening. The unexpected had arrived. Right under their feet, a golden magic circle had opened up, incredibly tempting, and it was a trap. In an instant, everyone disappeared into that dazzling yellow light, except for Haruto. Haruto reacted immediately. He shouted, "Satoru, Nanas," and quickly rushed past even Sano. With a worried face, Haruto called out his little brother's name, Satoru. All four of them were drawn into the circle. At the spot where Satoru's group had vanished, a golden light flashed and enveloped Haruto, leaving him utterly astonished. In the blink of an eye, they landed right on another magic circle, and he crouched to touch the ground with a thud. Nanasa immediately stood up and shouted for Satoru, while Haruto scanned the area, yelling for Guild Master Shirosaki. He raised his sword defensively, glancing back and shouting, "What's going on? We were supposed to be right behind them." But suddenly, they vanished. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, and Haruto immediately whipped his head around. A massive monster appeared before him, its eyes ferocious, charging straight at him with bared, sharp teeth. Facing the monster's wide-open maw, Haruto screamed internally, "Damn it. Where did that thing come from?" While he was still stunned, Nanasa had already charged forward resolutely with her long spear, shouting the name of her skill, Dance Blade, as she slashed down. The monster's head was instantly severed from its body, and its massive frame crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust as blood gushed out. Haruto, still shuddering, asked, "Why is there a dinosaur-like monster in the Golem Snow Mountains?" Ares knelt to examine the monster's corpse and replied, "This place feels like we're in a completely different world." She looked at everyone with a determined gaze and said, "It's definitely a multidimensional dungeon." The group was shocked, shouting in unison, "A multidimensional dungeon?" Above the rocky ridges, strange birds soared through the blue sky, while down below, amidst the tall trees, stood Haruto's group. Stunned by the scene before him, he blurted out, "What is this?" Nanasa, however, spoke up to challenge Ares. "That can't be right. I heard all the multidimensional dungeons were cleared out during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, weren't they?" Ares explained to her, "Yes, my mother sealed all of them. However, it seems to have reopened for some reason." She continued to explain, "The hidden dungeon of the Golem Snow Mountains was also one of those that were sealed. The magic circles placed within these dungeons are what allow them to link to countless other dimensions." Picturing terrifying monsters being summoned, Ares concluded, "When the circle activates, a teleportation gate to another world opens, and it's possible we've been transported to an extremely dangerous dungeon." Hearing this, Nanasa seemed to understand. Stroking her chin, she said, "So that's why Hunter Nishihara set up a protective barrier around this place." Ares added, "My mother also theorized that the Great Catastrophe from many years ago was actually the rampage of a single multidimensional dungeon." Haruto asked with a worried expression, "If that's the case, then where were Satoru and Guildmaster Shirosaki teleported to?" She answered him, "They were likely transported to another dimension." She then spoke seriously to the three of them, "If we clear this dungeon, we'll be able to get our hands on the heart of the giant golem, which would be a blessing in disguise." Hearing that, he gripped his sword hilt tightly and said, "In that case, let's get moving." Haruto tensed up and looked forward. Just then, numerous dinosaur-like monsters came crashing through the trees towards them, and he broke into a sweat. "Tesk, this isn't going to be easy." Nanasa took a breath and assumed a fighting stance. The scene changes to the heart of a city center, where skyscrapers lay in ruins, engulfed in smoke and flames that billowed into the sky. A stone golem was frantically chasing and attacking civilians. The people could only scream and run, while the hunters teamed up, each landing a blow to successfully destroy it. But the core is still there. The golem quickly recovered. Someone spoke up, "Damn it, there's no way we can destroy the core like this." The hunter next to him turned around and shouted for help. "The mages over here need wide area attack support." The young mage-class hunter looked at them, his face serious, and replied, "Not now. Out here we can't absorb mana as easily as we can in a dungeon." The young man whispered, "I'm busy defending myself. How can I have a free hand to help you?" Another hunter was shattering the golem's arm, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Where the hell did that mana battery disappear to when we need him?" The bald hunter nearby was also attacking with all his might. "I can't believe there'd be a day we'd need that useless piece of goods." Suddenly, a stone golem attacked from behind. It roared, raising its hand to pounce on the bald guy. The mage saw it and shouted in alarm, "Warning! Hey, behind you!" Suddenly, a long, bright sword flashed by. Lucas appeared out of nowhere and sliced the attacking golem in two, attacking them. He quickly landed on the ground. Behind him, the stone fragments from its body began to fall. The young mage spoke up, "Ah, thank you very." Huh. Before he could finish, he was surprised to see the man's face. "A foreigner?" Lucas then brushed his hair back and replied with a smile, "I'm here on business, but I couldn't just hide in the back and watch." The bald hunter approached at this moment. "We were really in a critical situation. Thank you for lending a hand." The young mage spoke up, praising, "Your Japanese is pretty good, and you dress cool too, huh?" He then asked them curiously, "By the way, that thing about a mana battery you guys mentioned earlier, what's that about?" Hearing it made me really curious. The bald hunter laughed sarcastically, waving his hand, and explained, "Ah, it's nothing major. He's just a low-rank hunter who can fight a little, and the only skill he has is infinite mana regeneration. His only role is to be a mana battery for his teammates." Lucas hurriedly approached him. "Where do I have to go to meet that guy?" The bald man said, "I used to see him a lot before, but it's been a while since I've seen him, so I don't know where he is now. I just thought of it and blurted it out, that's all." Hearing that, he thought to himself, an infinite mana regeneration skill? I've never heard of a skill like this before. Could he be? Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Oh, we're finally here," causing Lucas to turn and look towards the top of a tall building, where two figures appeared. It was Go and Shota Makoto, staring down intently. He silently identified them, the guild master of Maus, Go, and the guild master of Dainai, Shota. Lucas couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. It seemed like he was about to see something interesting. A large horde of stone golems was on the move, with the largest one standing on a high floor. The two of them looked at the golems below. Makoto exclaimed, "Mass-produced golems? There's no doubt about it, the golem snow mountain. A dungeon break has indeed occurred." Then, he turned to the person standing next to him. "They're the perfect opponents for you, aren't they, Guildmaster Takagi? I'll support you." Go, enraged, gritted his teeth and cursed Shirasaki, that damn dungeon fanatic. What the hell is he doing in that dungeon? He finished speaking and immediately charged down, shouting at Makoto, "Go and tell the chairman, my reward must be something taken from the association's S-rank equipment vault." Immediately, Go used his stone armor power, his body quickly becoming encased, with a powerful stone fist smashing straight into the ground. Before his immense power, the concrete pavement shattered, sending rock dust flying everywhere. Go's entire body had completely transformed, a layer of hard rock covering his whole body like a solid suit of armor. The golem, not knowing its own limits, rushed at Go, who was filled with contempt. "We may both be made of stone, but my level and yours are worlds apart." He instantly charged at them, and one by one, the golems shattered in succession, none of them able to withstand a single blow from him. The buildings were affected by the tremors from the battle between the golem and Go, and over on this side, a hand was gathering power. Streams of light appeared as Shota Makoto raised his arm, casting a spell. A multicolored ring of light quickly formed, spinning around him. He pointed his hand forward, and the stream of magical power followed his command, shooting off at the speed of light. It shot right past Go's head, and he spoke up. "Humph, that old man plans to just watch the show by himself. Looks like there's a limit to his support." The last giant stone golem let out a deep roar and instantly rushed at Go, swinging a punch at high speed right at his face. He didn't hesitate to take a stance, preparing to counter with his own fist. His voice was full of arrogance. "If you want a contest of strength, I'm guaranteed to win." Go then used his power to enhance his arm. Instantly, countless sharp spikes sprouted from it. The two fists, one large and one small, quickly collided, creating an extremely powerful impact. Aftershocks continuously radiated outwards. Cracks constantly appeared on the golem's arm, spreading directly up to its shoulder and its entire body. Half of its body couldn't withstand his power and directly exploded into small stones, and falling out with the debris was the golem's shiny red core. Go quickly snatched it, and the layer of rock on his face gradually dissolved, revealing a sinister smile. "I won't let that old geezer have the last laugh." As soon as he finished speaking, he ruthlessly crushed the core in his hand. A notification immediately appeared. The boss monster has been defeated. Dungeon purge complete. Over here, Makoto also let out a sigh of relief. The group of hunters near Go were all excited, their morale soaring as they cheered and shouted in celebration. At that moment, the Control Plus F ability card displayed a notification. Control Plus F. Target is not a user of the control skill. It turned out Lucas was the owner of the Control Plus F ability card. He thought to himself, oh, Japan's top hunter and the guild master of Maos, he suppressed the dungeon break in just 10 minutes. Lucas felt a little encouraged. Although Go wasn't a control user, he still managed to gather some good information. He immediately jotted it down in his notebook. Once finished, Lucas snapped the notebook shut. Now that I think about it, Control Plus Z is probably still in the dungeon, right? She won't die. In there, will she? But little did he know that Arita Sara, the user of the Control Plus Z ability, was already severely injured. A large hole had appeared in her lower abdomen. Flashing back to 20 minutes earlier, a horde of zombies appeared, growling ferociously. Their blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness as they emerged one after another from the city gate. Takumi stood before the group. Seeing this, he calmly spoke. A horde of vampires. Lifting his long sword, he announced, from this point on, we're completely in the dark, so all we can do is rely on luck. But as he shouted, he swung his sword in a blazing red arc, slashing forward. This dungeon doesn't seem too difficult after all. The zombies hit by the sword aura could only let out a scream as their bodies began to disintegrate. The power of the long sword continued to spread through the horde, and all of them were annihilated in an instant. A moment later, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing nothing but gray ash and the zombies lying scattered on the ground. A notification appeared stating the dungeon has been cleared, teleporting to the boss monster's location, the heart of the giant golem. Upon hearing this, Takumi gave a dangerous smile, and they readied themselves. Soon, the group was teleported to a door. It was a giant stone door, with strange symbols carved above it. One of the masked men spoke up, "We finally made it. The place where the dungeon boss is hidden." Takumi held up the golden metal key. It's time for this key to prove its worth. With that, he wasted no motion and inserted the key straight into the door. The large, heavy doors swung open, and they entered one by one. Inside, as soon as they stepped in, they all saw a row of massive stone statues, their eyes glowing an emerald green. It was incredibly strange. One of the group couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this? There's nothing but a bunch of stone statues in here," the masked man said. Scraping his sword against the wall, he asked, "Maybe we're too early, and the boss hasn't appeared yet?" At that moment, Sarah was sweating. She let out a soft breath, thinking to herself, "What is he rambling about? I felt it ever since I stepped in." An indescribable pressure was weighing down on her body. She looked at the others and wondered, can't the others feel it? Are they used to it because they're hunters? The masked man continued, "That must be it. In that case, we just need to beat the monster and take the reward items." He was completely unaware that something was hurtling towards him from above. The moment he finished speaking, he was crushed into the ground by a giant stone hand. The stone floor shattered and dust flew up as the hand lifted. Blood dripped incessantly from underneath it. The masked man lay motionless. It was the hand of one of the stone statues. Its eyes had now turned red. The ground was clearly imprinted with the shape of its hand and the unfortunate masked man. Another masked man who witnessed this screamed in fear, "Holy crap, the statue is the boss monster? Wait, does that mean the other statues too?" Immediately, the other statues began to move, quickly surrounding them. Sarah was utterly terrified. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She clamped a hand over her mouth, trying not to make a sound. The masked man who was crushed earlier turned out to still be alive. He struggled to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing Sarah's terrified expression, Takumi felt confused and thought to himself, what is she doing? She's seen people die right in front of her before. So many times, in fact. He then shouted at her, "Sarah, snap out of it. Hurry up and heal him before he stops breathing." Hearing his voice, she flinched. Her teary eyes gradually regained their composure. Sarah immediately rushed over to the barely breathing masked man. But as soon as she took out the energy storage bottle, streams of mana continuously flowed out of the bottle. The mana bottle in Sarah's hand was already empty. She looked at them. She was completely shocked. Huh? The bottle is out of mana? No. Is the mana leaking out? Both bottles seemed to be having the mana sucked out by something. She was completely bewildered. Are you kidding me? The seal on this mana bottle. Even a top-tier mage couldn't break it. What is happening? All the mana is flowing in one direction. Sarah started to sweat. Looking at where the streams of mana were flying, she couldn't help but feel tense. Where is it all going? A statue raised its sword high. It swung down at the group. One man, unable to run, prepared to accept his fate, while another crawled away, screaming in terror. Takumi was swinging his sword wildly. Seeing this, he roared, Don't just cower, fight back. No matter how big it is, it's still. They're just golems. With that, he swung his sword at one of the statues, and stone fragments flew from its stomach, out. Then Takumi said to a masked man, "Use mines for high-level monsters." He replied, "I already tried, but neither my stealth skill nor the mines would activate." Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at the masked man. A chill ran down his spine as the statue's stone sword struck him instantly. Takumi jumped back, cursing loudly. Damn it! But when he looked in another direction, he couldn't help but shudder in horror as a masked man was being held tightly in a statue's hand. It squeezed with immense force, causing his blood to gush out. Then it threw them down one by one, in front of Takumi, leaving him speechless. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Are you mocking me? If they all die, without a single one left," Takumi growled, his eyes filled with rage. "Our effectiveness. I'm about to lose my mind." He was so tiny standing before the stone statues as he screamed, "You damn piles of rocks! Your size is your biggest disadvantage." Raising the sword in his hand, Takumi shouted, "Long Dragon Sword Kalisha, release ability." Suddenly, a red notification appeared. User does not have enough mana to release the sword aura of Long Dragon Sword Kalisha. He couldn't believe his eyes, his voice, filled with rage. "Huh! I'm over level 300. What do you mean not enough mana?" The statue was already attacking, and all he could do was stare up at it and curse. Damn it. The massive stone sword swung down with incredible force, slashing at the ground, instantly creating a huge crack and sending broken stones flying high into the air. Ignoring the situation over there, Sarah walked up the stone steps, following the direction of the mana drain. She finally arrived, relieved. "I found it. All the mana is gathering. Here." Before her was a stone pedestal, and on top of it, something was continuously absorbing the surrounding mana. Curiously, Sarah reached out her hand. "What is this thing?" As soon as Sarah touched the icebox, it immediately reacted and began to vibrate. A massive red crystal appeared before her, startling her into exclaiming, "No way! This is the heart of the giant golem. But why is it absorbing mana instead of regenerating?" The heart detected an intruder and began to vibrate violently, suddenly feeling the danger. Sarah broke into a cold sweat. This is bad. Immediately after, without a moment's hesitation, she turned to run from the giant golem's heart. But it was too late. It shot a beam of red energy straight at Sarah, the energy beam piercing through her side, causing blood to gush out instantly. She fell from the high stone steps and tumbled down, her mouth constantly coughing up blood. A statue noticed Sarah lying nearby, raised its stone sword high, its two eyes glowing red. It swung its sword down towards her. Suddenly, dark shadows emerged from Sarah's own shadow, and Takumi appeared, just in time to block the statue's descending sword. The immense weight of the sword pressed down, forcing Takumi to spit out a mouthful of blood. With one hand, he took out a small vial, and a notification window appeared. High-grade healing potion, Hunter's Association. When used, it restores 80% of the user's HP, MP, and damage resistance. Optional, in case of emergency, it can be used on the affected area to preserve its condition. Takumi used it directly on the unconscious Sarah. After that, he knelt down and hoisted Sarah onto his shoulder. A sudden notification appeared. The giant golem's heart has awakened and is beginning to initiate a boss battle. Takumi's jaw dropped. Huh? That's the... Looking ahead, the stone door was slowly closing. He grew anxious. Damn it, is the door closing? I have to use Shadow Step to get out of here right now. Black smoke swirled endlessly from Takumi's feet as a red notification popped up, warning the user of insufficient mana. To execute Shadow Step, he screamed in despair, "Are you kidding me? Where did all my mana go?" In this critical situation, Takumi had to sprint with all his might, but by the time he was close to the door, it had almost completely shut, leaving only a tiny gap just big enough for one person to squeeze through. He screamed internally, "Damn it, the door. At this rate, neither of us will make it out." Takumi ignored his bleeding wound and lifted Sarah high. With his last bit of strength, he threw her straight through the stone door. Sarah flew out and landed sprawled on the ground. Sarah struggled to get up, her whole body trembling, and stammered, "Why?" Takumi gave Sarah a confident smile. "As long as you're still alive. You can restore everything back to its original state, right?" The door slammed shut in front of her, and behind him, a statue was charging at him. Tears streamed down Sarah's face as she managed to curse, "Are you an idiot? I'm not a hunter. I can't absorb mana. So how could I reestablish anything?" Sarah fainted, and in her delirium, she blamed herself. "I shouldn't have come here. If I die in this place, what will happen to my parents?" Suddenly, she felt a change in her body, something so warm. "This is mana." Sarah slowly opened her eyes, and before her was Haruto, Still dazed, Sarah couldn't clearly see who it was, only a blurry figure. Who was that? Haruto saw her eyes opening and called out, "Are you okay?" Sarah looked at him and thought, this is the person who shared mana with the hunter Nana. Haruto was currently healing Sarah, and she could feel her entire body being filled with mana. If I had this much mana. Haruto focused on transferring mana to her and said, if you have enough mana, you'll be able to reestablish your body, right? Sarah was surprised that Haruto knew what she was thinking. She wondered, how does he know about my skill? At that moment, a loud voice shouted, "Are you kidding me? We chased them all the way here, and now we can't. Open the door." Huh? Ares calmly walked to the door and told everyone, if there's a hunter fighting inside then, outsiders can't open the door. We could use a key to force it open. However, I'm sure none of you have forgotten that there's only one key, right? Masato, the guild master of the future guild, cursed angrily and said, what a cruel twist of fate. If we had known, we would have defeated that resurrected mutated golem before coming here. Speaking of which, he turned to look at Sarah, who had now woken up, and asked, who's this girl? She seems to be a high-rank healer from the Blood Tower Guild. Ares told him, she was seriously injured but has fully recovered thanks to Hunter Haruto's mana. When we get back, we'll need to investigate further. I've already restrained her with some hunter equipment. Hearing this, Masato was still not appeased. In fact, he got even angrier, saying, that's assuming we can even get out. If there's no dungeon purge, we'll be trapped in here forever, won't we? Ares didn't want to make Masato even more furious, but he had to state the facts. That's highly likely. Masato was so enraged now that he didn't even bother cursing, just stood in a corner muttering, so this is the reason so many people have gone missing in this dungeon. Haruto felt helpless seeing him like this. He heard what was said but also worriedly calculated, what should I do now? Should I show them the key I created with my skill? Open inventory, current items. 4 giant spider silks times 10. 1 Kalisha longsword. 4 king bear claws times 10. 5 transforming golem cores times 10. 1 key to unlock a heart times 2. I wonder where I can get my hands on one of these. Then he took the key out of his item inventory. Ares then walked over to the door and touched it, sensing something. This is the door my mother used to seal me away. There must be something special about it. Suddenly, the door emitted an unusual green light, with characters appearing on its surface, the same characters that also appeared on Ares' cloak. Everyone was surprised to see this, and Haruto was the first to run to her, asking, Ares, how did you open the door? Your cloak is also emitting a light pattern just like the door. Ares lifted her cloak a bit and told him, this cloak originally belonged to my mother. It was likely made to resonate with the door. Hearing this, Haruto was secretly pleased. So Ares really is the key to this hidden dungeon. I'll have to carefully investigate this multi-dimensional dungeon later. Masato, who arrived late, didn't understand what they were talking about and then commented, it looks like an automatic door. Suddenly, a sudden energy made everyone uncomfortable. Even the snow mountain golem accompanying them could feel it. It said, my god, what is this pressure in this room? Nanas then came forward and warned everyone. Everyone get into a defensive stance. Something inside is draining our mana. Haruto asked Sarah, who was standing nearby, Sarah, is it the thing you mentioned earlier? She answered worriedly, yes. The giant golem's heart absorbs mana from everything around it and uses that mana to regenerate its own mana. Haruto was surprised to hear that. It absorbs mana? In that case, what should I do? While he was lost in thought, Sarah grabbed his hand and said worriedly, we need to get out of here, now. No matter how high-ranked a hunter is, if they don't have any mana, they'll. Just then, Haruto noticed something. There, in front of him, was a horde of giant beasts, and he exclaimed, what the hell are these giant things? Before he could even process it, Nanas approached Haruto and said, Hunter Sano, I need some mana. Okay. Haruto then opened his item inventory, thinking to himself, all right. Then he said with determination, let me show you the power of a walking mana potion. At that moment, the system activated, Control-C, copying user's mana, Control-C, Control-V, pasting copied mana times N. Control+V, paste to the limit. The surrounding space was now flooded with mana. Sarah, upon witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless. What is this? The entire dungeon is covered in mana, even while it's being absorbed so rapidly. She then looked over at Haruto with an astonished gaze. This person, Hunter Sano, if I combine my skills with his, I might be able to help my parents return to normal. Nanas, while charging towards the horde of beasts, said, we're not short on mana. This is more than enough to take down these stone statues. She swung her scythe, and one of them was immediately sliced in half. Masato summoned his power and said confidently, as long as we have enough mana, you're all just a bunch of useless rocks. He struck down with a black lightning spear, and the ground around a group of statues immediately collapsed. Masato was thrilled. A whole group, huh? Perfect. I've been going crazy with frustration this whole time in this dungeon. Now I can finally vent on. You lumps of rock. Masato's power was so immense that it covered a vast area of the dungeon and statue after. Statue was shattered. Someone shouted, "There he is." Sarah looked around at the sound of the voice and saw an injured person leaning against a corner of the wall, still breathing. The person was wounded in the abdomen and had lost an arm. Sarah froze. From a distance, she thought about using her skill when she suddenly noticed something unusual. The long sword, Kalisha. Haruto had now walked up to the guy, standing there thoughtfully for a moment. Then he picked up the long sword to examine it, thinking to himself, "I finally got it back. I knew it. The durability has been reset. This girl is definitely a cursed skill holder. I'm going to copy that skill." With that thought, he glanced over at Sarah, startling her. "But right now, I have to test this first." Saying that, he touched Takumi's head. Control C. C. Copying target's true illusion skill. Copy failed, because the target's level is higher than the user's. Haruto thought to himself, "I wasn't wrong, even with the extra level from the longsword. I'm still not high enough level. The target holds intense hostility towards you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire the skill. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2, forcibly absorb the skill. This can only be performed when the target's HP is below 15%, and this option will make the target unable to use the skill. Haruto was a little surprised to hear that. Huh. If the target considers me an enemy, I can just kill them to take the skill? If that's the case, then... No, wait a minute. Looking at him, his HP is already below 15%, so I can just absorb it without having to kill him? Forcible absorption, huh. I'll be using this a lot in the future for defensive purposes. Masato walked over to Sarah and asked, "You're a healer, right? Go heal him." But just enough to keep him from dying. Sarah activated her ability. As she healed Takumi, Masato stood by and said, "We have a lot of questions for him, so it would be a problem if he escaped." Sarah looked back at Haruto, who nodded for her to proceed with healing the guy. Sarah then began healing Takumi's arm. It grew back in an instant. Haruto was shocked, thinking to himself, his severed arm regenerated immediately. This is skill 1910. Thanks to the healing ability, Takumi finally came to. Sarah asked him, "Hey, what are you smiling about?" Takumi looked up and said to her, "See, neither of us is dead." Seeing that Takumi was awake and still talking like that, Sarah stopped caring and walked away. The guy was then bound in handcuffs by Nanas, who said, "You'd better not try anything funny. The only reason you're alive is because of Guildmaster Shirosaki, not me." The guy ignored her, always thinking he was superior, and taunted back, "If we make it out of here alive, it'll be thanks to me." Then he looked around and said, "This dungeon is just getting started." With that, Takumi tried to make a run for it, but Nanas slashed at him with her sword. Just then, Satoru appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "Sis." He was being pursued by a light from the gem on the gate, and the Snow Mountain Golem appeared to block the light for Satoru. Flashing back 30 minutes, at the multi-dimensional Dry Bones dungeon, Masato was using his black lightning to strike the stone statues in the dungeon. Hit by the black lightning, the statues shattered, crumbling to the ground. The Snow Mountain Golem, which was accompanying Satoru, excitedly ran over. Satoru was surprised. "You want to eat the mana stones?" Masato saw this and turned to say, "You can have them all. These rocks aren't worth much." Hearing this, the Snow Mountain Golem dove in and began eating the mana stones. Then, its body started to change. Snow Mountain Golem, level 2 Golem, 25%, can level up to 10, and can change its form, flexibly. At level 2, it can share senses with its user. Level 2. Satoru saw this and excitedly patted its head, saying, "Whoa, your little subordinate leveled up." As he touched the Snow Mountain Golem's body, stones suddenly began to transfer from it, onto Satoru's body. He suddenly shouted, "My little subordinate, what is this?" Back in the present, Satoru's body was also enveloped by the Snow Mountain Golem, protecting him from the attacks. Haruto witnessed this with wide eyes. That errand boy fused with Satoru, did it level up in such a short time? Masato thought to himself. No matter how I look at it, this scene looks exactly like Guildmaster Mouse's stone armor skill. So this is how that transforming golem core levels up? I'll have to study it more carefully when I get back. Masato created a protective barrier, shielding himself from the attacks in the dungeon. Suddenly, an attack strong enough to graze his shoulder got through, making Masato a bit uneasy. Ares was also on the defensive, reminding Masato, "Future Guildmaster, be careful. These attacks are all made of pure mana, highly concentrated mana, and incredibly sharp beams of light that can't be blocked by a magic shield." Nanas stepped forward and told everyone, "Get behind me." Because of that, the best method is to counter with physical attacks. She then unleashed a claw strike, and surprisingly, that attack actually managed to block the incoming attack. Haruto then looked over at Satoru, thinking to himself, it's just as Hunter Nana said. Because the mana is so dense, we can use ordinary swords and shields to block the attacks. Meanwhile, on Satoru's side, he was worried about the golem protecting him. My little subordinate, are you okay? That was the reason Satoru's little subordinate was able to block the attacks successfully. Haruto still felt something wasn't right. But if we just keep defending, there's no way we can advance. Because I can generate infinite mana, the heart of the giant golem will be able to attack relentlessly and attack. We need to get close enough to destroy it, or we'll all die. I have to think of something. That's it. Shadow Step. That guy from the Blood Tower Guild was able to use this skill, even when completely encased in giant spider silk. With that thought, Haruto began to activate Control plus V, using King Giant Spider's silk. He said happily, perfect. Now I can use the skill without fear of being discovered. Control plus C. Use King Giant Spider's silk, and simultaneously activate Shadow Step. A moment later, Haruto was gone. Mo, who was standing behind, witnessed his sudden disappearance and wondered. He vanished. By now, Haruto had made his way toward the source of the energy attacks. The closer he got, the stronger the energy became, causing his steps to slow down. Haruto reached the source and touched it. Watch this. Kazuya's resonant frequency poison skill should be enough to destroy this thing. Suddenly, he felt a strong resistance, and a moment later, he was thrown back. Haruto was unfortunately injured, and it was then that he realized its purpose. The enemy was concentrating mana to detonate. Refusing to give up, Haruto charged forward again. Who do you think I am? You mindless thing. That mana you're absorbing? That's a gift from me, you hear? Then he used Control plus V, using the spider silk of the King Giant. The summoned silk wrapped tightly around the energy pillar, stopping it from attacking its surroundings. Masato, witnessing Haruto's action, was also surprised. The relentless attacks from the giant golem's heart. Nana's was also shocked. He managed to stop it. Both Mo and Ares were endlessly amazed. Satoru cheered excitedly, Senior Haruto. Just when they thought it was over, the energy broke free from the spider's silk. Haruto shouted, it's still not enough. He continued to use his ability, Control plus V, using the King Giant Spider's silk, intending to restrain it once more. Haruto thought to himself, if I can just touch it one more time. His efforts paid off, and Haruto managed to touch it. Alright, Control plus V, use resonant frequency. Kuya's resonance to destroy the target. Haruto touched deep into its energy core, causing it to gradually crack. The system announced, you have leveled up. Its heart finally shattered completely, and Haruto, standing nearby, had to use his hands to shield his eyes from the immense light of the explosion. A screen appeared before Haruto. You have destroyed the giant golem's heart. The dungeon has been cleared. He happily sat down. Haruto thought to himself, just as I predicted, and then the level up notifications kept popping up, making Haruto freeze in his tracks. Totally stunned, I'm leveling up like crazy. You have received an item reward. Haruto reached out and took the heart. It was the heart of the giant golem. Tier 1. Skill can regenerate mana endlessly. Skill 2. Can absorb mana up to a certain limit. This is a permanent item. Haruto held it in his hand, feeling a bit unimpressed. Skeptical. Infinite mana regeneration, huh? I don't really need this skill. I'll just copy and paste it to be safe. Control plus C has leveled up. Now, the skill will automatically copy any copyable items. Hearing this, he became interested again. Oh wow, automatic copying, that's awesome. Satoru then ran over to Haruto, emotionally wanting to hug him. As expected of Haruto, you're the absolute best. My hero. Haruto stopped him and said, don't go hugging me now. You'll break my back, you know. Just then, a voice called out, Hunter-Sano. Masato walked up to Haruto and said, it seems you somehow managed to obtain the heart of the giant golem. Well done. He just sighed and told him, can you drop this somehow? Nanas also came over to correct Masato's words. If you're going to praise someone, can you at least do it properly? Ugh, you're so petty it's scary. Hearing that, Masato was flustered and didn't know what to say, just grunting an unwilling yeah. Masato then spoke to Haruto in a serious tone. Hunter-Sano, I'd like to have a serious talk with you after we get back. Haruto guessed his intention and started to walk away, saying as he went, if you want the giant golem's heart, I'll sell it to you for a high price. Masato was surprised that he had guessed his intention. Huh, you'll sell it to me for real? Nanas came over to advise him, Hunter-Sano, for something this important, maybe you should wait until we get back to discuss it with the association before deciding. Seeing his good opportunity about to be ruined, Masato angrily told her, Hunter Nanas, why are you trying to stick your nose into our wonderful friendship? Stop meddling. Nanas didn't back down either, retorting, how can I turn a blind eye to such a shady deal? Hearing that, Masato got angry. What shady deal? Haruto ignored their argument and turned to leave. Just then, a voice called out, Hunter Sano, wait. Everyone had gathered by now. Haruto took out the spirit sword and said, "Your mother's relic, Ares. Here it is. I'm sorry for the delay in returning it." Ares looked at the sword and said, "It's all right. Thank you for getting it back as you promised." Mo then asked Haruto, "By the way, didn't you just use a technique similar to that guy from the Blood Tower Guild?" Hearing this, Haruto felt a little guilty. Masato said, "Now that you mention it, you teleported such a long distance in the blink of an eye." Haruto tried to stammer his way through it. "That was a skill from the King Giant Spider Silk. It leveled up so I can move super fast by shooting out webs." Mo seemed a bit suspicious hearing that. Nanas cut off everyone's speculation, saying, "It's not good manners to ask about other people's skills. Let's head back. We also need to investigate these two quickly." At this point, Takumi and Sarah also had to go back for the investigation. Takumi took a moment when no one was looking to say to Sarah, "Sarah, you still have to repay the favor for being saved. Life before, right? Hurry up and reset the dungeon, Sarah." Shocked by his suggestion, she gritted her teeth and angrily cursed at him. "Are you insane? Fine, but this is the last time." Takumi looked at Sarah with a sinister grin, saying it was because she found a suitable mana flask, wasn't it? "But if you suddenly forget our agreement, I'll be in big trouble. The Eternal Suppression Bracelet will never allow you to betray your comrades. The Curse of Adamas, as long as you're wearing it, you'll have no way of escaping me. Remember, even your parents' lives are in my hands." Hearing this, Sarah raised her hand, tears streaming down her face. Takumi continued, "Reset it for me immediately. I risked everything to save your life. Now it's time to repay the favor. The amount of mana in this place is more than enough to do it." Just then, Haruto saw Sarah's unexpected move. Could it be? Sarah touched her hand to the ground. Haruto sensed something was wrong and shouted a warning, "Everyone, get out of the dungeon now. It's about to be reset." Ares was shocked. Reset? If that happens, who knows what dimension will be thrown into? Haruto cursed in anger. Damn it. He dashed towards Sarah, trying to stop her, asking why she was suddenly doing this. Haruto quickly lunged forward, grabbing Sarah in a tight embrace to prevent the tragedy, but it was already too late to be saved. Layers of rock and earth, infused with immense power, began to crumble relentlessly. Then, all they could see were intense, blinding flashes of light appearing one after another amidst the violent storm. Everyone was swept away, completely unable to resist. Yet, by some miracle, right at the critical moment, they managed to erect shields around their bodies. This way, when the space began to fracture and shatter and split apart, they could safely protect themselves from the danger. Within the protective shells of their shields, they were like undefined objects drifting aimlessly through a turbulent, stormy sky. Finally, they managed to exit the region of fractured space as it prepared for a complete reset. From the outside, Satoru saw that he was still trapped in the chaos and couldn't help but shout out in worry, "Senior Haruto." Nanas, too, couldn't hide her astonishment as she squinted and asked, "Is this the space above the Tokyo sky? What just happened?" Hearing this, Ares replied in confusion, "I'm not sure either. Right now, the more important thing is..." But before she could finish her sentence, a voice called out from behind them, "Nanas." Makoto, seeing his daughter was also present in this chaotic place, frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" This made her a little surprised and she stammered in response, "Huh? Dad? No. I mean, Guild Master Shota." His appearance also left Misato stunned, exclaiming, "Where did Guild Master Shota come from?" Makoto simply replied nonchalantly, "I should be the one asking that. Did you all safely conquer that dungeon?" A look of surprise flickered across his face as he wondered aloud, "But is this everyone? Where are the others?" Hearing this, his expression suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth, at a loss for words. That is. As for Nanas, she looked toward that distorted space with worried eyes, thoughtfully murmuring, "Hunter Sano." Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Takumi suddenly demanded in a cold voice, "What's the meaning of this?" The dungeon still hasn't reset. Seeing Haruto fall to the ground, she had to quickly make up an excuse. "He pushed me, so the reset process was interrupted midway." Hearing this, he didn't immediately blame her, but instead gave a cunning smile and replied, "Well, that's fine too. At least the others have been kicked out of here, and it seems the restriction has been reset." Then, stepping forward, he declared with a triumphant laugh, "As long as I get the giant golem's heart, everything will fall into place." Haruto couldn't contain his anger and screamed at him, "Shut up." After that, he quickly cast Giant Spider Silk, but the system reported an error. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V cannot find the item. Haruto suddenly felt dizzy hearing these words, his eyes widening in astonishment as he silently exclaimed, "Huh, what do you mean it can't be found?" Sarah was also on the verge of tears, wanting to deny it all. It can't be. So that means the target that was reset wasn't the dungeon, but him. Indeed, he didn't believe these words either, just casually thinking, "Is it kidding me? My body's memory hasn't changed one bit. Still, Haruto wanted to prove it to himself by opening his status window. Soon after his information appeared, Haruto Sano level 1 HP 15 out of 15, MP 20 out of 20, job proficiency level 1, skill proficiency level 1, basic defense level 15. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes and thought in a daze, level 1? That means I've returned to my original state from when I first awakened. So what about my skills then? It didn't stop there, as the system continuously displayed Control plus C level 1, Control plus V level 1, one unidentified item available, which made him even more devastated, wondering, could things get any worse? My skills have returned to exactly how it was before leveling up. Then, a notification popped up. An unidentified item has the potential, making Haruto even more confused as he thought to himself, what's this? However, in that very moment, a splash of blood suddenly sprayed out. Gat Takumi had taken advantage of his dazed state and gloomy mood to strike directly, acting brutally, causing Haruto to collapse in even more pain. Seeing him in this state, the man became even more delighted, laughing with triumphant glee. Look at that confused and bewildered expression of yours. Your level has clearly been reset, just in time to meet your maker. In that critical moment, Haruto still tried to calm himself down, thinking, calm down, that cursed skill is still here. That unidentified item available in the inventory, if that's me from before I got that skill, then the best thing to do is feign weakness to strike when he's off guard. However, something unexpected suddenly happened when the sound of two swords clashing loudly rang out. It turned out, the person Haruto thought had already left had appeared just in time, blocking a sword strike for him. Seeing his appearance, Takumi became even more frantic, taunting sarcastically. Hey, you're that low-level hunter from the International Hunter Association, aren't you? Still here. Haruto couldn't help but be horrified, panicking as he shouted, Mo, why? However, his expression was resolute, as if he wanted to protect him with all his might, and he earnestly pleaded, Hunter Sano, run. Just leave him to me. What you need to do is get out of here right now. For someone as righteous as Haruto, he paid no heed and directly refused. You can't do this. This touching and righteous display of brotherhood made the man sneer coldly, full of sarcasm and mockery. You insolent bastards. Hearing Mo's words, Takumi suddenly felt slighted and asked mockingly, Are you looking down on me? When the level gap is this obvious. After that, he immediately put pressure on him directly and growled, You. Someone who isn't even qualified to fight me. What are you going to do? But however, even though he didn't want to admit it, this guy's power was truly too great, causing Mo to be unable to hold his ground any longer. The sword in his hand shattered as he took another slash. Just like that, he became powerless, struck down by the man, and sent flying backward, completely unable to defend himself. Yet, Takumi had no intention of letting him go and immediately lunged forward, saying viciously, Nice try running. I was planning on kicking you all out of the International Hunters Association anyway. The look on Mo's face turned to panicked despair as he thought, Too fast. I can't dodge it. If this slash landed, he would surely be done for, but Haruto recklessly leaped out to take the hit for him. After that fatal slash, he could no longer stand and collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Mo stared blankly at him, speechless. Why? But Haruto just struggled to reply. He's your prey, you don't need my help, so get out of here now. However, Takumi once again swung his sword down, shouting viciously, You talk too much, die. Mo watched this happen with his own eyes, horrified, and collapsed to his knees, watching as Haruto was brutally cut down. The man was so savage that Haruto's body was left completely mangled, to the point that Sarah had to cover her mouth in terror, letting out a sob. At last, Takumi had achieved his goal. Holding the heart in his hand, he said with satisfaction, Just as I thought, once that guy gets reset, all of his items will return to their original places. Then, his vicious gaze fell upon her, and he said excitedly, Sarah, now I'm the only one you can rely on, right? Seeing Sarah trembling in fear as she looked at him, he casually mocked her. Don't put on that face. He only hit a dead end because of the reset skill you gifted him. I'm sure in his next life he'll be very grateful to me. Thank you for ending my suffering, because you've lost everything. The moment he finished his sentence, a familiar voice rang out, followed by a slash. That's right, thank you for killing me. Takumi cried out in pain, clutching his wrist in shock, not yet comprehending what was happening. The searing pain from his wrist caused him to fall, dropping his sword and clutching his wrist while screaming loudly. From out of the light, Haruto calmly emerged, smirking coldly. And here I was worried you'd spare me. Sarah, who had been choking on her sobs, was so shocked by this that she stopped crying, and Mo gaped at him in horror, as if he were seeing a ghost, completely unable to believe it. A panicked and terrified Takumi turned and demanded, What is this? I just killed you with my own two hands. He then quickly retrieved his sword, his mind filled with confusion. What kind of skill is this? He charged recklessly toward Haruto like a madman, screaming, "You bastard! What the hell are you?" But Haruto was a step ahead, immediately activating his binding skill and unleashing giant spider webs. Even now, Takumi was still arrogant, shouting condescendingly, "You moron! Did you forget my phantom shift technique?" However, he never in a million years expected that his phantom shift technique had been displaced and was now unusable. The look on Takumi's face went pale as he heard this, and he screamed frantically, "What? Damn it, Sarah, reset the dungeon again." Unlike last time, Sarah resolutely refused his demand. She didn't want to. Takumi, entangled in the spider webs, continued to scream curses at her. "You damn rat, have you forgotten the Adama's pact? If you don't want to die, then hurry up and do it." Tears streamed down her face once more as she helplessly complied with his command. A glint appeared in Haruto's eyes as he thought to himself, "I've been wondering why she takes orders from a guy like him." Then, after watching closely, he finally understood. It turned out to be because of that bracelet, and without another word, Haruto dashed straight towards her. Sarah looked at him, surprised. As he appeared in front of her, she froze in astonishment. Then, without a word, Haruto directly grabbed the bracelet on her hand. In addition, he also used the skill, Control-C, activating Kuya's unique skill, Resonance Frequency. In just an instant, the bracelet completely shattered. Tears streamed down Sarah's face endlessly as her eyes became vacant and hollow. Seeing his plans ruined, Takumi screamed furiously, "Stop it, you bastard. I'll kill you." Shadow Step Art. He screamed helplessly, cursing, "Damn it, why can't I use my skill?" In contrast to his panicked state, Haruto simply replied calmly, "You see." Then, he tightened his grip on his sword, asserting his dominance. "Because the skill you had is now mine." And without another word, Haruto mercilessly sent him to the afterlife, his final resting place, an end he truly deserved. The wicked Takumi had finally received his just deserts for everything he had done. Haruto grew even colder as he walked towards the golem's heart, slowly picking it up in his hand. He asked with a heavy heart, "A prison break. All for this?" Sarah unconsciously watched, forgetting to cry as she heard his words, "How many lives have you taken?" Hearing this, she stood stunned and bewildered, not knowing what she should do. She saw Haruto use Control-C once again, activating Kuya's unique skill, Resonance Frequency. Then, he questioned her coldly, "Someone like you doesn't deserve to possess this." He then crushed it in front of everyone as a system notification sounded. "You have destroyed the Hidden Dungeon's reward item." Then, surprisingly, it added, "Congratulations, you have obtained a unique item." Haruto looked at the diamond in his hand with a look of astonishment. Just then, a system notification appeared. "The Golem's Snowy Mountain Hidden Dungeon has been cleared." The large door slowly swung open, and the people outside immediately peeked in. "Oh, the door is opening. Does that mean someone cleared the dungeon?" They entered one by one and spread out to search. "What's going on? Is anyone here?" A hunter quickly spotted Haruto and shouted, "Ah, Hunter Sano." Hearing his name, Haruto turned his head to look at them. The hunter approached and asked, "Aren't Guild Master Shirosaki and Hunter Nanas with you?" Haruto replied, "We got separated during the fight, but don't worry. I'm sure the two of them are together somewhere." They were immediately stunned to hear that. "So, Hunter Sano, you cleared this dungeon all by yourself." As they spoke, they glanced to the side, where a man completely wrapped in bandages lay motionless on the ground. The other hunters were scattered around, examining the scene. Haruto smiled at everyone and said, "Now that the dungeon is cleared, let's go home." The next day, at the Japan Hunter Association, Masato and Haruto sat stiffly in their seats. Everyone in the room was actively engaged in discussion. Nanas was also at the meeting, her eyes closed as she composed herself, remaining calm amidst the chaotic discussion. The guild. Master Shota Makoto stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once a dungeon of this type is cleared, other dimensions will also be affected. Guild Master Gao, who had been silent, sighed and said, "I see, so that's why the prison break occurred." Tiku also added, "Right now, the most important thing is that the seal established by Hunter Nishihara has been broken. The unceasing dungeon is also a sign of the great catastrophe from 15 years ago." The man beside Nana's, suddenly, someone spoke out in protest. "Isn't the president being too hasty with this announcement?" The person next to him chimed in, agreeing. "That's right, the dungeon just collapsed after all." Someone else, who didn't seem to agree with them, sneered. "You said the same thing before." The provoked man angrily retorted, "What did you say? How dare you?" Nanas, tired of listening, let out a long sigh and angrily slammed her hand on the table, causing the entire meeting room to fall silent. She said, "Everyone, please excuse me, I have to leave first. We need to question the people from the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. This multidimensional dungeon isn't a problem that can be solved overnight." Hearing this, Gao angrily slammed the table, glared, and shouted, "How arrogant. Are you saying you're the only one working hard while the rest of us are just sitting here arm wrestling? We're busy dealing with the breakout too." Masato, seeing the atmosphere become overly tense, stepped in to calm things down. Who could have predicted this would happen? I also heard that Guild Master Takichi and Shota worked very hard to handle the incident. As soon as Gao heard that, he turned and walked over, his eyes fixed on Haruto. He leaned in close to him and attacked verbally. "You're the star of the dungeon purge, aren't you? If you're that skilled, there's no way I wouldn't have heard of you. So who are you?" Haruto, who had been wondering what the man was going to say, breathed a sigh of relief and calmly replied, "I'm just a hunter." Gao, seeing his opponent's attitude, felt disrespected. "You know who I am and you're still this calm?" Haruto pushed back his chair and stood up. "What are you going to do about it?" Seeing a mere kid dare to stand up to him one-on-one, the man seemed a bit stunned. Haruto said calmly, "Not only did we purge the dungeon with the fewest possible casualties, but we also discovered the dangerous multi-dimensional dungeon. I thought an achievement like that would deserve some encouragement, right? I didn't expect to be criticized. Am I wrong, Guildmaster Masutakuchi?" Gao was furious, veins popping on his forehead. He raised his hand, now covered in stone armor, and threatened, "You've got a real interesting way of talking. You know who I am and you still dare to show that attitude." Masato, seeing things were getting out of control, immediately shot to his feet. The people around them saw his arm and took a few steps back. "Hey, are you really planning to use stone armor in here?" At this point, Gao wasn't paying attention to anyone, arrogantly showing off his power. Suddenly, someone called out to him in a stern voice, "Guildmaster Takeuchi Gao." Glancing towards the speaker, Toku clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at him. "If you take this any further, there will be no reward for this mission." As soon as he heard there would be no reward, he immediately retracted his power, his expression returning to normal. Then, he angrily stormed out the door under the gazes of everyone in the room, muttering resentfully, "Humph, I'm only doing this for the reward." Haruto had just overheard some rather interesting details. He wondered, "Stone armor, huh? I wonder if I can copy that skill." Now, at the Hunter Association, in the president's office, their group was summoned for questioning. Toku asked cheerfully, "So, about Hunter Sano, right? What organization do you belong to?" Haruto honestly scratched his head and replied, "I used to be a member of the Great Power Guild, but I recently left for a few reasons." Nanas was a bit surprised to hear this. He was from the Great Power Guild? After hearing his answer, Toku praised him enthusiastically. "It's very difficult for a solo hunter with no guild to level up, but you were able to conquer," praised him enthusiastically, saying it's extremely difficult for a solo hunter without a guild to level up, but you were able to conquer. A hidden dungeon of such a high level is truly astonishing. On behalf of the entire association, I want to express my gratitude for your dedication, Mr. Sano. Being praised so lavishly, all of a sudden, Haruto felt a bit awkward. "Thank you, sir," he thought to himself. "Does the chairman know who I am?" Mr. Toku added, "I also want to thank the 2 members of the International Hunter Association. You too, do you have any plans?" Ares replied cheerfully, "Well, right now we're preparing to return to our organization to file a report." Before she could finish, Mo, who was beside her, spoke up, "I think I'll stay here for a while." After saying that, he turned to look at the chairman and will be leaving the International Hunter Association. That evening at Haruto's house, while Ares and Satoru were playing happily, Nanas, Mo, and Masato sat on the same sofa, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Haruto looked on helplessly at the group of people who had just barged into his home. "This is my house. What is everyone doing here so late at night?" Mo answered, "I withdrew from the International Hunter Association and have nowhere else to go, so I'll be in your care." Ares, as usual, was extremely unhappy with his decision. "Mo, why did you suddenly decide this?" He sighed and shook his head. "Ares, I'm sorry, but right now I can't tell you." Satoru, holding the golem, grinned happily. "As for me and my little underling, of course we have to stay with Senior Haruto." The golem being squeezed let out a cry, as Nanas coughed dryly a few times and explained, "I'm here to relay a request from Sarah." She shot him a look, as if to say, "Don't lump me in with them." Haruto suddenly remembered something and asked, "Now that you mention it, where are those 2 now?" Nanas calmly explained, because Sarah refused to use her skill to heal Kurosaki, he is currently staying and receiving treatment at the hospital. Once he regains consciousness, he will be transferred to a detention center for interrogation. As for Sarah, she is still being held in the association's interrogation room. Until now, she has remained silent and refused to answer any questions, with her only request being to see you, Hunter Sano. Haruto was silent for a long time, lost in thought. Seeing his reaction, Nanas confirmed her own suspicions were correct. "I knew it. He's definitely involved with them somehow." Nanas rubbed her chin in thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered, And also, Sarah is a member of a famous girl group. Whoosh. Hearing this, Satoru perked up eagerly. Ah, no wonder she looked familiar. Haruto thought for a long time before finally speaking. I think she was probably forced to sign an agreement and her ability was exploited. I destroyed the contract ring she was wearing, so she probably has no connection to Kurosaki anymore. I'll stop by the association to see her. What's wrong? After speaking, he turned to look at the only person who had been silent the whole time and asked, Guildmaster Shirosaki, why are you here too? As soon as Masato heard his name, he broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent. He pondered, trying to look serious. There's only one reason I'm in this cramped room. Mo, beside him, looked at him suspiciously. Is it for the giant golem's heart? If so, Hunter Sano already crushed it back in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room simultaneously jumped up in shock and stared at him. Huh. Masato furiously lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and yelling, Are you crazy? You destroyed that super rare item. Haruto, sweating nervously, tried to clear his name. Hey, wait. With that, he took out a red crystal heart and presented it to him. The moment Masato saw it, his eyes immediately lit up. Oh, Haruto scratched his head and explained awkwardly. The one I destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake in his mind. By default, if I destroy the copy, it's still considered a fake, right? This time, it was Masato's turn to be stunned, shocked, and horrified. The one in the dungeon was a fake? No way. If that's the case, how could it count as clearing the dungeon? But if not, then what's the real story? Just as he thought, he really... Masato stood up, switching into negotiation mode. 5 billion. You said you would sell it to me, right? The price is 5 billion. Deal. Haruto was startled in astonishment. 5 billion? Nanase slowly explained to him. Hunter, don't be so shocked. This item is worth more than 5 billion. At the very least, the association would pay you 8 billion. Satoru, at this moment, suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder, looking at his phone. Senior Haruto, look at this. In auctions, rare items start at 10 billion. Watching the two of them whispering excitedly, Nanase and Masato were simultaneously exasperated. What are you doing that's so unsightly? Masato gritted his teeth in anger, thinking furiously, why did I even bother coming here? And he promised he would prioritize dealing with me. Seeing him remain silent, he couldn't be patient any longer and offered an astronomical price. Damn it, how about 20 billion? Haruto was startled for a second time. 20 billion. Masato was about to go crazy with anger. He screamed, Is that still not enough? Name your price. After everything was settled, when he was alone in the living room, Haruto leaned back on the sofa, smiling. In amusement, I can't believe he actually spent 20 billion to buy it. Thinking this, a mischievous idea popped into his head. What if he took that copied and duplicated giant golem heart and secretly sold it at foreign auctions? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, quickly grabbing his phone to search. He imagined the scenario and couldn't help but cheer. I'm going to be filthy rich. Haruto was so happy he rolled around on his bed excitedly. But more importantly, after this, I've reached level 300. Suddenly remembering the diamond he obtained, Haruto immediately sat bolt upright. Oh, right. I was so busy with the money that I completely forgot about that item. He held the sparkling diamond to examine it, and the system displayed a message. Item is currently sealed. Break the seal by pouring mana into the item. As soon as Haruto finished reading the message, he smiled. Pour mana into it, a piece of cake. As he poured mana into the diamond, it immediately began to shine with a brilliant radiance like the sun. Then it flattened into a golden triangle with a Roman numeral for 5 in the middle. The system then continued to display another notification. Collecting all the dimensional fragments will create a dimensional key, allowing you to set foot in any dimension. The dimensional fragments have the ability to attract other fragments. The rank and number of dimensions that can be opened depend on the level of the dimensional key. Haruto looked at the triangle doubtfully. A dimensional fragment, huh? If I collect all the pieces, I can create a dimensional key. There are 5 pieces, and I only have 1, so I'm missing 4. But why isn't this item being automatically copied? He tried to use Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, but the system warned, not applicable to this item. The more Haruto thought about it, the angrier he got, feeling annoyed. It can't be copied, that means I have to collect them all myself? What a pain. Damn it, having a skill I can't even use is so frustrating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He looked up and said, Come in. Mo opened the door and calmly proposed, Hunter, there are a few things I'd like to confirm with you. Haruto looked at him and asked in surprise, Mo, you're still awake. But the other man didn't answer his question. Noticing that his gaze was a bit unusual, he quickly became wary. And just as he expected, a second later, Mo drew a sword and directly, to scare him, Haruto jumped to his feet and shouted, Mo, what is the meaning of this? But it seemed he paid no mind to his words, resolutely thrusting his sword forward. His eyes held a hint of danger and a hint of suspicion as the blade plunged into Haruto's chest, making him scream in pain as blood spurted out endlessly. The scene changes, flashing back 15 years. Europe was in the midst of the Great Calamity, with dragons attacking streets everywhere. One of them was a Drak, around level 500. And although it was considered a low-level member of the dragon race, its combat abilities were on par with high-level dragons. The hunters, after fighting it for a while, dodged the flames spewing from its mouth and told each other, "This dragon has a fire attribute. First, let's hit it with some ice-based attacks." Alright, after reaching an agreement, they turned back to destroy it. They unleashed an ice crash, but the dragon's power was too immense, causing the ice to melt the instant it touched its body. A few hunters were even sent flying by its massive wings. They stood back and watched, telling each other in horror, "Not even a scratch. I can't believe an S-rank monster just appeared out of nowhere. We can't handle this on our own." Just then, the dragon spewed fire from its mouth again. A few unlucky hunters standing nearby were incinerated by its flames, and agonizing screams echoed from all around. At that moment, on top of a building, two people were witnessing the scene. One of them turned to flee, yelling at the other to run. "We're not strong enough to face this thing." The world was slowly descending into hell due to the appearance of countless monsters, and I, a newly awakened hunter, had already prepared myself for death. Mo seemed to be rooted to the spot, standing there in a combat stance. The dragon's flames erupted more fiercely, surging up to where he stood. Mo accepted his fate and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Are you all right, rookie?" Mo was startled and opened his eyes, thinking he was a goner. In front of him stood an incredibly powerful hunter, fully equipped with armor and weapons to destroy any threat. Mo then suddenly remembered that this was the world's top hunter, Frederick. "Look, I've been saved." The Drak, which had been breathing fire just moments ago, was now impaled by a spear right in its vital point, causing it to cough up blood. Its blood splattered onto Mo, startling him and making him step back. The Drak had now spotted Mo and intended to attack him, letting out an enraged roar, after which its body swelled with lumps as if it were about to explode. A moment later, the Drak's body actually detonated. The explosion was so powerful that even the hunters standing far away could feel the shockwave. Frederick remained calm, just smiling faintly. Mo, who witnessed everything, was left speechless. "Frederick is amazing." He then looked around but didn't see anyone, unexpectedly. "But he was just here a second ago. There's no one. What's going on?" Suddenly, a woman approached from behind Mo, saying, "Frederick, I clearly told you not to use that move in front of outsiders, didn't I?" Mo spun around in surprise to look at her. He thought to himself, where did she come from? Was she the one who just protected me from the explosion? It turned out Mo had been shielded from the explosion's shockwaves by a dome created by the woman. Frederick then reappeared, saying, "It was an emergency, my dear. That was the fastest way to handle it. There were no other options." The woman walked over to Frederick, checked if he was injured anywhere, and then, without blaming him, said, "You're right, that thing was on the level of a high-ranked dragon. If we had just left it alone, this entire nation would have been destroyed." Frederick then turned to Mo and said, "What you just saw, so you'll keep it a secret?" The rookie Mo was startled and immediately replied, "Of course." Just then, some hunters arrived to check on the centipede. They were stunned to see its body cut into many pieces and said, "This is insane. Who could have defeated this centipede? And to tear it apart like this, too." Mo's group was standing on the other side, hidden by the centipede's head, so the other hunters couldn't see them. Frederick called the woman with him over. "It's time for us to leave, don't you think?" "Yes." Mo, now calm, stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo, from the Mo clan. Please remember my name." Hearing this, Frederick smiled and said, "I won't forget you." Seeing this, Mo couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Frederick Hill, the top hunter and the wielder of the Death Shift skill. At that time, I could never have imagined that I would encounter that exact same skill after he disappeared. Back in the present, Mo wanted to verify his suspicion. "It's too reckless, but I want to witness it again with my own eyes. Please, if my judgment is correct." Then, Mo was startled and horrified by what happened next. Haruto had appeared behind him at some point, placing his sword on his neck and asking Mo, "What is the meaning of this?" Mo wasn't panicked but simply sighed, chuckling to himself. "I knew it. That hunter really does possess a skill similar to Frederick's." He then said, "I'm sorry, but I really wanted to witness that skill again for myself, at any cost." Haruto angrily asked him, "So you just had to go and stab me with a sword like that?" Before he could get an answer, an unexpected voice spoke up, "Senior Haruto." Satoru stood at the door, trembling as he pointed at the two of them, his face pale as he said, "What just?" Haruto just felt a headache coming on. sighing to himself, "Oh man, why are you still here? This just got complicated." The scene changes to a little later. Mo was bowing his head and repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry, Haruto. I'm truly sorry." Haruto was exasperated with him, saying, "I already said that's enough. Besides, who the heck taught you to dogeza?" Explanation. Dogeza is a Japanese ritual where the performer and a person of higher status both kneel on the floor. The performer will kowtow to the other person to apologize for a mistake, wrongdoing, or to ask for a huge favor. Seeing him so angry, Aries spoke up. "That would probably be me. I heard that when Easterners make a grave mistake, they perform this gesture to apologize." Haruto then turned to scold her. "You think you can just kill someone and say sorry and it'll be okay?" Mo was still trying to beg for his forgiveness. "I promise to make it up to you by being on your side." Haruto helplessly yelled at him. "That's not for you to decide." Satoru then cut off their argument, asking Haruto, "So does that mean Senior Haruto really has a resurrection skill like Frederick?" Haruto angrily gritted his teeth and said to him, "Who gave you permission to name it?" Hearing that, Satoru's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "That's some next-level kung fu. I can't believe you can come back to life even after dying. That must be why you're so strong." Haruto couldn't explain it to them at this point, so he just sighed inwardly and remained silent, thinking, "Whatever, it's fine." Letting them misunderstand like this might be for the best. Just then, he remembered something and said to everyone, "By the way, Miss Aries, you haven't left yet." Aries didn't answer. She then took out a triangular metal object and said, "It's because I have something to tell you." Haruto was surprised to see the object. "Is that?" The scene changes, and everyone is now sitting down to talk. Haruto asked Aries, "Did your multidimensional fragment suddenly resonate?" Aries replied, "Yes, I followed its reaction and came back here. It's quite surprising, the multidimensional fragment of mine is number 1, and Sano's is number 5. How did you get it?" Haruto explained that when he destroyed the heart of that giant golem, it was a special reward item. Hearing this, Aries was also surprised, "So it's a unique item. Huh? This is worth studying." Then she also recounted the origin of her multidimensional fragment. "The multidimensional fragment in my hand right now was one of the personal belongings of my mother. According to the records she left behind, these fragments resonate and attract each other, and that was just proven." Hearing this, Haruto thought to himself, "Does this mean finding the multidimensional fragments will be easier from now on?" Suddenly, Satoru sat up, looked forward at the multidimensional fragment, and asked, "By the way, what exactly does it do?" Aries explained to him that if you collect enough fragments, you can form a key to open a multidimensional gate. Hearing this, Haruto jumped to his feet in surprise and asked, "Can you really open a multidimensional gate?" Just like the multidimensional dungeon we discovered, contrary to his surprise, Aries calmly replied, "Yes." She explained that if a multidimensional dungeon like the hidden dungeon of the Golem Snow Mountain exists, then by collecting all the multidimensional fragments and completing the key, opening a gate that allows travel between different dimensions is entirely possible. Hearing her say that, Haruto deduced Aries' purpose. "So you came to Japan not only to find your mother's whereabouts, but also to search for information about the multidimensional fragments." Aries didn't deny it and confirmed, "That's right. Both my father and mother believe they are still alive in some other dimension." Mao sat beside her to comfort her. "I think so too. I can't accept the thought that they would have lost their lives so easily." Hearing this, Satoru pointed out something unusual and speculated. "If that's true, why haven't they returned? Is it because they don't have the multidimensional key? Or perhaps the gate is only one way?" The golem made a sound. Aries voiced her own speculation. "That's a possibility. But it's also possible they have some reason they can't return yet." Hearing this, Haruto wondered, a reason to stay? What could that reason be? It could possibly be a threat even greater than the great calamity of the past. Aries then said to everyone, "Regardless, as long as we have the multidimensional key, we will be able to close the multidimensional dungeons and prevent disasters from occurring." Satoru looked curiously at the multidimensional fragment, wondering, "But how do we turn this into a key?" Just then, the golem suddenly used its finger to push the two multidimensional fragments together. A blinding light burst from the two fragments, startling everyone, who covered their eyes and stepped back. Satoru, trembling as he held the golem, exclaimed, "What the heck was that? I thought I was a goner for a second." It was then that everyone noticed the key on the table. Surprisingly, they had fused together. Aries picked it up and said, "I can't believe it. I thought we had to gather every single piece and then forge it into a key, but it seems they automatically linked together to form the key on their own. Now I'm certain." Just then, Haruto heard a sound. The resonance was even louder than before. These spatial fragments attract each other, and the sound gets louder as the attraction grows stronger. But we must be careful when resonating with the remaining fragments, as it seems those who possess a spatial fragment are no ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, in another place, a sinister man was holding a spatial fragment and said with a smile, "It seems I can finally go home." By now, night had fallen. At the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild, a voice asked, "Missile, what are you smiling about?" "Those fools from the Blood Tower Guild seem to have failed," Missile replied. Startled, I realized Lord Michael was behind me. I then respectfully knelt and reported, "You finally received the reward for Control plus H replace. Congratulations, my lord. You are one step closer to becoming a transcendent." Michael didn't seem to care much for the congratulations and explained his current situation. "Right now, I can only move within a short distance. After all, I can only upgrade once I obtain the power of the Control plus C skill." Mel stood up, approached Michael and reassured him, "That will happen soon enough." Seeing her speak so confidently, Michael asked, "What makes you say that?" Mel recounted her discovery about the space fragments, explaining that the fragments had begun to resonate in order to merge. Two space fragments have already linked together, and the one we possess will reveal the location of the others. Seeing how well-informed she was, Michael asked suspiciously, "Are you saying that all 5 space fragments already have owners? Looks like you'll be going home soon, then." Mel didn't try to hide it and replied, "Yes." Michael continued, "Doesn't your home dimension have its own spatial key?" Mel denied it and explained the situation. "No." "Well, there was one. However, the spatial gate can now only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it was all because of that damn mage, Nishihara Tomoka. All spatial gates connecting to Earth were sealed. On the other hand, the spatial key on Earth was split into 5 fragments and sealed in various locations," Michael surmised. "And if we just collect those fragments to unlock it, the spatial gate will open again." Mel confirmed that was correct. She continued to explain her plan. "First, we'll go to the fairy world, my homeland. We will open the gate leading to the sacred tree Yiso. There, you'll find something similar to that. Control plus C skill gift. If you absorb it, you'll be able to upgrade other skills." Michael was intrigued but remained cautious, asking, "That sounds good, but is that thing really like Control plus C? The first time you saw my skill, you were clearly very surprised." Realizing he had seen through her scheme, Mel faltered, "Well." Michael angrily approached Mel and confronted her. "Did you think I wouldn't figure out your little plan? The world is your homeland, the realm of elves. The sacred tree there was corrupted 100 years ago and is now known as Dark Yiso. The tree that keeps the world beautiful is on the brink of extinction. During the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, Earth and the elf world connected for the first time, and you elves tried to transfer all that toxic pollution to Earth but failed because Nishihara Tomoka stopped you. What are you really planning? Are you elves still determined to repeat that failed attempt and connect Earth's dimension with your own? And are you using me to do it?" Mel, seeing her entire plan exposed by Michael's questioning, was at a loss for words. "Well." Michael then continued, "But I don't give a damn." Hearing this, Mel looked up in surprise. "What?" Michael then revealed his own plan. "I just want to use you to open as many multi-dimensional dungeons as possible and absorb as many skills as I can to become worthy of the title Transcendent. Whatever happens to this world is none of my business. From now on, I'll act on my own." Seeing him about to leave, Mel stood up to persuade him. "You can't go now, Lord Michael. You are the head of the multinational guild, Starfield. If you leave without a good reason, it could attract unwanted attention and make people wary. I anticipated this possibility, so I ordered Lucas to implement Plan B. Once everything is ready, we will have enough justification for Mr. Michael to personally make an appearance." Scene change. Right now in Japan's high-level Purple Forest dungeon, there is a level 90 gnoll, a monster that's a hybrid of a goblin and a wolf. Although each individual has low combat power, they are very cunning and act in packs, which makes them incredibly formidable. The pack of gnolls then charged forward, and a worried Satoru turned to ask, "Haruto-senpai, aren't there a few too many of these monsters?" Haruto didn't answer him, but Mo spoke up. "That's right, we should retreat." Haruto was laughing to himself, thinking of a plan. "I've finally set foot in this dungeon. After consulting with Hunter Nanas, there's no way I'm retreating this easily. This is the perfect opportunity to level up my little golems." With that thought, he turned back to Mo and Satoru with an excited tone. "What are you two waiting for? Hurry and get over here." The gnolls let out a terrifying roar, and Satoru was so scared he started trembling and crying. "Senpai Haruto, what are you doing?" The gnolls then charged, attacking the 3 of them. Haruto began to activate his power. Control V, using the modified Golem Core to create a Snow Mountain Golem. Control V, using the Golem Core modification to create a Golem. Control V, using the modified Golem Core to create a Golem. After that, a whole series of Snow Mountain Golems were created and appeared. Haruto couldn't help but be surprised by their vast numbers and exclaimed, "Why are there so many little minions like this?" Mo shared the same question. "Did Hunter Sano summon all of these?" Haruto just turned back, smiled confidently at them, and said, "One-on-one, or a pack against a pack." Seeing how powerful he was, Mo thought to himself, summoning this many modified golems, just what is the nature of his skill? At that moment, the gnolls also began to attack the golems. One gnoll used its hard, sharp teeth to bite into a golem's head. Seeing this, Satoru worried. No matter how tough the little golems are, the difference in power and level is a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, the gnoll was unexpectedly slammed down by the Snow Mountain golem and punched in the face, coughing up blood. That gnoll was sent flying dozens of feet away. Then, seizing the advantage, the whole group of golems charged forward, beating one gnoll after another to a pulp. Satoru had initially doubted their strength, but now it was different. Looks like Haruto-senpai could clear this dungeon all by himself with ease. Why am I even here? The Snow Mountain golem in Satoru's hand also let out a cry of admiration. A short while later, the entire pack of gnolls had been defeated by the Snow Mountain golems. Haruto walked up and patted one on the head, saying, "Nice. I've finished testing the difference in durability and combat power between the ranks." Haruto then recalled them. Haruto checked his items, current items, 4 King Giant Spider Silks times 10, the Elder Dragon Sword, Kalisha times 5, 4 King Bear Claws times 10, 6 Modified Golem Cores times 10. He looked at the screen, calculating. I don't have enough inventory space to create a golem army, and at their current size, it would take quite a bit of time to make this idea a reality. I wonder if there's a better way. Satoru came over and suggested to him, if you're thinking about something, why don't you ask Guild Master Shirosaki? Haruto ignored his words and said, why should I ask that guy? Satoru said cheerfully, because he's a total dungeon fanatic, he's bound to know something. Hearing that, Haruto asked excitedly, really? Then let's go right away, man. Hurry up. Seeing the two of them, he just shook his head and chuckled softly. All right, I'm coming. I shouldn't have left the International Hunter Association. At that moment, the group was on their way back to the organization when Haruto turned to ask Satoru, who was driving, hey, is this your car? Satoru smiled and said, that's right. It was a birthday present for my dad. Haruto was surprised to hear that. I see. Satoru didn't seem to mind, just smiling as he continued, not to mention, this car is super useful. Seeing how calm he was, Haruto thought to himself, now that I think about it, this kid is the son of Guild Master Shota, the head of that powerful guild. What a rich kid. Just then, Haruto received a call. He answered, saying, everything will go smoothly. Miss Nanas, are you heading to the association now? Understood. I'll be there right away. Satoru wondered. Such a sudden call. What's going on? Haruto said while looking at his phone, I don't know either. He thought to himself, oh no, this is definitely about that Sarah woman, for sure. In any case, I have something I need to talk to her about. He turned to Satoru and said, Satoru, can we speed up a bit, please? Sure. Scene change. At the Japan Hunter Association, in the interrogation room. Everyone was standing in the observation room, looking out. Sarah was silent, not saying a word. Nanas told Haruto, she insists on only speaking to you. Miss Sarah hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, but she remains silent and uncooperative. Haruto turned to ask Nanas, for a favor, can we request to have the recording turned off during our conversation? Nanas told him, I'm sorry, but the nature of the investigation doesn't allow it. Hearing that, Haruto sighed and calculated in his head, well, whatever. If the truth about my skill gets exposed, here, I can still copy her skill to reset everything back to how it was. My top priority, right now, is to copy it. After that, he entered the interrogation room, carrying a glass of water and placing it in front of Sarah. Haruto pulled out a chair, sat down, and said, here's some water, help yourself. Sarah stared at his face warily, then picked up the glass of water and drank it all. She said, now I'm no longer dehydrated. Haruto then spoke first. You want to know about my ability, don't you? My ability of infinite mana regeneration. Sarah replied, if you agree to help, I will cooperate with the investigation. Seeing that things were progressing, Haruto said, but before that, I need to confirm a few things. Sarah, that ability of yours to reset all things, you're also suffering from that cursed skill, aren't you? Is your skill Control plus Z? Sarah didn't deny it but confirmed, yes. At that moment, Haruto felt like he had figured everything out. I knew it, I'm not the only one who's cursed. In other words, if I can copy her skill, then that means all control skills can be copied and assigned. Nanas, in the observation room, was just as surprised to hear this. That girl's skill isn't healing, but resetting. So that's why the durability of the dragon sword was fully restored, a skill that can reset everything. What an unbelievable skill. Satoru didn't understand what they were talking about and asked Nanas. Reset, what? Control plus Z? Sis, what are they talking about? Does a skill like that really exist? Nanas didn't answer him but just stood there and continued to watch. Sarah then continued her story. My parents are both in a deep coma. I hope you can help me save them. The only one who can provide the enormous amount of mana needed to save someone who is critically ill is you, Hunter Haruto. After that, Haruto stood up, reassured her, and said, I understand. I'll give you the mana you need, and in return, I can. I'm about to be a little forward, so please forgive me. Saying that, he grabbed Sarah's handcuffs, and everyone in the observation room was stunned. Satoru shouted, Haruto-senpai, what are you doing? A brilliant purple light flashed. Haruto's system announced, Control-C, copying target, Control-Z. The system screen then immediately displayed a message that it could not copy. The moment Haruto saw this text, he was horrified and yelled out in shock, Are you serious? He originally thought that this would be simple, but he never expected this skill would be too much for the system to handle. It wasn't that he'd never considered there might be an ability he couldn't copy, but he never imagined it would be this one. Haruto gripped the hand of Sarah, his whole body trembling and his face darkening. Damn it, is this for real? Seeing his strange behavior, Sarah asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Only then did Haruto realize his actions weren't exactly appropriate. He awkwardly let go, looking at her with a flustered expression. Oh, my bad. Faced with his current state, Sarah immediately gave him a sharp look. Before he could even compose himself, the system displayed another notification in front of Haruto. This was a red notification for the skill Control-Z, a special ability that cannot be copied. However, if the target is eliminated, you will absorb the skill. Once this condition is met, you will be able to copy the ability as usual. As soon as you finish reading this, Haruto's face instantly darkened. Huh? Eliminate the target means to kill them. His mind was now in a state of intense conflict. If I do that, I'll be able to copy it like normal? Are you kidding me? He looked over at Sarah, who was still staring with wide, bewildered eyes, silently cursing this damn system in his head. In short, if he wanted to copy the skill to reset everything, he would have to kill Sarah. It sounded like a sick joke, and Haruto's heart and mind were in constant conflict, but he still coveted that skill. Is there no other way? I can't just wait for her to die of old age, can I? Suddenly, Shota Satoru pointed forward and asked the girl next to him, Why do you think the window suddenly opened? Faced with this question, not only was Nane stunned, but Momo was also speechless. Nane stepped forward and picked up the microphone. She looked at the other party and saw that his expression had suddenly become unusually serious, so she asked, Hunter Haruto, is something wrong? When Haruto heard Nane's call his name, he turned around, scratched his head, and laughed it off. It's nothing. Everything's totally fine. Hearing his reply, Nanace didn't press the issue. In reality, hidden behind that goofy smile were deeper calculations. Haruto decided to bide his time and wait for an opportunity. Alright, then it's time to test my patience. First, he would fulfill Sarah's wish and try to gain her trust, and then he would soon find a better solution. With that thought, he immediately turned back to propose to Sarah, Let's go see your parents right now. With tears welling in her eyes, Sarah happily replied, Okay. The moment he saw her expression, Haruto's resolve wavered, and if he really couldn't find a better way, he could just team up with her. That same afternoon, at the Central Hunter Hospital, the six of them walked down the hospital corridor, listening to Sarah tell her story. After listening, Haruto asked in shock, Mana poison? Sarah calmly replied, Yes, my parents were attacked by a mystical monster during the Great Cataclysm, and this hospital is the only place that accepts patients with mana poisoning. Haruto looked at the petite girl before him and suddenly felt a strange sense of pity. So they're being treated here? She must be. Remembering that he had to side with Takumi to cover the hospital bills, he turned and asked Nanas, Is Takumi also being treated here? Nanas replied slowly as she walked, Yes, he's currently in the hospital's underground basement. After he recovers, we plan to transfer him to a detention facility for investigation. After saying that, she turned to Sarah beside her and asked with concern, Are you worried? Sarah replied softly, I'm fine. Just then, Mo seemed to notice something. A man with blonde hair wearing a beret had just walked past him. In an instant, Mo recognized the person. He turned his head to look at the back of the figure, wondering, why is that guy here? Meanwhile, in a room under strict guard, another person was approaching step by step. The guard saw him and quickly ran to stop him. Halt, this is a restricted area. No unauthorized entry. It was the same blonde man who had just passed Mo. He was seen holding out a piece of paper to the guard and said, Thank you for your hard work. Here. The confused guard took the paper. On the small slip were the words, Control F. The guard looked at it blankly. What's this? Control F? Don't mess around. But just a second later, a strange black smoke suddenly billowed from the paper, startling the guard. Huh. The black smoke then grew thicker, enveloping the two guards and gradually swallowing them. They only had time to let out a single cry, before falling silent. When the smoke cleared, their eyes were completely black, and they looked dazed as if they were soulless. The blonde man took off his beret and ordered them, Bring the person being held inside out now. Do what you need to do and then come back here." The two guards immediately replied, "Yes, sir," and then ran inside together. The man entered the room, approached a strange object. He summoned a sphere of dark energy in his hand and calmly looked at it. He recalled Miso's previous instructions. "Lord Lucas, I have a task that only you can accomplish." Lucas asked in surprise, "A task that only I can do?" Miso summoned a sphere of dark energy, carefully instructing, "In case things with the Blood Tower Guild fail, I want you to set this up at the Tokyo Tower." The moment Lucas saw it, he covered his mouth in horror. "What is that thing?" Miso explained, holding the plant-like object in her hand. "This is something I brought from my homeland. It's the fruit of the world tree that has been corrupted. Miso, after using this fruit to set up a barrier, you will be able to open a subspace." Lucas was surprised. "A subspace? What's inside it?" Miso didn't answer directly, but piqued his curiosity. "You'll probably have to see it to believe it." And so, Lucas's expression gradually changed, and he stared in terror at the scene that appeared before him. The fruit in Miso's hand opened, releasing a stream of corrupt energy, and behind her was a terrifying, giant demon. Seeing his expression, Miso seemed quite pleased, smiling. "This is just one fruit, and I can only show you this. I want to create a justification for Starfield on the day Miso operates openly." Back in the present, Lucas looked at the fruit in his hand and thought, "So she wants to stage a prison break right in the center of Tokyo. Damn it." Lucas reached out to enter the password. Deep down, he still felt guilty. Because of this family, he had now become too deeply involved with Starfield, and at this point, there was no turning back. In a hospital room, a patient suddenly woke up from a daze. He grabbed the respirator and looked around in confusion. "No way. Am I still alive? What the hell?" He then turned to look. Looking at the bed next to them, a child was sobbing while hugging their mother on the hospital bed, both of them shedding tears of happiness. The man opened his mouth and called for Sarah, and the little girl replied cheerfully, "Daddy." When Satoru heard this, tears were already streaming down his face. He was afraid that if the story continued, he would flood the entire hospital with his tears. While Satoru was moved, Nana's, standing beside him, had a look of disgust. She angrily bonked her younger brother on the head. "Why are you such a crybaby?" Satoru cried out in pain while still weeping. "Ouch." Satoru wiped his tears and happily turned to Haruto. "I knew that infinite mana of yours was top tier, Senior Haruto, but I never expected it could restore someone who was in a coma." He was truly moved by Haruto, wondering if even the best healer in the world could do something like this. In contrast to Satoru, Nana's was thinking more deeply. "Recovery? This is unbelievable. Just one small mistake and she would have to force the association to detain this girl." She looked at Sarah, sobbing by the bed, and thought, "No, I have to experience it for myself." Suddenly, Haruto noticed someone was missing from the group. "Now that you mention it, hey, where's Mo?" Hearing this, Ares turned around in shock. "Huh, I just noticed now that you said it." At that moment, on the other side, Lucas was following a man, walking slowly down the hospital corridor. The man wore a hood that concealed his face, walking with a calm expression. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of Lucas. "A person with the control ability has been found near you." Lucas broke into a cold sweat, suspicious. "There's someone with the control ability in the hospital." The man walking in front heard that and immediately turned his head. "What?" He then remembered something. "That's right. Sarah's parents are being treated here. Don't tell me that guy is with her." At the same time, a voice came from behind them. "Lucas." Lucas glanced behind him. Mo walked over coldly, adjusting his tie and putting on a hat to hide his face. "Ha, I almost didn't recognize you, Lucas." Turning his head, Lucas was stunned when he saw him, Mo. He pointed at the two of them mockingly. "I was wondering what would bring a member of the International Hunters Association to Japan. Turns out you're following Takumi, the dog of Starfield." Lucas didn't back down, immediately retorting, "I heard you left the association. What are you doing here?" Mo drew his sword, his expression grim. "Takumi is a criminal, and you want to help him escape. That makes you an accomplice." Noticing the commotion, the surrounding patients all stopped to look at them. Lucas held out a hand, trying to de-escalate. "You're as arrogant as ever. Huh? Can't you see this is a hospital?" Just then, Takumi stepped forward and said excitedly, "Hey, give me a weapon. All the items in my inventory were confiscated. Since you've delivered yourself to me, let me teach you a lesson. What can a weakling like you possibly do? It's not about showing up first, but showing up at the right time." Haruto, from out of nowhere, suddenly appeared behind Mo, radiating an intense killing intent. "You've got me to deal with too." The moment Takumi saw this familiar power, he couldn't contain his anger. "You bastard. My skill. How dare you?" In front of Lucas, the notification appeared once again. "The user of Control-C, Control-V is right in front of you." Seeing this message, Lucas let out a strange smile. "Finally, I found Control-C." Before the two sides could even clash, A female voice interrupted. What a shame. One person after another. First Takumi, and now even an international criminal. A cold spearhead appeared, and as soon as Takumi saw it, his face turned pale. It was the shaman, Lucas. Seeing Takumi's expression, he also guessed the identity of the newcomer. So this is the final boss, stepping up to finish things quickly. Huh, Nana said, brushing her hair back with a hint of anger. Come to think of it, my horoscope said I'd be super unlucky today. She found a random excuse to blame for the series of events that had been happening and walked step by step closer to them. Nanis's appearance immediately attracted a large crowd from outside who gathered around to see what was happening. It's the hunter, Nanas. Oh my god, she's holding a weapon. What's going on? Takumi glanced at the person beside him and smiled. Looks like we're not getting out of this peacefully. Lucas just remained silent, not responding. He then tossed 2 handcuffs on the ground right at their feet. Looking at the strange cuffs, they quickly recognized them as suppression devices. Nana said with a blank expression, if you two put these on voluntarily, we can resolve this peacefully. Understand? The sooner this was over, the sooner she could go home. But to her surprise, Takumi scoffed, Hey, are you trying to insult me now? With that, he immediately grabbed the collar of a girl next to him, causing her to scream in fear. Takumi didn't actually want to fight them, so he made a threat. Get it? We're in a hospital. I can just grab any patient and have a hostage. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, then let this go. The moment he finished speaking, Nanas leaped up like a gust of wind, aiming a kick straight down at Takumi. With just a single kick, he was sent flying like an arrow down the end of the hallway. His entire body crashed hard into medical equipment and the brick wall, leaving him instantly injured and coughing up blood on the spot. The surrounding patients who witnessed this scream in a panic. The hunters are fighting. Run. At that moment, Lucas stared at Nanas, dumbfounded. He was shocked. The attack had been so fast, his eyes couldn't keep up. Suddenly, she turned to the person beside her. Lucas, you're not like Takumi, are you? Let's resolve this peacefully together. Hearing her offer, Lucas was momentarily unsure how to react. He lowered his head to avoid her gaze, then glanced over at the miserable Takumi. He and Takumi were not the same. He lowered his head, recalling a time before, when Mo had asked him to bring the fruit of the world tree to Tokyo Tower. He had asked, why me? Mo patiently explained, a defiled world tree produces hack mana. Ordinary people who come into contact with it will be poisoned. He then looked straight into his eyes and said, but you're different, aren't you? You, Lucas, and the guild master of the Blood Tower are the same. Hearing this, Lucas came to a realization. It meant Takumi had also noticed that he figured things out. Mo continued, yes, he is also a target banned by international treaties. He uses hack mana to cultivate his own skills, and in order to make the defiled fruits of the world tree sprout, one needs skills that utilize hack mana. As this thought crossed his mind, Lucas suddenly felt a wave of self-loathing. In other words, thinking about what he had done to those 2 guards, he sighed, letting the rest of his sentence trail off. I'm no different from Takumi. With that thought, Lucas replied remorsefully, I'm afraid I can't accept your offer. Nanas frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Lucas slowly drew his sword and said, you see, I need him. I have to get him out of here at all costs. The moment Nanas saw the weapon in Lucas's hand, her expression turned serious. That sword was Mo, who from behind them gritted his teeth in anger and said, Angela Rapier. It seems that Lucas guy is finally getting serious. As soon as Haruto heard him say that, surprised, he asked, what? Mio looked at Lucas holding the sword and coldly replied, that is the treasured sword passed down through generations in the Lucas family, the family of holy knights from England. And it's also the only holy sword in the world. Although it's also a weapon of the same class as Gao An's long sword, that sword is more suited for piercing techniques than slashing. The more Haruto heard, the more surprised he became. The same class as Gao An's long sword, Lucas had already charged into battle, his eyes filled with determination as he thrust towards Nanas. Mio continued to explain, yes, it's different from the long sword in that it doesn't increase in rank and doesn't possess offensive power, but because of that, it's also known by another name, the Heretic Judge. It can nullify all skills or weapons that it deems abnormal. Hunter Nanas, with her cursed sword, Vudao, was at a disadvantage. The tip of Lucas's sword was already close to Nana's. She could only reluctantly use her blade to block in front of her chest. The 2 weapons clashed violently, but as expected, Angelo Sapia had the upper hand. Its sharp tip actually pierced through Vudao, leaving Nanas momentarily stunned. She was pushed back, seemingly completely overwhelmed. Haruto, standing behind, shouted worriedly, Hunter Nanas. Nanas used her combat skills to push the sword's blade over her head, narrowly escaping danger. She said to Haruto behind her, don't interfere, Mr. Sano. It'll be a hassle if we cause a big scene in the hospital. With that, she used her strength to push Lucas's sword away and escaped his pressure. Lucas couldn't react in time, staring at his opponent in shock. Nana swiftly gripped Wu Dao and attacked him. Lucas was no slouch either, nimbly dodging the blow. Are you holding back on using your skills because we're in a hospital? Do you think you stand a chance against my treasured sword like that? Lucas broke into a cold sweat as he looked down at the piece of his tie that had been severed. Without giving him a chance, Nana's attacked again. She dodged to her opponent's flank and swung her blade. This time, Lucas truly couldn't avoid it and could only reluctantly raise his sword to block. What is this power? Lucas was knocked back a distance by Nana's Wu Dao, and his body couldn't take it, causing him to spit up blood. He painfully covered his mouth, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing. After taking just one hit, he felt like his internal organs were all jumbled up. There was a difference in the quality of the swords, but the gap in their levels was too vast to compare. So this was the true power of one of the 10 best hunters in the world. Now, Nana's confidently made her offer again. What do you think of my proposal for a peaceful resolution now? Lucas was stunned, but he truly couldn't turn back anymore. Since they were in a hospital, he really didn't want to use his skills. But Lucas gripped the sword in his hand, his feelings complicated. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Damn you, Shinoda, Nanas." They all recognized who it was and instinctively turned their heads. Takumi had regained consciousness after a critical blow from Nanas. He staggered to his feet, holding the bloom-tainted fruit of the world tree, and dark mana quickly enveloped his entire body. Takumi's eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth and growled, "This wretched hospital that you're trying so hard to protect, I'll turn it to dust in an instant." As soon as he finished speaking, he released all the dark mana from the tainted fruit outward. Witnessing this, Lucas couldn't help but shout, "Stop! This is a hospital, don't you know?" Takumi retorted as if reminding him, "You have to place these things in key locations in Tokyo, right? In that case, this hospital should get its share too." Very quickly, the dark mana enveloped the entire hospital, as if wanting to swallow everything whole, everyone living here. Haruto was on guard, ready to fight, and worriedly asked Takumi what he had just done. Mo also tightened his grip on his sword. "This is dark mana." Haruto frowned, raising a hand defensively. "Dark mana." Mo, beside him, immediately explained that this is something possessed by those with dark skills, and it seems Takumi is one of them. But this amount of dark mana is not normal at all. At this rate, the ordinary people here will also be affected and poisoned by the toxic mana. In the pitch-black darkness where not a single ray of light could penetrate, Haruto's notification window appeared. Skill, control, and use of giant spider silk and shadow movement technique have been activated. At the same time, Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. "Tisk, that bastard." He immediately unleashed his skill, teleporting behind Takumi. "Stop it right now." Takumi was now wrapped in a cloth like a mummy. He turned to look at him, flashing a bizarre smile. Too late. Haruto was instantly startled and confused for a moment. "What did you say?" The tainted fruit had now fully bloomed, and the dark mana acted like the wind, sowing the seeds of the tainted fruit onto the ground. From beneath the floor, a series of roots shot upwards, attacking them. Haruto and Nanas jumped back to dodge the increasingly dense roots that were destroying the entire hospital. The patients attacked by the roots screamed incessantly, and the scene instantly turned tragic. From the outside, the towering hospital was completely covered in roots and had even sprouted a gloomy, purple canopy. A giant trunk burst through the ground, pulling fractured pieces of the floor apart with it, causing a female patient to fall. She looked up in fear. "Please, save me." Fortunately, a doctor managed to grab her hand in time, but he couldn't hold on for long, and his hand slipped from hers. The female patient was in free fall, screaming, "Ah!" Just as she was about to hit the ground, Haruto used his skill from below to catch the female patient. As soon as they landed, still in shock, she stared blankly at the threads wrapped around her body. Haruto quickly helped her up, hastily instructing, "Are you okay? Quickly evacuate with everyone else." The patient looked at him gratefully and replied, "Okay." As she ran off, she kept frantically saying, "Thank you so much." Haruto smiled back, thinking to himself, patients who can still move like her are not the main concern, the problem is. As he thought this, his expression suddenly turned serious. He looked down at the patients who were seriously injured and had to rely on family and nurses, feeling a sense of unease. Those who can't move. After that, he glanced over at his friends. He saw Nanas comforting a small child and Mo kindly giving another patient some water, which suddenly put him at ease. It's a good thing Miss Nanas and Mr. Mo are still taking care of them. But the entire hospital has been invaded by dark mana. At this rate, everyone will be affected by the toxic mana. Haruto looked up at the lush canopy and thousands of branches above his head, and an idea struck him. There's only one way to reconstruct this place. The dark seed of the world tree has severely ravaged the hospital, turning this place into a pile of rubble just a little higher. At that moment, the snow mountain golem was using its small body to struggle to hold up a giant boulder. Thanks to that, Satoru quickly pulled the person out from under the rock. All right, try to head this way. Suddenly, Haruto appeared out of nowhere right behind him, calling out, Satoru. The boy turned his head, supporting a patient with one hand, and hastily asked, Senior Haruto, what's going on? Seeing that the person was saved, the golem swung its arm and threw the boulder, which weighed several tons, to the side. He walked over and asked if everything was okay here. Satoru replied that thanks to Miss Aries, this area wasn't in too bad of shape. Haruto asked in surprise, Aries? To explain, Satoru picked up his little subordinate and led him to a giant crystal pillar. Haruto lightly tapped the crystal with his finger, asking skeptically, Is this ice? At that moment, Aries and the other patients revealed themselves. She explained that yes, it was an ice barrier. Aries replied while reinforcing the barrier, We can protect this area from being destroyed, but we can't completely block the spread of the dark mana. Suddenly, the outer surfaces of the ice shattered, and the debris fell on the golem's head, annoying it. Haruto saw that Aries, Sarah, and the other patients were all safe and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everyone was all right. Then, he approached Sarah to give her a quick rundown of the situation. The entire hospital has been devastated by that strange tree, and now dark mana is spreading at an alarming rate. The situation is critical, and the best solution I can think of is to reset the hospital to its original state. Can you do it? Sarah looked at him with determination and said bluntly, I can. I was even able to distort space-time in the dungeon. Besides, with you here, Haruto, I won't have to worry about running out of mana. Once the plan was settled, the four of them immediately advanced towards the tree trunk. Satoru, holding the golem, widened his eyes in shock at the sight before them. It's even more massive than I imagined. Is this the source of everything? Where did it come from, and how did it do this? Haruto turned to explain that it was Takumi. He had escaped and summoned this thing. As soon as they heard the name, all three of them wore the same expression of shock and surprise. Satoru couldn't help but yell, Takumi escaped. Thinking of him, Sarah couldn't hold back her anger. Mentioning him filled her mind with nothing but hatred. He knew her parents were inside but still acted without hesitation. How could he? So he didn't care whether her parents lived or died. Mr. Aries seemed to understand how Sarah felt. She lowered her head in silence for a few seconds. Haruto approached Sarah and said softly, Let's get started. She gave a firm nod. Okay. After that, Haruto stood behind her, continuously supplying her with mana. Sarah placed her hand on the tree trunk and began to use her skill. The entire space suddenly began to fluctuate, and everything became distorted. Even Haruto was affected by this power, overwhelmed. He struggled just to stay stable. The tree seemed to sense the threat, and the roots that were burrowing into the ground suddenly pulled back. On the other side, Nanas also seemed to sense something was wrong, as did Ma. Was no exception. He stared, unmoving, in the direction of the commotion. From the outside, the roots also began to pull back, revealing massive holes. Inside, all the roots pulled back to form a barrier in front of Masara as dark mana began to gather from all directions before surging towards Sarah to attack. She struggled to endure it, trying to stop the dark mana from entering her body. Haruto immediately sensed the abnormality and became worried. Did the tree just unleash dark mana? Damn it, Sarah's in danger. Seeing her being relentlessly attacked by the dark mana, Haruto didn't hesitate for a second, rushing towards her and instantly activating his skill. Copy and paste, Control V. Using giant spider silk, he wrapped himself around Sarah, letting his web block the stream of dark mana. The repelled dark mana shot outwards, causing a massive explosion. The violent clash of the two energies forced Haruto to use all his strength to withstand it, and soon after, the dark mana vanished. Haruto held Sarah tightly in his arms, while he himself, exhausted, collapsed to his knees. Gently, he placed Sarah down and slowly stood up, his body still radiating a large amount of dark mana. Saru rushed over to his senior, Haruto, asking, Are you okay? Haruto looked at him and replied, I'm fine. Sarah seems to just be unconscious, but it looks like Plan T has failed. Aries and Satoru both felt a bit disappointed, but were also relieved because the two of them were safe. Haruto, sweating, gave Saru a serious order. From now until reinforcements arrive, you have to ensure the evacuation of the patients outside. If you delay any longer, they'll all be poisoned by the mana. Satoru, despite being young, was very understanding. He quickly carried Sarah on his back and teleported away. Got it, this underling is on his way. The golem, though small, ran very fast, even taking the lead to guide him. Haruto then turned to the international hunter. Aries, you know what this is, right? Haruto pointed towards the mass of roots. Aries was a bit surprised to hear his question, but she quickly gave an answer. According to the records my mother left behind, it's a plant from another world, a different dimension from our own. The role of this tainted fruit is to transport filth and toxins from its home dimension to ours. Because its mother tree is in another dimension, returning it to its original state is impossible. Ares looked at the shape of this tainted fruit tree and came to a conclusion. But this tainted fruit also acts as a shield, so they must have been planted in 3 or 4 other locations in Tokyo. Hearing this, Haruto immediately became alarmed. 10 minutes later at the Central Hunter Hospital, the scenery outside was still utterly desolate. Just a few minutes ago, this hospital was bustling with people coming and going, but a second later, it looked like a long abandoned building. Rescue workers who were dispatched immediately began directing the work of moving the patients who needed emergency care. Move quickly. The others immediately responded clearly, Roger. Inside, Mo was still working without rest, using his skills alongside another hunter to continuously filter the dark mana from the air. A mage next to them kept urging the other person, "Hey you, hurry up and purify the dark mana." But the other person was also flustered and snapped back irritably, "Shut up. I'm trying, but it's not having any effect. At this rate, it's like we're just throwing mana away for nothing." The entire hospital was covered by Mo's barrier to prevent the dark mana from leaking out, but the amount of dark mana inside wasn't decreasing at all. Toku looked at the scene before him, appearing extremely uneasy. A tainted world tree right in the middle of downtown Tokyo. It was hard to believe even seeing it with his own eyes. At that moment, Haruto's group had also gathered and approached them. Manas bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Chairman Toku. We've issued a red notice for Takumi and Lucas." Gu was still in a provocative, mocking mood. "I can't believe Takumi had the guts to escape right under the nose of Hunter Nanas, who's world famous. Is this that Lucas guy's fault? Well, if he's involved, then we can directly file a complaint with Starfield or the International Hunters Association." Masato, who had been silent, also spoke up to analyze the problem. Although this could be considered an urgent international issue, in the end, Takumi and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japanese Association. They could use that as an excuse to evade responsibility. Something like, "Why are you questioning us about an incident caused by a Japanese hunter?" Hearing him say that, Gao turned his head away in annoyance, and a second later, Masato became so angry he gritted his teeth and added, "Well, don't worry. I'll catch that bastard Takumi myself." Suddenly, at that moment, the space around them abruptly shook violently, and the people around began to notice something was wrong. They panicked. "Why is there an earthquake?" That mage struggled to stay on his feet, wondering if the hospital was about to collapse. Just then, someone rushed over with news. "Chairman Toku, something big has happened." Toku immediately asked, "What is it?" The man, out of breath, said, "We've just received a report about a second dark world tree taking root in Kita Ward." Haruto gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could tear him into 100 pieces. That bastard, Takumi, he planted another one? In the middle of the bustling city of Tokyo, in Kita Ward, another dark tree sprouted from a skyscraper. Reporters from all over began to broadcast the news, and the large screens were all showing reports about this tree. Today, at different locations in the Tokyo area, 2 mysterious great trees have appeared, and the Hunters Association has announced that the mana released from this great tree can cause mana poisoning. Everyone below looked up at the screens in unison, following the news bit by bit. The newscaster's voice continued steadily. "In light of this situation, the government has issued an emergency evacuation order for the entire Tokyo area." Hearing this, the adults all had a question in their minds. So where in the middle of nowhere are they planning to evacuate us to? There were also some kids in their prime who were incredibly excited, thinking, "Do you think we'll get a day off from school tomorrow?" Elsewhere, Takumi was smiling with delight. He sat leisurely in a car, watching the chaotic scene outside. "In this situation, they can only dream of catching us." With that, he turned to Lucas and praised him. "By the way, you're pretty ruthless yourself. Even I never thought of using dark mana to brainwash people." Lucas acted as if he didn't hear, bowing his head in silence. The streets of Tokyo suddenly became congested, and the news reports above continued to blare. "As long as you take shelter for 24 hours, you won't have to worry about mana poisoning. All residents, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police officers." Currently, the Hunters Association, the police, and the self-defense forces are working together and doing their utmost to handle this unexpected situation. Takumi looked at the driver in front, who was controlled by dark mana, and said with amusement, "I can't believe you defile someone's mind and turn them into a puppet." Lucas couldn't listen to another word. He angrily turned and shot him a furious glare. "You bastard. Stop acting like you're some kind of know-it-all." Masato was extremely relaxed, with a disdainful expression that was irritating. He said, "Don't be mad. I'm complimenting you. I bet those guys are splitting up all over the place looking for us. But as long as I'm with you, we'll never be exposed. I guarantee they'll never expect us to be moving around in a police car. 1/3 of the tainted fruit left. Let's get moving." At the same time, in the chairman's office of the Japan Hunters Association, Toku gathered everyone in the room to discuss a plan. In other words, You're all saying there's a possibility of 2 or 3 more tainted world trees. Will these tainted trees appear all over Tokyo to form some kind of barrier? Ares looked at him and replied, yes. At least, that's what my mother's records say. There's evidence that these tainted trees also appeared during the Great Calamity, and they serve as both a barrier and a gate. Vicious monsters will flood all of Tokyo. Nanas and Masato, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, these trees appeared during the Great Calamity period. Haruto, however, was in a different state of mind. He frowned inwardly, as if he thought of something. The disaster from 15 years ago? Ugh, 15 years ago, a strange species of tree also grew where the defiled tree now stands. Its roots had begun to spread outward, digging into the road's surface, obstructing traffic and endangering people. The car he and his father were in was unfortunately attacked by its roots, struggling to get past. He sat in the car, looking up in fear and asking his father, "Dad, are we going to be okay?" His father, while straining to drive, reassured him, "We'll be fine, Haruto. Just sit tight and hold on." With great difficulty, the car managed to escape a close call. The father looked at the massive roots outside, his nerves on edge. Damn it, so this is what Tomomuka was talking about. Who would use something like this right in the city center? The roots continued to close in on them. If they slowed down even a little, the car could be pierced at any moment. Suddenly, the young Haruto looked up and caught sight of a root aiming right for them. The little boy could only stammer, then screamed in terror, "Dad!" The inevitable happened. That root took the life of his beloved father, a moment he would never forget for the rest of his life. Haruto fell into silence, wondering why he had suddenly remembered that. But maybe this incident was also related to the curse, so the thing that destroyed the car back then wasn't a monster, but a defiled tree. At this thought, Haruto couldn't hold back his anger as hatred suddenly surged within him. If the mastermind behind these two incidents is one and the same, he will never let them get away. Chairman Toku propped his chin on his hand, thinking, now that I recall, a great tree also appeared in Tokyo around that time, but back then I was too busy dealing with a prison break to pay it much mind. So it was a preliminary barrier. Ares pushed up his glasses, his expression turning serious as he explained. According to the records my mother left behind, a barrier created by a defiled tree acts as a gate connecting to another dimension, and it also opens a subspace. Hearing this, Nanase was instantly startled and asked, "A subspace?" Ares nodded. That's right. Masato was becoming more and more confused. He asked doubtfully, "But if that's the goal, then why create a barrier at all? Why would they accept the drawback of using a defiled tree from another dimension anyway? Wait, don't tell me it's to open the Healing Green Mall's subspace." Nanase followed his train of thought, adding, "To open the Black Spirit's subspace, you definitely need to create a barrier of defiled trees, or at least that's what I've heard. The Spirit's subspace requires black mana, that black stinking aura, and a single defiled tree isn't potent enough." Hearing this, Ares expressed his concern. The current situation looks like that subspace is going to open, but in the worst-case scenario, a gate to a tainted dimension will also be opened. Hearing this, contrary to everyone else's anxiety, Haruto became strangely excited, as if an idea had just struck him. That's right. A subspace means it connects to an infinite space, right? Why didn't I think of this before? If I use it properly, I can resolve this situation with the help of my personal inventory. Then I could even create an entire army of transforming golems, couldn't I? Haruto couldn't let this opportunity slip through his fingers. He didn't care if it was black mana or something else. He would definitely find the mastermind and seize the subspace. Suddenly, Haruto's attention was caught by Gao's voice. Why doesn't everyone talk about something more practical? He sighed, putting on a carefree expression. All this time, you've just been talking about the key. Space? All that jazz? But like hell something like that actually exists? I've never even seen one. Angered by his attitude, Haruto couldn't help but hold up 2 golden cards, asking, "Are you talking about these?" Gao was astonished the moment he saw them, suddenly jumping to his feet. Are those really spatial keys? Nanas was just as agitated, no less, and couldn't resist slamming the table. Ares held it in her hand, hastily explaining to them, "This is an artifact my mother left me. It's combined with the fragment that Hunter Sano retrieved from the Golem Snow Mountain." Gao was so stunned he could barely stand, so it really does exist. But you can't do anything with just 2 fragments, right? Ares continued to share what she knew with everyone. According to my mother's records, ever since the Great Cataclysm, a tainted spatial gate has been open in England. I believe the tainted tree and the spatial fragments didn't just appear at the same time by coincidence. It seems the one who brought the tainted tree here from another dimension is also holding the remaining spatial fragments. Masato's expression turned complicated upon hearing this, but Chairman Toku remained even calmer. He spoke deliberately, just as Miss Ares said. The greatest tragedy would be if that tainted spatial gate were to truly open. This is no longer a problem for Japan alone. I will immediately submit a request to the International Hunter Association and the American Hunter Association for cooperation. Masato propped up his chin and refuted, they won't have it. One fragment already belongs to my guild. The meeting concluded an hour later. In the basement of the future guild, Masato led them to a room with a massive door. Just seeing the door made Haruto and Nana's look up in awe. What kind of vault door is so magnificent? Gao, still with that scornful attitude, taunted. Guildmaster Shirosaki, I knew you were a dungeon fanatic, but I never expected you'd be holding onto a spatial fragment. Haruto also wondered, how did you get your hands on it? Of course, Masato remained silent. Gao couldn't keep his mouth shut and added, this silence means you got it through some shady deal, doesn't it? That's not exactly a rare occurrence. It might even be a fake for all we know. Only Haruto truly knew the truth as he opened his personal inventory and saw the change in his key fragment. No, it's not a fake. Even though they're in my personal inventory, the spatial fragments are resonating intensely. Masato reached out to unlock the door, and the gate slowly swung open before their very eyes. The vault was vast, but inside, it held only a single pillar, atop which was an energy sphere encasing the spatial fragment. It was the fourth one. As if sensing the other fragments nearby, it began to glow brilliantly. Gao started to step forward, his mouth running nonstop. A vault this huge, just for that one item? What a waste of space. Haruto suddenly stepped in front of him, holding up a hand to block his path. From here on, only Mr. Shirosaki and I will proceed. Hearing this, the man immediately flew into a rage, threatening, hey, who the hell do you think you are? Luckily, Ares stepped forward to back him up. Combining two spatial fragments is already quite dangerous. Who knows what might happen when you add a third one to the mix? Masato agreed, turning back to add, they're both right. From here, only Hunter Sano and I will proceed. This is my guild, so you must follow my orders. Although Gao was resentful and unwilling, he still stepped back. I've already seen it with my own two eyes, so there's nothing more to covet. If some strange space opens up, it'll be your fault, and at that point, I will kill you both, so remember my words well. Haruto glanced through the closing door, shooting the man a deathly cold glare. The door closed, and the two of them began to approach the pillar. Haruto looked at it and said, Guildmaster Shirosaki, your fragment is number 4. Hey. Masato stood to one side with his arms crossed, looking at him, as the system displayed a notification, space fragment 1 out of 5. The 4th fragment. Haruto wouldn't let it go, wanting a reason. Can you tell me where you got it? Masato, of course, still wanted to avoid the question. So he hurriedly urged him, enough with the small talk and let's get this over with. Haruto looked at the other man helplessly. Then he slowly stepped closer to the space fragment. No need to worry, he thought as he slowly reached out his hand, intending to touch it. After all, Haruto still had the giant spider, Wang, and his Shadow John skill, and he hadn't even taken it out of his personal inventory. But things didn't go as planned. As soon as he passed through the protective barrier, the space fragment released an unusual attack. It glowed brilliantly and immediately shook the surrounding space, destroying the ground and creating a large hole. Masato, despite being on guard, was still thrown back a considerable distance. The force of the attack was so immense that it even warped the giant door, alarming everyone outside. Nanas immediately grew anxious and wanted to rush inside. Something's happened. A long gash was carved into the ground, and even the door was visibly dented. Masato looked around and called out anxiously, Hunter Sano. Fortunately, a few seconds later, he heard a voice from behind him. Holy crap, I thought I was a goner for sure. Masato looked toward him in surprise. The giant spider's silk was still wrapped around that spot. Haruto looked at the 3 space fragments that had now combined in his personal inventory and broke out in a cold sweat. I can't believe they escaped the inventory on their own and combined by themselves. Without Shadow John, I would have been a goner. That firepower is terrifying. When I combine the 4th piece, I'll have to be extremely careful. Masato stared at him, horrified. From start to finish, Hunter Sano had done nothing but shock him to his core. What was that? This guy, he just used a high-level stealth skill. Shadow Jaunt. Who on earth is he? Filled with suspicion, he shouted loudly, Hey, you. Haruto turned his head and even joked around. Whoa, Guildmaster Shirosaki, don't scare me like that. Are you yelling at me? Why so loud? But unexpectedly, just as he turned around, Masato grabbed him by the neck, leaving him no time to react. He slammed Haruto straight into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the floor and sending debris flying everywhere. Caught by the surprise attack, Haruto coughed up blood from the pain, not understanding why he was being attacked. Cough. Why all of a sudden? Masato growled, his weapon in hand and ready to strike. You can't use dark-type skills without dark mana, but it's clear. You just used Shadow Jaunt, right? Explain yourself, right now. Pinned to the ground, Haruto furrowed his brows in anger. Looking helplessly at him, Haruto wondered how the hell he was supposed to explain this. Being cornered by Guildmaster Masato, Haruto planned to use Shadow Jaunt to escape, but tentacles shot up from the ground, binding him tightly. Haruto thought to himself, this is bad. As expected of a top-ranked hunter, I can't break free. He answered, his voice trembling, I can't use dark mana, but he clearly didn't believe him. Oh. Masato pinned his neck to the ground with one hand, while his other hand raised a wand, crackling with electricity. You can use Shadow Jaunt, but you can't use dark mana. The moment the words left his mouth, he struck Haruto directly with black lightning without any hesitation. Dust and debris filled the air. Haruto struggled to move after taking the full force of the attack. He was in so much pain that he coughed up blood, wondering, in confusion, damn it, why can't I activate Shadow Jaunt? As if reading his mind, Masato sneered. What's wrong? Ran out of your favorite tricks. He impatiently explained, Dark Lightning is the only skill that can counter the Shadow Step technique. That's why I mastered it. Hearing this, he remembered. So this is how Takumi managed to escape the golem on Snow Mountain. The guild master seemed furious, determined not to let him go. Ever since you appeared, during the Kessia chase, I've been suspicious. Who are you really? What happened between you and Takumi on Snow Mountain? Was everything a part of your plan? Under threat, he silently felt regret. Does he really think I'm working with Takumi? It was a mistake for just the two of us to come in here. I have to find a way to stop Guild Master Shirasaki. After weighing the situation, Haruto gritted his teeth through the pain and explained, just thinking about it drives me crazy. I couldn't even use any of my skills, but that was actually just a stalling tactic, so he could use the giant spider silk. Haruto frantically duplicated it with Ctrl+V and yelled at him, are you trying to kill me or make my life a living hell? I'm not your family's sworn enemy. Masato was caught off guard and quickly entangled by the spider silk, forming a cocoon. Quickly, layers of silk wrapped into a large sphere, and Haruto watched it with unease. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Did I miss something? Suddenly, a crack appeared, clearly growing longer, along the sphere's radius. Then, as if erupting, the sphere caused an explosion that sent sand and rocks flying, and Haruto quickly used his hands to cover his face, helplessly watching it shatter. In the end, the spider silk sphere couldn't contain Masato as he used lightning to tear it apart. The lightning shot out towards Haruto, but luckily he used the silk as a shield just in time. The dark lightning was too powerful, piercing through the silk shield in front of him. Masato stood inside his spherical shield, coldly looking at Haruto's bleeding hand. He was even more enraged by the surprise attack. If it's something you can't talk about, then it must be Starfield, right? If that's the case, you're dead for sure. Now covered in wounds, he remained silent in fear. He's really furious. I might die here. I got used to talking and coordinating with him, so I forgot. Masato was continuously generating a fierce current of electricity, reminding Haruto of a certain fact. Guild Master Shirasaki is a hunter above level 500, while I haven't even reached level 300. There's only one option. He quickly rummaged through his items. It's all or nothing. I don't have time. I hope the item Haruto needs appears right away. There it is. It was a super high-grade potion that heals 95% of all damage, cannot be used in combination, and has no effect on a target that is already dead. Meanwhile, Masato obviously didn't have the patience to wait for his opponent, so he threw a dark lightning spear. Haruto didn't dodge, calmly watching it fly towards him, waiting for the right moment. Then he screamed in his head, praying non-stop, activate, you damn skill. The system displayed a red notification, Ctrl+V. User's HP is below 25%. A series of panels kept appearing, activating the second unique skill of the Cassian Longsword, Berserk. Ctrl+V, equip Cassian Longsword to use the skill. A sword immediately appeared in Haruto's hand, helping him block the Guild Master's lightning. Next, he slowly raised it, aiming straight at his target as Haruto swung down. Its immense power created a slash that blew away sand and rocks, rushing towards the person opposite him. Masato used all his strength to maintain his spherical defensive barrier. That bastard, could it be? The two streams of power finally collided. Even the lightning shield was overwhelmed. Masato watched in astonishment as the massive energy from the longsword continued to rush toward him. A deafening explosion obliterated the area around its epicenter, leaving Masato in a dire state, spitting up blood, and wounds began to appear on his face. Suddenly, a memory flooded back, a voice from the past echoing in his mind. Hey bro, our guild's name should represent our hope of becoming the strongest in the future, so let's call it the Future Guild, okay? Masato immediately agreed. I love it. Let's make our guild #1 in the world. The person he remembered was his younger brother, Shirosaki Suda. But first, bro, I'll help you become the top hunter in the world, he said, while raising his glass, clearly fond of his brother. Hearing this, Masato laughed heartily. The strongest in the world, huh? I like the sound of that. 10 years ago, he and his brother were always by each other's side. Whether their opponent was a single demon or all of hell, they were never afraid. Until one day, just like any other raid, Suda warned him, "Hey bro, do you have a bad feeling about this? That unidentified hunter over there is watching us." But Masato persuaded his brother, "Suda, this dungeon isn't controlled by the Maz Guild or any major power. It's a hidden dungeon, super famous, and no one has jurisdiction over it. This is the key for our future guild to join the list of the top 10 major guilds in the country." He said confidently, "Why are you scared now? Your return skill can pull us out of hell itself. Don't worry, I've got your back." Although he still found the guy covered in bandages suspicious, Suda couldn't stop his brother. Just as he predicted, after defeating the final monster, something terrible happened. Masato's cursing voice rang out, "Hey, you bastard. Are you insane?" He held his brother, who was being corrupted by dark mana, and roared at the other guy. "What the hell are you doing?" The psycho didn't explain, only speaking vaguely to Masato. "This is a dark mana addiction. The more mana they absorb, the more their consciousness will be corrupted. If they live, they'll turn into a bunch of low-class monsters, not even on par with demons or ghouls." Masato frantically demanded, "Give me the antidote. My brother is dying." But the man didn't care, replying with cryptic words. "You two were the most active in the Dakatsu slaughter, weren't you? You deserve a special reward, the Shadow Shift art." Although he didn't understand, Masato's intuition told him it was definitely not something good. As expected, the guy threatened him, "Give it to me, and I'll tell you how to save your brother, or else leave your life behind. Besides, without dark mana, that skill is useless to you anyway." For his brother's sake, Masato no longer hesitated and agreed, "Fine, I'll give you the skill. Now hand over the antidote." Right after getting what he wanted, the guy tossed out a line, "Alley of the British Association, the family's heirloom sword, brilliance. That's the only way to save yourself from the poison mana." Masato's face turned pale, in fear. "Hey, aren't you going to give me the antidote?" In the middle of the wasteland, his voice echoed in despair, "You damn bastard." The guy watched his panic calmly. "There's no antidote for dark mana addiction. Besides, this is a mobile dungeon. Once the clearing mission is complete, it will move to another location and the entire space will collapse." As he spoke, he began to teleport away. Even if there were an antidote, it would be meaningless if you can't get out of here alive. Now, of course, he knew he had been tricked from the very beginning. "You wanted to kill us." The guy laughed demonically, not hesitating to admit the existence of the black mana and dark skills. Now is not the time for the world to know about them. With that, the man vanished, leaving the two brothers in despair, inside the dungeon that was about to collapse. "Suda, hang on, can you use the return skill?" With his last breath, he handed something to his brother, a space fragment. "I found this earlier at the boss monster's location. I'm not sure what it is, but it's definitely no ordinary item." Tears streamed down Masato's face as he choked out a scream, unable to accept reality. "Is this really the time to talk about that? Hurry, use the skill now." But Suda, with tears of regret, gently spoke, leaving his final words, "I can't keep my promise." Return target, Masato. Horrified, he tried to stop him. "Wait, Suda. Why?" Light from the magic circle appeared instantly, and despite his brother's desperate attempts to hold on, he let Masato go. "Brother, I'm sorry." He was forcibly teleported away, screaming endlessly, "Suda!" The place Masato was sent to was the very guild office the two brothers had founded. Tears of regret streamed down his face as he remained motionless, still in the posture of holding his younger brother. Masato sobbed in agony and filled with rage. He clenched the final item Suda had given him so tightly it seemed he would break it. His anger exploded. Masato roared, frantically unleashing lightning and destroying the room. Back in the present, after taking a sword strike from the boy, the two of them took a brief rest. Masato slowly continued. "For the next 10 years, I searched through all the dungeons, but I could never find that one again." He stood up, walking closer to Haruto. "I suspect that my younger brother is still alive. But now, everything became clear to Haruto. So that's why you're trying to find him, even if it's just a trace." No wonder he was called the Dungeon Maniac. Haruto drank a recovery potion, sighing to himself. But the price for angering the guild, Master Shirosaki, is really steep. Luckily, thanks to the swords, Kyunshi's rampage poison, I was able to achieve the power of a level 600 for a short time, but my body couldn't handle it. Masato further clarified his motives. "That's why this time I decided to research about dark mana and dark skills. I don't care about international sanctions or anything. Shadow Step is a rare move, and the skill, of dark arts has also been abolished. Now, only that freak can use it. After hearing his story, Haruto couldn't help but sympathize with him. So you're asking how Takumi and I were able to use that skill? Fine, I'll tell you. But he thought to himself, adding, I'll tell you some of it, but not everything. Surprisingly, Masato refused. There's no need. Haruto froze as he explained further. The skill you just used belongs to the longsword Kalasan, right? How did you even manage to get a hold of that thing? These moves, where did you learn them? Just like the longsword, you acquired Shadow Step using CP. I'm sorry for accusing you of conspiring with Takumi, but it was unclear if he was apologizing or just taunting him when he added, so you're just a skill thief. Haruto was furious. If you're going to apologize, then do it properly. Don't call me a thief. But he didn't stop there. He continued to expose him. You secretly took that item during the operation to capture Kuya, didn't you? Haruto weakly retorted, you're the real thief. Suddenly, Masato changed the subject. Let me tell you two things. When the space key is completed, I will join you. The door opened, and it was unclear what they had agreed upon. They finally came back out. Seeing Haruto's battered appearance, Momo asked curiously, what happened? You look all beaten up. He gave a vague smile. It's nothing. Just had a little trouble while combining the space fragments, that's all. Nanas urgently reported. While you two were in there, I received word that the third corrupted tree has appeared, leaving Masato completely stunned. He flew into a rage, grinding his teeth. Takumi, where is that damn bastard hiding? Ares immediately replied, based on the location of this third corrupted tree, we can predict Takumi's next route. He lost his patience and cut her off. Where is it? Just tell me. Despite Masato's impatience, she remained calm and laid out the plan. We need to gather the hunters in the Jinja area first. Looking at the scale and location of the barrier creating the subspace, they intend to open a very large one at Jinja. Nanas sensed how terrifying it was and grew worried. How large is it? If that's the case, the number of monsters appearing through the spatial rift will be enormous. Listening to their conversation, Haruto silently analyzed the impending invasion of monsters. If that happens, no matter how strong the hunter forces are, it will take a considerable amount of time to stabilize the situation. It'll be a real pain if the wolf monsters show up. I can't handle them with just giant spider silk. Masato spoke up with a suggestion. The hunters from the future guild will go to Jinja, and I'll chase after Takumi. I just need to catch him before the fourth tree appears, right? Nanas agreed. Then I'll return to the association to call all the guilds. After saying that, she turned to Haruto and Mo and asked, are you two planning to coordinate with the association's guilds? Haruto refused without hesitation. No need. I'll prepare what I need myself. Nanas thought she misheard. You're preparing. To do what? He calmly explained. Miss Aries said the subspace is very large, so this will be a contest of scale. Hearing that, Nanas nodded without further questions. I understand. Suddenly, Masato said vaguely, do your best. I'm looking forward to witnessing your actions. Without bothering to reply, Haruto turned to Mo and said, this time, I need your help. He exhaled in anticipation. You finally realized my value, huh? Haruto casually crushed his hopes. What are you talking about? I'm just letting you tag along to carry my stuff. Mo repeated in astonishment. Wait, carry your luggage? Right at that moment, at the Starfield headquarters in Europe, a conference was taking place. M reported, we've just received a request for support from Japan. It's clear they've also sought our help. The time is ripe. A doubtful voice from Michin immediately responded, is that true? I heard the spatial barrier isn't complete yet. Will the subspace actually be opened successfully? Miso affirmed, of course. Right now, the subspace is guaranteed to open on a large scale, and it's filled with elites and orcs. At this point, another person spoke up. Elites and orcs? Aren't you underestimating the Japanese hunters a bit too much? Guildmaster Ms. Takechi and the association's hunter Nanas. Those two alone are enough to handle the situation. A series of voices rose in agreement. If they've asked for our help, then no matter how chaotic the situation gets, they'll sort it out quickly. Suddenly, someone spoke up hesitantly. Besides, he might not be in a good condition tomorrow, right? I assure you, there's no need to worry. I can handle our European branch manager. That's why I paid close attention to the placement of the corrupted trees. He laughed slyly, to make this spatial gate open as wide as possible. The other guy was relieved to hear that, inside that space, are there only monsters? If that's the case, even with American aid, they won't be able to control the situation. M smiled mysteriously. If that space opens in Tokyo, it will be a heavy blow. Michael suddenly spoke up. Miso, for your homeland and for Jas, we must succeed this time. Miso assured them again, please don't worry. This isn't the first time I've opening a subspace. At the White House in the United States, the president and his confidants are holding a meeting. The U.S. President John Romeo begins. Secretary Logan, are you aware that the corrupted tree from the other space has appeared in Japan? The commander of Shia, Mr. Logan, confirms the information. That's right, they first appeared in the United Kingdom 15 years ago, and they originate from the same space as the Dark Spirit space. The president worries, so, are we in danger? Logan reassures him, the space gate hasn't opened yet, so there's no direct threat, but we have received a request for aid from the Hunter Association in Japan. The president is still hesitant. How did the International Hunter Association react? Mr. Logan reports, Michael Starfield is the commander of the Japanese Hunter Association. I heard they're already on their way to the scene. The woman who had been silent until now speaks up. What reason would a world-famous hunter like him have to intervene personally? He doesn't know the answer either. Our intelligence has no information on that case, so we don't have the full picture. Suddenly, she receives a call. Wait, what? She turns to inform the president. The chairman of the Hunter Association is video calling. The president is surprised. The chairman? He then orders, put him through. She immediately brings up the screen for him. The chairman of the U.S. Hunter Association, Simon D. Frey, appears. Mr. President, we have a big problem. The president becomes tense as well. If you're talking about the incident in Japan, I'm already aware. We were just planning to provide equipment and tool support, but Simon interrupts. Well, the situation seems to have escalated beyond our control. He continues with some bad news. The Ouroboros Guild's aircraft has been reported en route to Japan. Hearing this, Commander Logan becomes agitated. What? Wait, Turner isn't going there himself, is he? But contrary to his hopes, Simon reluctantly reports. No, this is an unforeseen situation. Turner has mobilized the entire guild. Logan holds his forehead, feeling uneasy. His power is on par with our military. Sending a hunter like him abroad is no different from deploying a nuclear weapon there. Moreover, Japan is a peace-loving nation. If things go south, it'll be a huge mess. He continues to ask about the association's opinion. What is the Hunter Association's stance? Simon's voice is filled with helplessness. There's not much we can do. Stopping Turner is nearly impossible. President Duemon suddenly speaks up. This is no longer just. He trails off for a moment, then continues. Japan's problem alone. Assemble our most elite hunters immediately and dispatch them to Japan, but do it covertly. The situation in Japan is now dire. The corrupted tree continuously emits a demonic miasma. Directly across from it, a person is currently standing on a high vantage point, observing. He holds a knight's sword, his expression resolute. Just as Takumi said, I'm the same as him. I used to make excuses about protecting my family and father, but all of this is happening because of me. It all began the day Lucas received the control contract curse from some entity. After that, all sorts of information from the media, human hatred, and their desires flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Lucas could even feel the consciousness and death of monsters. After a week, he lived in a daze, unable to do anything. In the end, Lucas tried to end his own life to stop the curse, but ironically, that was also the moment he found the will to live. Lucas's family had an heirloom displayed in the main hall. It was the holy sword, Angelo's rapier. Just by holding it in his hand, the Control plus F curse would be repelled, and now he could control the curse's power. And from then on, Lucas was saved from hell, and from that day forward, he always considered the holy sword an inseparable part of him. Eventually, a gate to another dimension opened within him, and he heard that the hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the sword. But his father didn't agree, and as expected, Lucas's country suffered a terrible loss, as did the Cooper family. They lost both their status and power, and afterward, in order to master the Control plus F curse, he tried countless possible methods. He then discovered it could be controlled with dark mana, but that easily made Lucas lose control, so he always needed the sword by his side. In the process of absorbing dark mana, he met Michael and Miso, and thanks to them, Lucas's family regained its power. But the price was too high, as when Michael learned of the Control plus F ability, he forced him to find someone. Whenever he found a target, Lucas would kill and absorb their power using control, always using his family and his father as the reason. But in reality, he only obeyed Michael because he was terrified of being eliminated. And of course, Lucas himself saw it too. He saw himself as a coward, and standing on the rooftop, he muttered to himself, the one who possesses Control plus C. I think that person is Haruto. If that ability falls into Michael's hands, who knows what will happen? I have to see this for myself. Suddenly, Lucas raised the sword in his hand and resolved to steal the holy sword from the vault, but as soon as he spoke, a sharp pain shot through him. The burden of enduring massive amounts of information made him scream out, and Lucas now felt as if he were falling into a deep pit of endless information. And after a moment, he instantly found the information he wanted, reading something that made his eyes fly wide open in utter shock. Then Lucas spoke softly, I found Control+C. In the blue sky, a plane flew forward, and inside the cabin, a black man covered in scars was sitting in a seat. That person was Tuner Miller, a sorcerer and tanker by profession, an American citizen, the world's #1 ranked hunter, rank unidentifiable. Richard was looking at the knife in his hand and wondering, Guild Master, if you wanted to go to Japan, why not take a detour? Was it really necessary to mobilize a private jet? Tuner frowned, his face darkening with annoyance. Richard, have you forgotten our guild's motto? Richard, flustered, quickly waved his hands to explain. How could I forget? The moment we let our guard down is when danger will strike. I understand. I'll be more careful next time. He didn't reply, silently watching the clouds through the window with a distant look in his eyes, thinking back to the past, to the great catastrophe 15 years ago, when one person stood up to protect Tuner, slaughtering all the monsters. Back then, I was just an A-rank hunter and nearly lost my life. Hunter Nishihara is my benefactor. Memories of the monster extermination waves surfaced, and not long after, I received a skill from the Messiah, and I instantly became the world's strongest hunter. Returning to the present, he tightly gripped the pendant in his hand. The pendant was emitting a golden light as he thought to himself, Hunter Nishihara gave this to me before the great catastrophe ended. Tuner opened his hand to look at the beautiful, sparkling, golden triangular pendant. For the first time in 15 years, the spatial fragment was resonating. He clenched the pendant, frowning, his eyes filled with worry as he pondered, what in the world is happening in Japan? It must be what Hunter Nishihara feared would happen back then at Jinja, Tokyo. Wisps of purple, dark energy snaked through the main street as a voice rang out. The subspace we were told about is about to open. Are you sure this is the right location? Nanas replied, yes. This place has the highest concentration of contamination. Toku asked, what's the word from the other guilds? She quickly reported, Guildmaster Shinoda of the Dainum Guild is neutralizing the contamination caused by the corrupted trees at the Central Hunter Hospital. The guild members are dealing with the corrupted trees in the Northern District and searching for a solution to handle it. Nanas continued, Guildmaster Takachi of the Midas Guild has sent members to assist in all areas while he himself is waiting alone at the Dori CH in Jinja. He'll be able to handle anything that emerges from the subspace. Toku was pleased. Well, with Takachi there, we have nothing to worry about. So what are the other guilds doing? She answered, they're protecting and guiding the residents who haven't escaped yet. He suddenly remembered and asked, speaking of which, I don't see Hunter Haruto around here, do you? Nanas immediately said, Hunter Haruto is currently on a different mission. Toku rubbed his chin, wondering, why is he on a different mission? Nanas was also puzzled. I'm curious about that too. Hunter Haruto always surprises us like a skilled magician. A porter nearby was also eavesdropping. He thought to himself, Hunter Haruto? That's Sano's senior. He was surprised to hear that name and couldn't help but think, wait a minute, are they talking about Senior Sano? The bald guy next to him pointed and yelled, hey Aoi, what are you doing? Hurry up. Aoi was snapped back to reality, startled. My apologies. But his heart was still filled with worry. No way. Are those two talking about Senior Haruto? I haven't seen him since then. I'm so worried. At the Jinja Street shopping center, night was gradually falling. Saru, carrying 3 backpacks, exclaimed loudly, Senior Haruto, I can't go on. The Snow Mountain Golem, despite its tiny body, also had to carry a backpack as big as itself, dragging its feet. Kusuma agreed, me too, I'm at my limit. Haruto was tense, his eyes glued to the screen as he typed. A notification popped up, Control+V, the user does not have enough mana to unlock the long sword field. Haruto gritted his teeth and scowled in frustration. Damn it, it's still not enough. There's no way this is enough. Saru broke out in a cold sweat and ran over anxiously. 1 item bag can hold 100 items, and we have 13 bags here, which means we have 1,300 items, and it's still not enough? Haruto's face went blank. Well, basically, it's not enough yet. Kusuma asked, is this enough for you to stop it though? He immediately replied, maybe. Although it hasn't reached perfection, there's still a certain chance of success. Haruto tensed up, grimacing slightly as he thought to himself, either way, I need that space. I will definitely copy and paste it at all costs. Their steps suddenly halted. The 3 of them and the Snow Mountain Golem froze at the sight of a figure standing with a sword right in front of them. A confused voice uttered, Lucas Mo? He frowned and asked, how do you know this place? Lucas scowled, be quiet, I need to talk to you. Haruto's face turned serious. If you want to talk, put the sword down first. Suddenly, Haruto smirked as if an idea had struck him. He thought to himself, wait a minute. According to the story about Guild Master Shirasaki, dark mana can be purified by a sword. This is the perfect opportunity for me to copy and paste it. Haruto spoke up, Mr. Mo, wait. Mo looked back, confused. He turned his head. Haruto dropped his backpack to the ground and vanished in a flash. Haruto had already reappeared in a puff of smoke behind Lucas, reaching for the sword, full of confidence. The level of my copy and paste skill has advanced a lot, so this time, it's bound to succeed. Lucas sensed it and frowned, calmly teleporting to dodge the attack. Don't make any sudden moves, you Control+C user. I know all about your skill. Haruto was a bit surprised to hear that. He tensed up and thought to himself, huh, how does he know about my Control+C skill? Maybe I should play dumb. With that thought, Haruto scratched his head as if he didn't understand and asked, what are you talking about? Lucas then quickly leaped up and charged forward. He rushed over, swinging his sword straight at him and shouting, "Stop acting so clueless. My family and I have risked everything for this." His magical power reached right in front of Haruto, but before he could strike, a sphere of earth rose up to protect him. Lucas was stunned. Haruto dodged the attack and appeared right behind him. Lucas glanced over. "So you can use dark mana too, huh?" His sword suddenly emitted a dark aura. Lucas warned, "But remember who you're using it against." Lucas swung his sword in anger, the dark aura flaring up even more intensely as a blinding light burst forth. Haruto raised a hand to shield his face, gritting his teeth and peeking through one eye while letting out a few groans. He was rooted to the spot, unable to do anything. What is this? It feels just like Guildmaster Shirasaki's Mystic Lightning skill from before. I can't activate my Shadow Step. Over here, Satoru wondered, why isn't Senior Haruto using Shadow Step? It was quickly explained that the holy power of light from the sword can purify all impurities within a 10-meter radius. Since Shadow Step is a dark skill, it can't be used. Lucas lowered his sword and walked over, saying, "You can't use your skill, which means all the skills you've copied so far are dark skills, right?" Haruto chuckled. "Well, from now on, I'll just have to copy skills with the right compatibility." He was silently fuming. "Damn it, I can't use Shadow Step because of the sword's holy power. This means I won't have a chance to even touch the sword." Haruto looked at Lucas, calculating his next move. Should I take out the long sword or copy and paste myself like last time? Should I seize the opportunity and stab him? Lucas frowned in frustration and complained, "Control+C, that very skill, is the reason I'm in this mess, you know? How do you control the skill without using Control+C?" Haruto immediately replied, "I see. So you know the origin and how I got this thing on me, right? It seems you're also a user of a control skill. Are you planning to kill me to take my skill? Is that why you teamed up with Takumi and caused this dangerous situation?" Lucas, as if provoked, flew into a rage, charging with his sword and shouting, "Shut up! Don't you dare lump me in with that piece of trash." He lunged forward and stabbed his sword straight through Haruto's chest, causing him to spurt blood. Lucas himself was startled and confused, because Haruto just stood there and took the hit instead of dodging. Haruto coughed up blood but looked triumphant. Perfect. He had quickly achieved his goal. The system window appeared. Control+C. The Angelo's rapier has been fused with the user. Control+C can now copy and absorb the Angelo's rapier. Suddenly, the system turned red and announced, Control+V, Shadow Step cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelo's rapier. Haruto staggered, thinking, wait a minute, what's this? The system produced a vial of bright red liquid. He quickly drank it all, still wondering to himself, is it because of the sword that I can't use dark skills? I thought it would be fine since I don't use dark mana, but because of the holy sword, I can't use my Shadow Step. Lucas wondered to himself, did he willingly get stabbed just to copy the holy sword? Haruto also thought, just as I expected. It can't be copied with Control+C, not even when I was stabbed. Lucas clenched his fist and raised his sword. I'll ask you one last time. What do you plan to do with that Control-X skill? Haruto replied firmly. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to become the strongest hunter, a hunter who can surpass even the almighty being. Lucas charged forward, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Hey, is that all? He thrusted his sword straight at him. He easily dodged the attack. Haruto said, exactly, even before I became a hunter. Because of the curse, my time is constantly being taken away. Lucas was confused. Time? He shouted. Wait, didn't you hear that when the curse was cast? There are only 5 years left until the catastrophe happens. Lucas became even more curious. What catastrophe? He frowned and glanced at the hourglass mark on his neck, thinking to himself, I'm being hit with too much information at once. I didn't have time to pay attention to that. Does this hourglass represent the remaining time? Is it counting down to the day of the next great catastrophe? Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Haruto, making him ask in surprise. What are you trying to do? The system announced. Control-C. Copy time limit has expired. Please approach the target again. Haruto frowned, clearly showing his displeasure as he thought, Tisk. I even let myself get stabbed to copy it. One more time. Suddenly, purple magical energy gathered in the sky, and rays of light slowly descended. Haruto looked up in surprise. Satoru and Mo also looked up at him, their faces full of worry, stammering, "It's starting." Lucas also looked up in confusion to observe. The red system screen appeared again with a notification. An alternate dimension, the dark spirit space, has opened in Tokyo. When the subspace opens, a contaminated zone will form within that area. Hunters' health and mana will be reduced by 30%, and there will be some restrictions on mana-based skills in the Shinagawa district. Just before the subspace opened, purple smoke spread everywhere, and massive wooden vines pierced through all the buildings, leaving them in ruins. The red system displayed a notification. The corrupted tree spatial barrier is complete. A different dimension, the dark spirit space, has opened in Tokyo. Once opened, the contaminated zone will cause the HP and MP of all hunters to decrease by 30%, while also restricting all skills that require mana. Takumi looked at the screen with a satisfied expression. Once this space fully opens, Tokyo will become a living hell. The elf's mission is complete. Should I go report it? Suddenly, red tendrils slowly approached as a voice rang out. "I will not allow that to happen." Hearing this, Takumi jumped in fright. The red tendril weaved through the air and slammed down where he stood, terrifying him. Wherever the tendril struck, he hastily retreated. Masato and Ares stood safely inside a protective sphere, as he said. "Because you will die right here," Takumi replied. "Masato, it must have been a hassle chasing me all the way here." He gave a sinister smile, but it's too late. The barrier created by the corrupted tree is complete. Tokyo is doomed. Masato angrily split the protective sphere in two, startling Ares slightly. He shouted, "So what? My target is you, Takumi." Masato's crimson mana tendrils were gradually spreading out as he yelled, "It seems the dark mana has no effect on me." Takumi was not to be outdone, pulling out a sword from a portal in mid-air and smirking. "You think you're the only exception." A purple dark aura also began to radiate intensely from him, his eyes turning pitch black as he sneered, "Let me show you the true nature of dark mana." Elsewhere, somewhere in the city, all the hunters saw notification screens appear before them. They kept whispering amongst themselves, "Huh, I've never seen a control skill this powerful. It restricts all mana-based abilities. It's clearly forcing us to fight with our bare hands." A bald guy with glasses also raised his hand to try and cast a spell, but it failed, and he replied, "You're right, none of my mana skills can be activated." A short-haired girl in a hat also tried to cast a spell and then said, "No way, even my healing spell won't work." Another guy explained, "In this situation, even potions are useless. Our stamina and mana are leaking out. Just taking one hit could be fatal." Over with Nana's. She looked up at the sky, stunned. "Chairman, this is..." Toku also looked up with a serious expression. "This is completely unexpected. We have to deal with the bigger monsters." A powerful tornado swept through a major city, destroying countless buildings, with smoke and dust clouding everything. The atmosphere grew even more chaotic as a purple spatial gate appeared, slowly opening in the sky. A voice shouted, "Out! Look over there!" A foot stepped out of the gate. Nana's was a bit stunned by the sight, and Toku was no exception, startled, his eyes widening. A figure with blonde hair flickered into view, their magical power radiating out to form a vast space in the sky, growing stronger and stronger. The people below couldn't help but wonder, "What is that?" Mito slowly stepped out, and the people there started murmuring again. "A goblin?" They kept looking up. Only one goblin appeared from a chaotic space like this. Another person fearfully pointed forward and said, "I was wrong, look down there." Goblins slowly began to emerge in all shapes and sizes, some big, some small, flying types, crawling types, humanoid, and beast-like. There were all kinds. They had red eyes, blazing with rage. The hunters saw this and backed away in fear. "Are you kidding me? Damn it, there are so many of them." Mito glared and smiled smugly. "It's been a while, hasn't it? These past 15 years must have been boring, right? Well then, today, let's live." Wildly, the goblins below, as if unleashed from a cage, growled as their predatory eyes gleamed. The goblins ferociously leaped straight towards the seated Gao. He gritted his teeth in fury. "So you're the one who caused the control effect and are trying to overwhelm us with numbers. You look down on us too much," the system announced. Stone armor activated. Gao's eyes were filled with rage as his entire body was slowly covered by a layer of sturdy armor. A few goblins lunged forward, opening their mouths wide to bite. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in front of the goblin, and it cried out in fear. Swish! With just a swing of his arm, Gao had already killed 2 of them, and they fell to the ground with a thud in front of their kin. Gao seemed to be at the peak of his fury, his eyes flashing as he clenched his fists. "Too bad for you, my stone armor skill doesn't require mana to activate." The other goblins saw this and roared. Then, the whole horde charged towards him. Gao didn't hold back, shouting without a hint of fear, "Killing you one by one like this is too troublesome. Come at me all at once." With that, the space became chaotic, and Ga leaped so fast that he vanished from sight, but the goblins were taken down one after another, some cut in half, others decapitated. Gradually, more and more goblins fell, leaving only the sight of slash marks and flying debris. The hunters protecting the city couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Guildmaster Takechi, another person also spoke up, "We'll handle the remaining small fry." Another hunter stabbed a goblin with his sword, making it scream in pain. The guy cursed, "You bastard, getting. With our skills locked, even these goblins are terrifying." A hunter defending the city shouted a warning to be careful. "These creatures are emitting a corrupting energy, so watch your stamina bar. One wrong move and it's game over." That person swung their sword, slashing a small goblin and making it scream. Ananas didn't just stand by, she charged forward, her hands moving like lightning. With a single slash of her blade, she took down 2 flying goblins. A roar erupted and Nanas whipped around to see a goblin. A large one stepped in front of Toku, raising its wooden club to strike. He wasn't scared at all, just frowning slightly as he looked at the system notification activating the Immortal's giant shield. Toku gripped the newly appeared shield, raising it to block the club. The goblin's wooden club shattered in 2. Toku adjusted the shield horizontally and calmly gave it a powerful shove. The shield's ability activated, slicing the goblin right in front of him in half. Toku immediately adjusted the shield again. The shield's ability shot out in a line, instantly slicing several large goblins standing in a row in half. Nanas watched and thought to herself, the giant shield acts like both a sword and a shield. Even without using any skills, it's strong enough to dominate the battlefield. The big monsters can be left to the chairman and Guildmaster Gao. She glanced over at a struggling hunter, using a shield to fight off a goblin. Nanas thought, but for the rest of the hunters, their combat power has dropped drastically due to the influence of the dark mana. The number of goblins has decreased, but there are still an incredible amount left. She analyzed the situation. No matter how many monsters our side defeats, their numbers seem endless. If this keeps up, even reinforcements won't be enough to save us. Suddenly, a giant bird flew over Nanas's head. She was startled, her eyes widening in confusion as she looked up, not missing a beat, and quickly gave chase. A huge, ferocious eagle landed on the ground, slightly surprising Nanas. She looked at it and thought to herself, an eagle has appeared. Is it a boss-level monster? The bird had glowing red eyes and its breath was a brilliant yellow. It's a level 150 eagle, a boss-type monster. Unlike other typical monsters, Nanas got into a fighting stance and told herself, a lone eagle. Isn't that threatening? But its flame breath is the real terror. The eagle breathed a scorching fire, and she thought, it won't stop until its target is completely incinerated. Without hesitation or fear, Nanas leaped up, swinging her blade and charging straight at it while calculating. With recovery skills locked, if it targets any of the hunters, they'll die in a single hit. I have to stop it before it starts using its flame breath. The eagle saw her leap up and immediately unleashed its brutal fire breath at her. A massive fireball spread out, blazing fiercely all around. Nanas was nowhere to be seen. Haruto looked up and saw that the sky had turned completely black. Satoru cried out in panic, while Mo gritted his teeth. It's starting. Lucas also stared worriedly at the sky. The notification window flashed red continuously. Another spatial skill, Dark Spirit Space, has opened in Tokyo. Once opened, the area of corruption will cause all hunters' HP and MP to decrease by 30%, and it will also restrict all skills that require mana. Satoru stared blankly at the new notification. Huh? A restriction? This isn't even a real dungeon. Mo remarked softly, well, this isn't entirely impossible. It can happen within the territory of a dungeon boss monster, however. The probability is extremely rare. He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. But why specifically target usable skills? Mana. What a dirty trick. Where did that guy Takumi get such a bizarre idea? Just then, Haruto snatched the bag back and said, I don't have time to mess around with you, Lucas. He wasn't having it and tried to stop him. Hey, I'm still. Suddenly, there was the sound of flapping wings from some creature echoing from the sky, and countless dragons appeared, flying straight down to the ground, wreaking havoc all around. Satoru, loaded down with gear, said as he fled, Whoa, are those wyverns this time? Someone calmly replied, They start to spread out. That's when it'll be a real nightmare. Seriously, we don't have any more time to waste. Meanwhile, Haruto was sternly reminding Lucas, Do you get it? We can talk about everything else later. Seeing him remain silent made him mutter angrily, Hey, at least say something. Deep down, he was extremely worried. Right now, he didn't even have time to copy and paste the Holy Sword. Lucas watched his back, lost in thought for a moment. He still hasn't used his Control-C skill. Should he report Hunter Haruto to Michael? Haruto was now fuming. We wasted all this time because of you. Lucas asked him, a bit curious. I don't know what you've prepared, but what would happen if you used it right now? Haruto yelled. I want to, but this thing has a specific procedure. As he ran, he thought to himself that initially, he wanted to upgrade based on monsters from simpler lands. As for Nana's, she was currently charging straight into the blazing fire. Thoughts kept racing through her mind. Nana's is too slow, it's already used its flame breath. But at this level, she could push through it and would only take minor damage. But with Hellfire, Nana's will win. Surprisingly, a figure dashed past Nana's, startling her. The Greffon saw this and unleashed another wave of fire. Before she could even react, that person was a step ahead and stopped right before her eyes. Much to Nana's astonishment, the person took out a large shield, just in time to block the Griffon's attack, protecting her perfectly. After getting a clear look at Toku's imposing figure, Nana's instinctively shouted, Chairman Toku. He turned his head to look back and sternly ordered, Hunter Nana's, cut off its head to stop the flame breath. Her gaze immediately sharpened as she replied, understood. She dashed forward, quickly closing the distance to the Griffon. It once again used its flame breath to attack Nana's and prevent her from getting close. The flames from its mouth came in waves, each stronger than the last, and the fire it spewed completely engulfed Nana's field of vision. However, she tapped her toes on the ground, and from there, Nana's launched herself high into the air unexpectedly. She swung the weapon in her hand straight down, but it only grazed the Griffon's head. Seeing the blood fly through the air, she was slightly surprised. To avoid being decapitated, it had intentionally redirected the slash to another part of its body. Before Nana's had time to attack again, the Griffon thrust its claws out in front of her. Nana's quickly brought her spearhead up to block it, creating a piercing clang. She gritted her teeth, trying to push its claws away, but it opened its mouth to breathe fire again, intending to defeat her. However, an unexpected event occurred that made it a little wary. A spinning wave suddenly cut between Nana's and the Griffon, forcing it to retreat. The wave had just been created by Toku's shield. Nana's recognized it immediately. He landed on the ground from the air and calmly asked, Are you all right? She replied softly, Thank you, Chairman Toku. He didn't reply, simply. Jian remarked, I meant to help, but it seems I've just made things worse, haven't I? He tilted his head back to look at the Griffon, saying calmly, It's entered a state of high alert, so it probably won't land on the ground anymore. If I throw the Jigen shield and it dodges, we're screwed. Suddenly, the Griffon opened its mouth and spewed a massive fireball. Damn. Toku said in a low voice, Get down, and remarked, It's in the air. That means it'll only attack with its flame breath. Hunter Nana's was hiding behind me, but she rushed forward, leaving him with a single sentence, Don't worry, just throw the Gigan shield. The corners of his mouth curved up into a trusting smile. Got it. He decisively threw the shield in the direction Nana's was running. The shield hit the wall and ricocheted back toward the Griffon, while Nana's leaped up, appearing behind it. She brought her weapon down hard in a single strike straight to its head, and after one sharp cut, the Griffon's head was severed by Nana's. She landed successfully after the spectacular attack. Toku looked at the Griffon's corpse lying on the ground and murmured in admiration. That timing. Perfect. Nana's glanced at the waves of purple gas emanating from it and said softly, A large amount of polluted air is leaking from the Griffon's body. Toku, standing beside her, replied, It's a boss monster, after all. Tisk, she made a comment, The higher the monster's rank, the more polluted air I think it will release. In other words, the more we kill, the more danger the hunters will be in. In another corner of the city, a monster was continuously attacking a team of fellow hunters. Aoi turned his head and shouted, Are you picking fights with these weaklings just because you can't use your skills? Don't be stingy with your items, use them. His teammate retorted irritably, We're not holding back. This is my last magic scroll. Everyone, get down. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster was sliced into 4 separate pieces. The magic scroll in the hands of the young man with glasses turned to ash. Aoi said cheerfully, See. With an item, it's a one-shot kill. The young man with glasses gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? We're completely out of items now. Suddenly, a dreadful feeling filled the air. Aoi's teammate suddenly clutched his throat, coughing dryly. Aoi was momentarily surprised. Hey, are you okay? But as soon as he spoke, a metallic taste filled his own mouth. Cough. Everyone on the team fell to their knees, coughing up blood. The young man with glasses covered his mouth, not understanding what was happening. What? No way. Is this contamination? Missile then appeared slowly. It's too late by the time you realize it. Her eyes glinted with amusement. Every monster in this dark space is filled with dark aura. Once they die, they release polluted air. You all thought killing them would make you safe, but you didn't know that their deaths would immediately take your lives. She paused for a moment before continuing. And with the appearance of other monsters, it's too late to give up now. She let out a gleeful laugh that tore through the air. There are still countless monsters in this dark space. You will have to continue to struggle and die a slow death. Aoi's face turned pale. So that means Tokyo. No, this whole country is doomed. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. It's not over yet. Haruto and his group stepped forward from behind, looking majestic. This is just the beginning. The Snow Mountain Golem let out a soft cry. Ku, shoo. Aoi saw their high spirits and turned to look intently. Then, as if recognizing something, he spoke hesitantly. Senior, why are you here? Haruto also recognized him. He smiled and said, Long time no see, Aoi. With that, he handed Aoi a strange-looking blue bottle. Thought so too, looking puzzled, but Aoi still took the bottle and asked in a serious tone, Why all of a sudden? But more importantly, Senior, we have to get out of here right now. But all Aoi saw was Haruto's back. Haruto had already turned away after leaving him with the words, You don't have to worry about that. Aoi's face went blank as he looked at the potion and muttered, Is this really the Senior Haruto that I know? Telling me to drink this expensive, high-grade potion, thump. 3 huge bags of items were thrown down with a thud, and the one who threw them was Haruto. He muttered, First, let's deal with this trivial suppression, then grinned slyly and rapidly tapped at the system. The system quickly synthesized a stream of power with a cold blue light, which swirled around Haruto like a whirlwind, forcing everyone to back away. But surprisingly, a girl realized, Hey, this is Mana. The person next to her also agreed, That's right, we can use our skills now. We can even put up protective barriers. It turned out this was a power with a very high energy signature. Everyone happily checked their powers again. They were still weak, but usable. One person said in confusion, Hey, that guy is Haruto, isn't he? Only now did they realize it. People looked towards the tall, capable young man over there and muttered, Is that the errand boy? Someone else badmouthed him. That's him. I thought he got kicked out of the Great Power Guild. What could the errand boy have possibly done? They gossiped in disbelief. On the other side, Nanas and Toku were also actively releasing mana. The others who saw this gradually understood that the suppression hadn't been broken yet. Could it be that this continuous supply of mana is what's allowing us to use our skills? And on top of that, it's a mana-supplying skill with a wide area of effect. Unbelievable. They felt they shouldn't rely on Haruto's party so much anymore. They had to be more useful. One person said, All right, I think this much mana is enough to get moving. Everyone's fighting spirit seemed to ignite, and they all fought to take down that golem. Mel watched this scene in a panic. She exclaimed, Supplying enough mana to overcome the suppression of a subspace. Is that even possible? As Mel was thinking, she suddenly realized something and thought with a start, That's not right. She looked towards Haruto, who was running like crazy, and was shocked to realize he was the crowd control. This golem was like it was on steroids. It was unexpectedly strong, continuously attacking with high speed. Even with a mana boost, no one could fight it, saying helplessly, We can use mana now, but why are there so many monsters? The guy who had just been injured by the golem's punch said angrily, At this rate, we're going to lose. Suddenly, he heard something and turned to look. He was surprised to see Haruto's party, Lucas, and Mo still enthusiastically running around to distribute mana. It was as if they were tireless, charging straight at the golem. He was both confused and worried, wondering, What are they thinking? Charging straight into a horde of monsters? They must be idiots. 4 small humans stood facing a herd of golems that were both strong, had high attack power, and were many times their size. Aoi's face was pale with worry as he stammered, Senior, the closer we get, the bigger they look. Is this really going to be okay? In contrast, Haruto smiled calmly and said slowly, Don't worry. Take out all the items from the bags. He shouted, Dump them all out. Mo immediately followed his command and emptied everything. Inside, hundreds of some kind of orbs that glowed like jewels rolled onto the ground. The small golem also followed the command, still muttering help. The people around them froze, completely baffled about what they were planning to do, and stammered, You're throwing balls in a situation like this? What are you thinking? Haruto paid them no mind, simply shouting words of encouragement. Go on, upgrade as much as you want. Let's go, my little minions. And he led by example. First, he tossed out those balls, and the system immediately activated. Command, copy-paste, use modified golem core. Nanas asked with confusion, asking Uncle Toku, What are those balls? But Toku remained silent, as he didn't know either. Lucas stared at the scene before him, and was also bewildered. He couldn't understand, were these balls the things he risked his life to bring back? What the hell was he planning to do with them? But surprisingly, those seemingly useless balls, when thrown, unleashed a terrifying source of power, like a tempest that sent rocks and gravel flying, feeling as if it held the power of a volcano. The horde of golems was instantly torn to shreds with incredible speed. Nanas suddenly understood. It was the modified golem core from the golem Snow Mountain. The core was buried deep underground, so it wasn't easy to destroy, but she still wondered, how could there be such a large quantity? The remaining golem horde continued to charge forward in a frenzy, as if they were drugged. They flew in and tore everything apart, looking to destroy and shred everyone in their path. And then it was time for another round of chatter. One person said, "I thought we were supposed to be the ones fighting many with few." The other analyzed, "That destructive power is incredible, but I don't think those cores are very stable." As the monsters charged forward, they were suddenly attacked back by the very things they were destroying. What seemed to be useless rocks turned out to be none other than the snow core golems themselves, charging forward. They were like drills, boring deep into the monsters' weak spots and causing them immense pain. The monsters panicked and thrashed about wildly, but that only gave the snow golems a better opening to powerfully strike their vital spots, preventing them from struggling any further. Seeing that the tide was turning, everyone's morale soared. It looks like thanks to those little guys, we have a hope of winning. A young man charged out to assist, exclaiming, "Let me provide support for our little golem buddies." On the other side, Sachiro and the others also prepared to join the fight. Maon replied seriously to Haruto's announcement, "I'm in too." The system made continuous announcements. Thanks to their combat and everyone's fighting spirit, the golems were gradually leveling up. They grew larger and stronger. Haruto couldn't suppress a smile, exclaiming, "Sweet. My ability to sync with the golems has increased significantly. I can even give them specific commands now. This is some next-level stuff." The system announced again, the modified golem can be used to recreate a golem in a desired form. The golems now seemed constrained, they began to grow restless. Haruto witnessed it all and chuckled to himself, "It's time. Let's take down the flying dragons." Instantly, from the blazing red sky, flying dragons swooped down at incredible speed, as if ripping the sky apart. They let out a roar that could shatter eardrums, demonstrating their invincible power. Their eyes looked sharp enough to pierce through stone, and they were the highest grade variant of wyvern. Everyone was horrified. They've turned into wyverns. Is that even possible? And they're flying so steadily too. Another person added, "They're even better than how people describe them." The wyverns possess unparalleled power, breathing scorching flames with maximum force. A golem, caught in the massive inferno, screamed in agony. Gradually, it was charred black, only able to cry out helplessly in pain. Seeing this, a wyvern immediately flew down into the flames, stomping hard on the golem's body with its talons. Then the wyvern soared back into the sky, and the sea of fire below exploded violently, causing the golem to shatter into 100 pieces. The people nearby raised their shields to block the flying debris. The man in the hat said, "At this point, it feels like I'm hoping for the impossible." The other person also worried, can it withstand that flame breath, or not? Haruto suddenly realized something and pulled up his screen to check. Just as he thought, facing a wyvern head-on is impossible. Time to move on to the next plan. The notification panel immediately showed a Ctrl+C+V button to revive the sprites. The broken fragments moved and pieced themselves back together, forming sharp golem birds. The armored man was surprised, saying, "They're smaller than before. This is even more hopeless now." People were also worried as they flew by, but they couldn't possibly match the wyvern's strength. But looking closer, the golem bird's beaks were long and sharp as knives. They looked just like bullets. The wyvern sensed danger as its opponents flew towards it in a swarm, so it spat out a defensive fire blast. Nanas was shocked to see this, and exclaimed, "Even if you change their size and the shape of their beaks, the result will be the same as before." The golem bird still charged through the sea of flames, its eyes glowing brightly. It spun its body, creating a small whirlwind, and quickly dispersed the flames into sparks. The sparks swirled together, compressing while still radiating heat, as sharp blue outlines extinguished the fire from before. The wyvern was stunned by this and roared, "Roar!" Before it could even recover, blue flashes of light pierced through its body, riddling it with wounds. It roared in pain as the streaks of light attacked even more fiercely and in greater numbers. One by one, they tore through the bodies of the other wyverns. They roared in agony as the golem birds all charged in to attack, like a whirlwind, spinning rapidly with their sharp beaks as they quickly closed in on their targets. The once ferocious wyverns were now nothing but hundreds of pieces under the assault of the sturdy golem birds. The notification window popped up repeatedly. "You've leveled up. You've leveled up." Haruto grinned triumphantly. "I wonder if I'll level up more, if I take them all down? This is awesome." Everyone looked up at the now quiet sky. Murmuring in astonishment, he defeated all the wyverns. "I can't believe it. Even seeing it with my own eyes." Nanas immediately grabbed his spear and ran to rally the others. "Let's wipe out the remaining monsters." Everyone replied, "Right." Meanwhile, Haruto crossed his arms and summoned small golems. He ordered, "The skies around here are clear now, so it's time to deal with the small fry on the ground. Haruto flashed a delighted grin. From this moment on, let the automated hunt begin. Gao had already charged forward and delivered a painful punch to the monster, making it roar loudly. He jumped down, his strong, toned body connected by fiery red streaks like lava. Over here, the small golems had begun to move, their footsteps quick and hurried. Gao noticed the small creatures continuously charging forward in a swarm. He remarked, "So those are the golems summoned by Sano the blacksmith. They look small, but they seem pretty useful." Suddenly, a loud impact occurred as if something had just rushed at him. Gao turned his head, and it turned out a small golem was climbing on his back. Other small golems also leaped up one after another, rushing towards him. Surprised to see them clinging to his body, he exclaimed, "What the?" While Gao was confused, Satoru, along with the group of golems, ran over and explained, "The little golems are wearing stone armor, just like Guildmaster Gao, so they see you as an ally." He was speechless. Gao asked, "Is your shield a golem?" Satoru held up his golem-shielded hand and replied, "Yes. This is the first golem that Senior Haruto gave me. If I level up more, it will become a full-body armor." Hearing this, he thought to himself in silence, "Humph, that golem armor is nothing like my stone armor." Suddenly, a ferocious monster was approaching. Gao quietly observed it and gathered his strength, and with a single leap, he sent the small golems scattering and also pierced through the monster's body. He declared, "Don't lump me in with them." After saying that, he quickly moved on to the next one. More slashes cut them in half. The horrifying monsters from before fell to the ground, lying motionless. Satoru saw that they died instantly and was a bit surprised. "I didn't mean for that to happen. I was in a hurry to chase the golems, so I spoke without thinking." Scene change. Outside the city district, Lucas is surrounded by the corpses of wyverns. He observes a crushed head and thinks to himself. He copied and pasted to evolve the golem. He even wiped out the wyverns. So this is the true power of Ctrl+C, far surpassing us. His face darkened, worried about the evolution of the curse if the demon machine gets this ability. Before he could finish his thought, someone suddenly called out to Lucas, startling him as he turned his head to find where the sound came from. It turned out to be Haruto running over, who immediately asked, "Who opened this subspace?" Lucas gritted his teeth, his expression turning ugly. "I'm risking everything. My family is hanging by a thread. Do you think I would betray them?" Hearing this, he approached the other man, affirming, "Yes. You haven't wanted to do this from the second you faced me until now." Lucas was startled by this, and Haruto continued, "You look like you're worried, preoccupied with something." Thinking about it, every word he said silenced him. Haruto asked again, "Opening the subspace only benefits